Chapter 368. Due to Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong's public confession, the left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel, who was framed for treason 14 years ago, was finally vindicated today. A rank 4 official of the imperial court was exterminated because of false accusations. This was a great insult to the imperial court and the great Zhou. Although His Majesty had issued a decree to declare Lord Li's innocence, what had happened could never be undone. Outside the imperial city, the commoners were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the notice posted on the city wall. The culprits from back then could have been pardoned with the death exemption medallion. Why was Lord Zhou banished? Lord Li was loyal to the emperor and his country. In the end, the lives of his family were worth less than a few broken medallions? The reality is even more absurd than the dramas. How sad, how sad. Have you seen the new drama, Zhao's Orphan? It's clearly about Lord Li. Not yet. Hearing you say that, I'll have to go and take a look. In a mansion in the southern courtyard. The Duke of Nanyang, who had been pardoned with the death exemption medallion but lost his position as the Minister of Personnel, frowned deeply and said in a gloomy voice, Zhou Zhong is only banished. These crimes are enough for him to die twice. His Majesty is obviously siding with him. A person beside him said, forget it. It's just a matter of time. How many of the criminals who have been banished have been able to live for more than half a year? The Duke of Nanyang said indignantly, I can't take this lying down. It took me more than 10 years to climb to this position. Because of Zhou Zhong, I have nothing now. I can't wait to kill him. That person was silent for a moment before saying, even if you want to kill him, you can't do it now. Once he leaves the capital, no one will care if he's dead or alive. Right now, there's another important matter. The Duke of Nanyang asked, what is it? The person said, have you forgotten that Li Yi's daughter is still imprisoned in the imperial clan temple? After being reminded by him, Commander Prince Nanyang recalled that this matter had started because Li Yi's daughter had assassinated 5 imperial court officials to avenge her father. This had triggered the old case. However, in recent days, his attention had been focused on the old case and he had completely forgotten about this matter. That person continued, during this period of time, that Li Mu went in and out of the Zongjing temple many times. He would visit this woman almost every day. It seems that they knew each other before. The reason he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi was probably because of this woman. Royal Prince Nanyang narrowed his eyes and said, these are 2 completely different cases. I would like to see how Li Mu will save her, unless he can convince His Majesty to grant him a death exemption medallion. The person next to him had a playful smile on his face as he said, a large part of the reason for Li Yi's death was because he opposed the death exemption golden medallion. If he used the death exemption golden medallion to save that woman, then it would be the biggest joke. If he didn't use the death exemption golden medallion, then the woman would be dead. Hee, what choice would he make? Royal Prince Nanyang asked, what if he really begs His Majesty to grant him the death exemption golden medallion? Bewitching the Son of Heaven, treacherous officials who will harm the country. Murderous intent appeared in that person's eyes as he said, clean up the emperor's subordinates and punish treacherous officials. Northern County. Countless people gathered under the city walls and looked at the notice posted on the city walls. They were pointing and discussing. Most of the commoners were illiterate and only came to join in the fun. They did not know what was going on. Someone scratched his head and asked, is there anyone who is illiterate? Help me take a look. What is written on this notice? Let me take a look. A middle-aged scholar squeezed into the crowd. After looking at the notice, he said, it says that more than 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking official who served the country and the people in the divine capital. Because he offended the nobles, he was framed for treason and his entire family was executed. A few days ago, the imperial court cleared his name. The northern county was far away from the divine capital. The commoners did not know what happened in the divine capital, nor did they know the high-ranking officials in the divine capital. However, someone was confused and said, why does this sound like the play that the Yunyan Pavilion put on a few days ago? The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, this play was actually written for him. This lord Li used to be a good official who was loved by the commoners. In the divine capital, he was called Li Qing Tian by the commoners. Unfortunately, he always worked for the commoners and went against the nobles. After offending the nobles, he was framed and his entire family was exterminated. He was wronged for more than 10 years. If not for his daughter avenging her father by killing the officials who framed him back then and alerting the imperial court, no one would have cleared his name. There's actually such a thing? It's even more dramatic than a play, even I want to watch that play. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, who did not like to listen to plays. However, to the commoners, being able to eat and wear was already a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to spend a few coins to buy steamed rice? Spending money to listen to plays was the life of the rich. At this moment, someone asked, "Don't you know that the Yunyan Pavilion is not paying for the plays these days?" Someone was shocked. There's such a good thing. It's not just the Yunyan Pavilion. In the past few days, there's also a stage set up by the official road outside the city. It's free to perform. Those who have the money can attend it. Those who don't have the money can also attend it, so the stage at the city gate is for watching plays. If they said that it's free, I would have gone to watch it. Let's go together, wait for me. The commoners did not have much entertainment, so they were naturally happy to watch a play that they could watch for free. The Yunyan Pavilion's theater was filled to the brim. The area around the stage outside the city was also filled with commoners. It was the slack period, so there were not many opportunities like this. The commoners in the surrounding area carried stools before the sun rose. The play was called The Orphan of the Zhao Family. It told the story of an official of the Zhao family from the previous dynasty. Because he often sought justice for the commoners, he offended the nobles in the capital. He was framed by a treacherous official and his family was exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family endured for many years to avenge his family. The story of the play was twisted and bizarre, with climax after climax. At the end, the orphan of the Zhao family killed the treacherous official with his own hands to avenge his father. It was so satisfying that the commoners could not help but think of Douyi's injustice. The commoners loved to watch plots where good had good karma and evil had evil retribution. This was not the only reason why the play was so popular. It was also because the content of the play was not fabricated. Instead, it was based on the original. The official of the Zhao family in the play was Li Yi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, whose entire family was exterminated because of the crime of treason. The empress had already informed the 36 counties of the Great Zhou of his injustice. Most of the commoners knew about it. Sigh, he's already dead. What's the use of redressing the injustice? Why can those people still use the death exemption golden medallion to save their lives? They should all be buried with that lord. It's a pity that the imperial court is controlled by those people. That lord's daughter had no way to redress the injustice. She was forced to take revenge on those corrupt officials. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with her. What else can they do? They'll definitely give her the death penalty. After all, she violated the law. *T the law. Is the law used to protect the murderer? The law can't give justice to others, but it doesn't allow them to seek justice for themselves. Why can those people continue to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth after framing others and destroying their families? Why can't even leave behind the last bloodline of those who were wrongfully killed? What kind of *T justice is this? The imperial court announced this to the world and let the commoners of the 36 counties know about this matter. They originally wanted to give justice to Li Yi. Unexpectedly, after the commoners learned about the inside story, they became even angrier. The official who was framed for treason was redressed, but what about those who harmed him back then? They were still alive and well and continued to be people above others. However, that lord's only descendant was going to be executed. What was the point of such redressing? The so-called law was only used to restrain the commoners. Those nobles could treat the law as nothing. With a token, they could avoid the death penalty. In their eyes, the commoners were no different from livestock that could be killed at will. Under such anger, someone finally could not help but say, if that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice. Why don't we protest the imperial court with blood and protect that lord's bloodline? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the response of many people below the stage. I agree. Count me in. My family sells cloth. I'll pay for the cloth used for the blood letter. I'll go back and ask the village chief to mobilize the entire village. In just a short day, there was a blood letter movement in the North County. The angry commoners ran around and tens of thousands of commoners pressed their fingerprints on the white cloth. Regarding this, the North County government watched from the sidelines. At the same time, in Yentai County, a few commoners walked out of the theater and discussed among themselves. So County Officer Yu is the prototype of the villain in the play. He really deserves to die. To think that I felt sad for him. He framed a good person in exchange for a promotion. Too hateful. I heard that someone outside the city wrote a blood letter to protest the imperial court. I'm going. Do you want to come? Let's go. Yushan County. So this is the reason why the two lords died. The case back then has been investigated. Even if they didn't die, they would be beheaded by the imperial court. Pfft, they deserved it. Danyang County. Nanyang County. Yuntai County. In just a few days, similar things happened in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. After the local government learned of the inside story, to prevent civil unrest, they ordered the commoners to stop gathering. However, the letter was secretly passed down from village to village, Shindu. After the case was revealed, the punishment for the people involved in the case back then was quickly implemented. Other than a few main culprits, the officials who joined forces to impeach Li Yi back then were just following the trend. Now, they were only fined their salaries and were not punished too much. Just by punishing a few main culprits, there was already a huge loophole in the 6 ministries. The 3 provinces were also in a mess. If the accomplices were to be held accountable one by one, the imperial court would probably completely collapse. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Chen Jian, had already been executed. As for the others, because they had the death exemption token, no one could do anything to them. In the hall of the secretariat, Li Mu opened a letter. The contents of the letter were about an official urging the imperial court to quickly deal with the assassination of the 5 officials. Chapter 369. In fact, all the things that had happened in the divine capital these days revolved around the murder of several imperial court officials. The reason why few people mentioned this matter was that most people were attracted by Li Yi's old case. Now that the old case had been clarified, those who should be rehabilitated had been rehabilitated, and those who should be sentenced had been sentenced. The original case had been pushed to the forefront again. The headmaster had notified almost all the subsects to help Li Mu obtain the book of 10,000 people from the various counties. Based on the feedback from Mount Baiyun, the progress of this matter had been pushed forward by more than half. Now was not the time. Li Mu closed the memorial and put it aside. In the Commandery Prince mansion of Nanyang, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at an official and asked, "Are you sure the memorial has been handed in? It has been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The official scratched his head with a puzzled look and said, "It has been handed in. I personally handed it in." "Is it still going through the process?" "The Central Secretariat is going through the process." "Why would it take so long?" Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you are the head of the Central Secretariat. Can't you urge him?" Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know. I am in charge of the Ministry of Works. The memorials related to the Ministry of Justice are directly handed to Li Mu. After Li Mu deals with them, they will be handed to the assistant minister. If Li Mu doesn't put them in, the memorial can't be handed in at all." "Sure enough," Commandery Prince Nanyang said with a sullen face, "He and Li Yi's daughter are unclear. He will definitely cover for her. The memorial can't be handed to the Central Secretariat. It should be handed directly to His Majesty." The official nodded and said, "I will try." Changle Palace. Li Mu opened a memorial. It was still asking the imperial court to deal with Li Qing. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, it was exactly the same as what he saw 3 days ago. This official was rather persistent. Li Mu noted down the name of this official from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, and put the memorial aside. After calculating the time, he stood up and walked to the imperial kitchen. The empress took Xiao Bai to the imperial kitchen to admire the flowers. Before she returned, Li Mu had to prepare lunch. 3 days later. Royal Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Commandery Prince Nanyang paced around the room and asked, "Why is there still no news?" The official was also puzzled and said, "I don't know either." At this moment, a servant walked in and whispered a few words into Duke Nanyang's ear. Commandery Prince Nanyang was taken aback and asked, "Book of 10,000 people?" The servant nodded and said, "Someone from King Ping's mansion came to pass on the news. Someone is urging the people in the various counties to write a petition to plead for mercy for that woman." Commandery Prince Nanyang snorted coldly and said, "So that's what he's planning." If this matter attracted the attention of the people in the 36 counties and caused them to write a petition to the people, the imperial court might really compromise. After all, the people's hearts were the foundation for the continuation of the great show. If it was only the Luoyang, it would be fine. However, if the people of the 36 counties all pleaded for mercy for that woman, even the law would have to give in. If they also had the book of 10,000 people when they were sentenced, then he would still be the Minister of Personnel now. If he couldn't get something, then no one else could. Commandery Prince Nanyang's expression was cold as he said, "Although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's impossible for him to save Li Yi's daughter. How dare he hold the people's hearts hostage and make the Ministry of Personnel send the consecrated department to destroy all the book of 10,000 people." After all these years of operation, the Ministry of Personnel had been built into an iron bucket by him. The people in the Ministry of Personnel were all officials of the old party. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, he still had absolute control over it. When the official named Wang Luan heard this, he bowed and said, "I'll make the arrangements right away." In a certain county, in front of a temporary stage built outside the city, an actor who had just finished his performance took out a roll of silk and said, "The book of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people away. Everyone, please sign your names on this and do your part to protect the bloodline of the loyal officials." After listening to the play, the people were already enraged. They were filled with righteous indignation as they pressed their fingerprints on the silk. The material used to leave their fingerprints was originally made of cinnabar. However, some people directly bit their fingertips in anger and left their fingerprints on the silk. Not long after, the people gradually dispersed. An actor looked at the densely packed fingerprints on the silk and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "It should be enough." Just as they were about to leave, a few powerful auras suddenly approached above their heads. Several figures floated down from the sky and said coldly, "The consecrated department is handling the case. Leave the book of 10,000 people and we can let you go." 15 minutes later, the consecrated department's mouths were stuffed with rags and tied to a tree. The actors flew into the air and flew into the distance. "I didn't expect that we, the disciples of the Fulu school, would come out to perform. The person that the imperial court wants to execute is the disciple of the sect master, which is our martial uncle. In order to save martial uncle, this is something that should be done. Didn't you see that even our master has personally come? Let's not talk about it anymore. The book of 10,000 people for this county has been collected. When we return and hand it in, everyone will be able to obtain an earth-ranked Fulu. Such a good thing should be given more." After many days, Li Mu once again saw Yuzhen Zi in his home. Yuzhen Zi stepped into the courtyard and waved his hand. Many bolts of cloth floated in front of Li Mu. These bolts of cloth were covered with red fingerprints. They were clearly ordinary cloth, but they emitted powerful auras, forcing Lu Hanyan, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai to retreat. When the auras swept over Li Mu, they seemed to resonate with some aura on his body and gently passed through him. Yuzhen Zi said, "These are the book of 10,000 people for the 36 counties." Li Mu put away the 36 bolts of cloth and said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Yuzhen Zi said, "Senior brother sect master said that if the great Zhou court does not distinguish between good and evil, then there is no need to stay in the divine capital. It is better to return to the Fulu school as soon as possible to raise your cultivation and prepare to succeed the sect master." Li Mu smiled and said, I believe in His Majesty. Although the great Zhou court was not worth it, within the divine capital, there was still someone like Li Mu who was worth it. In recent days, many officials in the imperial court had submitted memorials, requesting that Li Yi's daughter be severely punished. However, the memorials they submitted were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no response. During the morning court session, an official finally could not bear it anymore. An official from the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, reporting to His Majesty, under the circumstances of Li Yi's case being unclear, Li Yi's daughter assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court. Such behavior is truly too vile. If she is not severely punished, it will not be enough to uphold the law and establish the prestige of the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, Sir, your words are incorrect. How could Lord Li's daughter not know whether or not he committed treason? Those 5 people were the main culprits who framed Lord Li back then. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. If they did not die, they should be executed today. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said, the nation has its own laws. If they are guilty, the imperial court will judge them. It is not up to her to execute them privately. Zhang Chun said mockingly, the imperial court. Lord Li has been wronged for 14 years. Has the imperial court had any intention of overturning the case for him? On the other hand, the officials who framed him back then were all in high positions, from 4th to 3rd rank officials. How do you expect people to trust the imperial court? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said coldly, this is also not a reason for her to kill. If we forgive her, how can we uphold the law? Zhang Chun retorted, if we uphold the law, how can we uphold the will of the people? The two of them were in a heated argument. Shang Wanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, silence. The Empress's voice was heard from behind the curtain. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Usually, the highest-ranking officials would be the first to speak on this topic. However, people like the head of the Secretariat and the ministers of the 6 ministries would not quarrel with others in the imperial court. Most of the time, it was the officials below them who spoke on their behalf. After a brief silence, some officials stood up one after another. I think that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel has a point. One case is another case. These 2 cases should not be mixed together. Lord Li Yi has been wrongly accused, but his daughter has indeed violated the law. Seeing these people step forward, many officials sighed in their hearts. Although that was the case, the imperial court still owed their family in Li Yi's case. If they still wanted to execute his daughter, then what was the point of overturning the case for him? However, because of Li Yi's overturning of the case, both the new and old parties were deeply involved. Even if they had different opinions, they did not dare to speak out. After another official seconded the motion, a figure finally walked out from the crowd. The officials in the imperial court all looked at him. These days, everything that happened in the imperial court was caused by Li Mu alone. This time, he was probably one of the people who wanted to protect Li Yi's daughter. Li Mu walked to the front of the hall and did not express his opinion. He only said calmly, I would like your Majesty and all the officials to see something first. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things suddenly appeared in the crepe myrtle hall. There were a total of 36 pieces of what looked like cloth and silk. They slowly flew into the air, then connected together and slowly unfolded. A shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The 36 pieces of cloth connected together formed a huge canvas that was 200 feet long. The canvas was densely covered with blood-red fingerprints. As the canvas unfolded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out. Under the impact of this aura, the officials in the hall could not help but retreat. Some even fell on their buttocks. Only a small number of people were able to remain standing under the impact of this aura. Behind Li Mu, several officials who had just stood up and suggested that Li Qing be severely punished retreated more than 10 steps. One of them even directly withdrew from the crepe myrtle hall. An official looked at the huge canvas in front of him and saw the faint smell of blood on it. He murmured, a blood letter of the people, a blood letter of the people condensed from the power of faith of the people. Li Mu stood in front of the canvas and slowly said, Lord Li was loyal and patriotic, but because of a scoundrel's framing, his entire family died in vain. The imperial court owes the Li family too much. The people of 36 counties, 360,000 people, plead your majesty for mercy. Chapter 370. In the crepe myrtle palace, the 36 scrolls of the Book of the People floated in front of the officials. Although there were no words on the unfurled white cloth, the fingerprints and palm prints represented the wishes of the people. The will of the people could not be deceived, nor could it be defied. This was the foundation of the great show. Under the pressure of the Book of the People, the officials who had just stepped forward to request the execution of Li Yi's daughter found it difficult to speak again. They could no longer speak. After Li Mu took out the Book of the People, if they spoke again, the opposition would not be from Li Mu, but from the will of the people. For the imperial court, in the face of the will of the people, there was nothing that could not be compromised, including them. The noisy imperial court suddenly quieted down. After a long period of silence, a figure slowly stepped forward. Zhang Chun bowed and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." His voice echoed in the crepe myrtle palace. Soon, another official took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy." One figure, two figures, three figures. In the hall filled with the will of the people, more and more officials stepped forward. Finally, at the front of the crowd, the head of the secretariat held up his ceremonial tablet and said, "The will of the people cannot be defied." The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, suffered 14 years of injustice. The people pity him. This is Li Yi's death, and also the imperial court's death. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and show mercy. The two attendants also sighed softly and stood out. Although Li Yi's daughter violated the law, but considering that her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and the people she killed were all guilty officials, I implore your Majesty to show mercy. The will of the people cannot be defied. Your Majesty, please have mercy, the head of the secretariat and the attendants all pleaded. Finally, even the head of the officials, stepped forward and said slowly, "The will of the people is the most important. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and pardon Lord Li's daughter." Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice was majestic. "Since this is the will of the people of the 36 counties, and the ministers have pleaded for her, I can't be stubborn. After the court, the Secretariat will immediately draft a pardon. Imperial Ancestral Temple." Li Mu walked into the deepest part of the prison and said, "Open the door." The prison guard behind him immediately took out the key he had prepared and opened the cell door. Li Mu walked into the cell, reached out his hand to Li Qing and said, "Let's go home." Outside the imperial city, a large crowd had gathered on the wide street. Countless gazes were focused in the direction of the palace gate. Until two figures walked out of the palace. "It's young Lord Li," the woman beside him, "is Lord Li Yi's daughter. Has the court finally pardoned her? Lord Li Yi has a descendant." Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, the commoners spoke excitedly. Li Mu and Li Qing walked out of the palace and back to the Li residence. The people of Shendu followed them all the way. Standing in front of the Li mansion, Li Qing raised her head and looked at the plaque with the words, "Li Mansion," written on it. It stood there for a long time. Creak, the door of the Li mansion slowly opened from the inside. Lu Hanyan walked out and looked at Li Qing. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." In the crepe myrtle palace, when Li Mu took out the book of 10,000 people from the 36 counties, some people had already lost. Once the book of 10,000 people, which represented the will of the people, the court officials, whether they were willing or not, only had one choice. In the end, under the lead of a few officials from the 3 provinces, all the court officials pleaded for mercy. In addition to the push of the people's will, the Empress could only reluctantly comply with them and pardon Li Qing. In the Li mansion, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. The telekinesis in his body was almost full. When he walked out of the palace with Li Qing, the entire street was covered by telekinesis. He had just taken out the spiritual jade from the flask space. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade would be completely absorbed. Even the speed at which he took out the spiritual jade could not keep up with the speed of absorption. At this moment, in the North Court, with the Li Mansion as the center, a huge spiritual energy whirlpool had formed. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire divine capital was gathering towards the Li residence in the northern garden. In the divine capital, some of the more powerful cultivators had already noticed the abnormality. Especially those who lived in the North Court, they could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was becoming more and more abundant. However, when they tried to absorb it, they realized that they could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. The huge spiritual energy whirlpool in the North Court was violently absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone is breaking through. What exactly is this person's cultivation? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Countless figures flew up from all directions and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. That place is the Li Mansion. This familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating telekinesis? It's the same as Li Yi back then. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast at such a young age. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Such a fast and domineering way of gathering spiritual energy was not something a normal cultivation path could achieve. Even a spirit gathering array was far from it. Only telekinesis could have such an effect. The path of telekinesis was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation among all the paths of cultivation. The reason why so few people cultivated it was not because they did not want to, but because it was too difficult. Telekinesis originated from the people. To win the people's trust, one had to stand on the people's side. However, the interests of the people and the interests of the people in power were often contradictory. To stand on the people's side was to stand on the opposite side of the people in power. To walk on this path, one had to dare to do what ordinary people did not dare to do. There had been people who had done this before, but they had all died. After that, very few people walked on this path. If Li Mu did not have the Empress's protection, he would have been like Li Yi back then. His entire family would have been executed countless times. It was also because of the Empress's protection that he could walk to this day and become a righteous person in the hearts of the people in the divine capital. He relied on the people's telekinesis to quickly break through. The spiritual energy vortex above the Li Mansion spun for more than 2 hours. It almost sucked out all the spiritual energy in the divine capital before it slowly dissipated. At the same time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. The aura on his body was also extremely obscure. In the past, he was a sharp sword. Now, he had hidden his edge. Saving Li Qing was something he had to do. It was also in accordance with the people's will. With this, the telekinesis of the people in his body reached its peak. It allowed him to break through to the 5th level in one go. It also allowed him to resolve one of his obsessions. Li Mu walked out of the room. Hyun Jinko stood in the courtyard and smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. Li Mu clasped his hands and bowed to the two of them. Thank you for your help these days, senior brother and senior sister. Hyun Jinko said, there's no need for thanks between fellow disciples. Yuzenzi said calmly, the disciples of the Fulu school are not to be bullied. Hyun Jinko continued, junior brother, you just broke through. Your magic power is not stable yet. First stabilize your cultivation. As for other things, it won't be too late to talk about them later. Li Mu said, I'll stabilize it later. I still have something to do. I have to go out for a while. Outside the palace, Li Mu and Li Qing stood side by side as they watched Zhou Zhong walk out of the palace. His hands were shackled by iron chains and his dermic powers were also sealed. This chain would only be removed when he arrived at the place of exile. 2 Fifth Realm worshippers stood behind him. They would escort him all the way to the place of exile. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing with a gentle gaze. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, when you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice and find Wei Peng. He has something that I left for you. Wei Peng is a promising talent. With a little promotion, he can take on great responsibilities. Li Mu nodded and said, I understand. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing again and said, listen to Li Mu in the future. Don't be so rash. He knows how to protect you better than I do. Li Qing lowered her head and said softly, okay. Zhou Zhong finally looked at Li Mu and said, take good care of Qing. One of the worshippers said, it's time to go. Zhou Zhong's gaze swept across his face and said, let's go. After sending Zhou Zhong out of the city with Li Qing and back to her residence, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice. Soon, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and sighed, Lord Li, Lord Zhou, I really didn't expect, Li Mu said, this might be the result that he wanted. Where's Wei Peng? I have something to talk to him about. The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed again and said, I'll go get him. After a while, Wei Peng walked out of a guard room. He seemed to know Li Mu's purpose and handed a wooden box to Li Mu. This wooden box was not locked. It seemed to be just a simple buckle. Li Mu tried to open it but found that he could not open it at all. He channeled his magic power and used the art of great strength but still could not open it. Li Mu looked at the wooden box carefully and found that there were complicated runes carved on the box like a seal. From the complexity of these runes, it would be very difficult for him to open it with his current magic power. Therefore, he took the wooden box and returned to the Li residence to let Yuzhen Zi and Hyun Jinko take a look. Hyun Jinko looked carefully and said, this is a seal rune. It can only be opened with brute force. If other methods are used, or if the runes are destroyed, I'm afraid the item in the box will also be destroyed. He tried to open the wooden box but still failed. Yuzhen Zi tried again, but it still ended in failure. She looked at the wooden box in her hand and said, this seal is too strong. I'm afraid only those above the 7th realm can open it. If you have time, go back to Mount Baiyun and ask senior brother Sect Master for help. Li Mu waved his hand, no need. After a while, Changle Palace. Li Mu took the wooden box and walked to Zhou Yi, saying, Your Majesty, I can't open this, crack. Zhou Yi took the wooden box and opened it easily. Li Mu leaned over and saw a book in the box. He took out the book, flipped through a few pages and slowly closed it. Chapter 371. In Changle Palace, Li Mu handed the booklet to Zhou Yi and asked, Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people? Zhou Yi flipped open the booklet and glanced at it a few times. Then, he asked Li Mu, what do you think? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I think that the great Zhou's imperial court has been suffering from a chronic problem for a long time. The court officials have formed cliques for personal gain, and in order to suppress dissidents, they will do anything. If we want to cure this chaos, we need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to support some of your trusted aides. Zhou Qiong rubbed the space between his brows and said to Li Mu, I'll leave this matter to you. Li Mu bowed and said, I obey. The booklet Zhou Zhong gave him recorded the crimes of many officials of the two parties over the years. Some of them were corrupt, some of them took bribes, some of them bent the law for personal gain, and some of them abused their power. These records filled the entire booklet. A month ago, Li Mu felt that the imperial court should still be stable. Over the past month, Li Mu gradually realized that the great Zhou's imperial court had a problem from the root. Rather than maintaining the stability on the surface and letting them slowly nibble away at the decaying great Zhou, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and use strong medicine to weaken the old and new factions. At the same time, power would gradually return to the hands of the Empress. When the Empress completely controlled the imperial court, whoever passed the throne of the great Zhou to would have nothing to do with the old and new parties. Even if the Empress didn't pass the throne to the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, it would be her own business to pass the throne to her own son. Or, if the Empress's cultivation reached the 8th level, then no matter how strong the old and new parties were, they wouldn't even have the right to protest under absolute power. In that case, who would dare to bully him in the entire Zhou province, let alone the imperial court? Unfortunately, this could only exist in Li Mu's imagination. The Empress' 7th level came more from her inheritance than from her own cultivation. Unless she encountered a greater opportunity, the 7th level was the peak that she could reach in this lifetime. At present, all the 7th realm powerhouses that Li Mu knew, including Xian Jizi, were promoted to the upper realm through inheritance. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and propped up his head. He said, I'm a bit tired. Here are a few memorials. Help me take a look. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He said, Your Majesty should rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen will be almost ready. Although it was unlikely that a 7th realm cultivator would tire herself out, Li Mu didn't forget that the Empress' inner demon had yet to be removed. Suppressing the inner demon was an extremely taxing task. The exhaustion of mental energy was no less than fighting a battle with an expert of the same level. With Li Mu here, she didn't have to worry about court matters. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and closed her eyes to recover her mind. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in front of her. When the fog dissipated, she was no longer in Changle Palace, but in the Imperial Garden. Zhou Yi quickly realized that this was a dream. As a 7th realm cultivator, she could control her body and consciousness. However, dreams didn't seem to have much to do with a person's consciousness. Instead, it was dominated by another consciousness. She wanted to withdraw her consciousness from the dream, but she heard a sound coming from the depths of the Imperial Garden. This made her change her mind. She was also interested in the contents of the subconscious fantasy. Thus, she walked along the path of the Imperial Garden and slowly walked into the depths. As she walked, the conversation in the depths of the garden gradually became clear. This orange is very sweet. It's a tribute orange from Jiangnan. Try it. I want you to feed me. Nonsense. Humph, you're not even willing to do this for me. You don't love me anymore, okay. Open your mouth. In the depths of the garden, there seemed to be a couple passionately in love. Zhou Yi had never experienced love, so she didn't feel envious. She just felt that even the fragrance of the flowers in the Imperial Garden couldn't cover up the sour smell in the air. Just as she was about to leave, the couple sitting in the pavilion suddenly turned around. In the pavilion, the other her was peeling the orange with a smile and sending the orange pieces into the mouth of the person in her arms. And the person nestled in her arms was actually Changle Palace. Zhou Yi, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Fine sweat even seeped out of her forehead. After Li Mu finished reading the last memorial, he inadvertently glanced over and found that the Empress had woken up. Then, he asked with some surprise, Your Majesty, are you very hot? Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. The scene in her mind appeared again. She realized that her inner demon seemed to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu noticed the Empress's absent-mindedness. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhou Yi came back to her senses and said, I'm fine. You can go back first. Li Mu said, The soup in the Imperial kitchen is ready. I'll go get a bowl for you. Zhou Yi waved her hand and said, No need. I'll let Ali leave in a while. You can go back first. Li Mu tidied up the memorials he had read and put the chair back in place. He said, Then I'll go back first. Walking out of Changle Palace, he sighed softly. The reason he came to Changle Palace was that he didn't know how to face the situation at home. He wanted to sort out his thoughts first, but the Empress obviously didn't give him the chance. It was now lunchtime. In the Imperial Palace, the officials of the various government offices began to walk out in groups. An official looked at Li Mu walking out of Changle Palace and said with emotion, What is a favored official? This is a favored official. The number of times he goes to Her Majesty's bedchamber is more than the number of times he goes to the Secretariat, another official said. What is he holding in his hand? It looks like a book. When his eyes swept over the book in Li Mu's hand, he inexplicably shivered. He crossed his arms and said, It's cold. Tomorrow I'll have to wear more clothes. Li Mu walked out of the Imperial Palace and all the way back to the Li residence. He stood in front of the gate, but he didn't step in. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Li Qing and Lu Hanyan appeared at home at the same time. In Lu Hanyan's eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly Li Mu's ex-girlfriend. Although they had never confirmed their relationship, Li Mu couldn't deny that Li Qing was indeed his first love. If it wasn't for fate, the person sleeping next to him every night might be someone else. When a wife meets an ex-girlfriend, and the current master of the Li residence meets an ex-master, it would be good if the two didn't fight. It couldn't be a happy and harmonious sisterly relationship, right? The gate of the residence suddenly opened. Xiao Bai ran out of the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what are you doing at the gate?" Li Mu rubbed her head, took a deep breath, and stepped into the house. There wasn't the awkward atmosphere he imagined. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were sitting in the courtyard and talking. They were neither too enthusiastic nor too distant. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and said, "I'm back." No one paid attention to him. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked, "Where was Miss Li's previous room?" "I'll ask Wanwan to help you tidy it up." Li Qing said, "No need, I'll tidy it up myself." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't have to be so polite in your own home." What Li Mu was worried about didn't happen. Lu Hanyan, who had always been stingy in relationships, was so magnanimous that he couldn't believe it. At night, when Li Mu was about to go to his room to sleep, the bedroom door slammed shut just as he reached the door. In the room, Lu Hanyan said gently, "From today onwards, you'll sleep in the study." Her voice was very gentle, but the words she said were as cold as an iceberg. Late at night, on the small bed in the study, Li Mu hugged Xiao Bai and stroked her smooth fur. Only then did he feel some warmth in his heart. She was the only one who would stay by his side all this time, in a certain residence in Nanyuan. In a secret room, a soft conversation could be heard. "Zhou Zhong has left Chengdu today and has been sent to the border counties. The two consecrators escorting him are our people. This person can't be left alive. He betrayed us and knows too many of our secrets. If he doesn't die, he'll always be a disaster. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to reach the border counties, in a certain county in Great Zhou." Under the night sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky and landed on a mountain. A consecrator looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing at the bow of the flying boat, and said, "Come down." Zhou Zhong looked at the vast wilderness and asked, "My lords, are we going to sleep here tonight?" The consecrator said, "What? You're a criminal official. Do you want to stay in a high-class inn?" He looked at Zhou Zhong and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Zhou, you're a smart person. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Why did you give up your position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Why did you choose to go to the north to die?" The other consecrator said impatiently, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it. We'll enjoy ourselves outside for a while before returning to Chengdu." Zhou Zhong looked at them and asked, "You want to kill me?" The consecrator said, "Lord Zhou, are you so naive as to think that you won't have to die if His Majesty shows mercy?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "You're deceiving the emperor." The consecrator laughed coldly and said, "If we kill you, we'll burn you to ashes with the true Samadhi fire. Who would know? Anyway, you criminal officials will all die in the hands of ghosts and demons in the end." Zhou Zhong asked again, "You really want to kill me?" The consecrator extended his hand. A ball of blazing flame floated in his palm. He walked towards Zhou Zhong and said, "In your next life, be a smart person." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said softly, "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death." Poof! The flame in the consecrator's hand suddenly went out. It wasn't that he cancelled his spell. It was that his spell had no more mana to support it. The moment Zhou Zhong finished speaking, his head and body suddenly separated. The wound was as smooth as a cut. Blood splattered 3 feet high. With the death of his physical body, his nascent spirit left his body. His expression was full of fear. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in his confusion and fear, he slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a fifth realm cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his soul dispersed. Seeing his comrade die in such a strange way, the other consecrator's face turned pale. he turned around and fled without hesitation. His body streaked across the sky like a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. On the mountain top, Zhou Zhong said, "Come back." The consecrator who fled rolled back and appeared at his previous position. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "You haven't finished your work. Where are you going?" Chapter 372. Fairy's Capital, Department of Worship. A few worshippers looked at a broken jade tablet on the table with solemn expressions. The life talisman is broken. Is Ma Yi dead? Where is he? Ma Yi and Zheng Zong escorted Zhou Zhong to the place of exile. Could it be that Zhou Zhong broke free from the torture instruments and escaped? Zheng Zong's life talisman is still intact. Why didn't he send a message back? Just as he finished speaking, a high official strode in and said, "I've just received a message from High Official Zheng. Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong while he was escorting him, but he was killed by Zhou Zhong." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Why did worshipper Ma want to kill Zhou Zhong? Zhou Zhong's mana was restricted. How did he kill worshipper Ma? The Department of Worship was controlled by the royal family in the previous dynasty. Even now, the Shao royal family still had absolute control over the Department of Worship. Many worshippers in the Department of Worship were loyal to the old party. They would listen to the old party's orders and kill Zhou Zhong to vent their anger in the middle of his exile. This was reasonable. However, Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong but was killed instead. This was somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Zhong's strength was slightly inferior to Ma Yi's. Under the circumstances where his mana was not restricted, he was not Ma Yi's match. With his mana restricted, his strength was less than 10%. A transcendent realm cultivator could probably kill him. How could he kill another transcendent realm cultivator in the presence of a 5th-level worshipper? A worshipper looked troubled and asked, "How should we deal with this?" Another worshipper said, "Zhou Zhong is a sinner and has committed such a grave crime. If he is not killed, justice will not be served." Everyone looked at him and did not agree. Ma Yi tried to kill Zhou Zhong while escorting him to exile. To put it simply, this was an abuse of power. To put it bluntly, this was deceiving the emperor. Regardless of the reason, as long as he wanted to kill Zhou Zhong and acted, it was reasonable and legal for Zhou Zhong to kill him. The old party wanted to get rid of Zhou Zhong through the Department of Worship. This was causing trouble for the Department of Worship. The worshipper thought for a while and said, "The Department of Worship does not have the authority to decide on this matter. Let's report it to the imperial court first." Today, when Li Mu was helping the empress deal with the reports, he learned that the worshipper escorting Zhou Zhong wanted to kill Zhou Zhong during his exile and was killed by Zhou Zhong instead. Although he knew that Zhou Zhong was stronger than him, he was still able to kill a 5th-level expert with his mana restricted. This was something only a transcendent realm cultivator. However, no matter how powerful Zhou Zhong was, he would not be at the 6th realm. Li Mu was certain of this. In Li Mu's mind, Zhou Zhong's of cultivation was a mystery. Of Zhou's also of Lord. If he had not secretly helped Mrs. Chu that time, Li Mu might have thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator in the Fate realm. According to the news sent back by the surviving consecrator, Zhou Zhong only said one sentence: "Deceiving the monarch, according to the law, should be executed." That consecrator Ma's body and head were separated from his body, and then his soul dispersed. This made Li Mu think of an unpopular cultivation school. Before the rise of Buddhism, there were all sorts of cultivation schools. There was the school of medicine, the school of military, the school of music, the school of legalism, and so on. These schools all had their own specialties. Later, when Buddhism prospered and gradually became the mainstream of cultivation, these smaller schools slowly became extinct. Of these schools, Li Mu had the deepest impression of the school of legalism. The cultivators of legalism did not cultivate abilities or Taoist techniques. Once they reached the peak of their cultivation, their words became law. Taoist techniques and abilities were useless before them. Even though this ability was not limitless, it still made Li Mu very envious. However, this was now the world of Buddhism. The cultivation methods of the school of legalism had long been extinct. Occasionally, a successor of the school of legalism would appear, but they were like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing. From Zhou Zhong's actions and his identity, it was extremely likely that he cultivated the school of legalism. Throughout history, the successors of legalism would actively enter the court and push for legal reform. Perhaps their cultivation had something to do with this. The school of legalism did not cultivate dharmic powers. Their attacks were more like Daoist techniques. If Zhou Zhong cultivated both Daoist techniques and Daoist techniques, then his true strength might be extremely close to the sixth realm. If a fifth realm transcendent wanted to touch him, he would undoubtedly have kicked an iron plate. Through this incident, another problem was exposed. The Department of Worship was no longer the Department of Worship of Great Zhou, but the Department of Worship of the Old Party. The prefectures of Great Zhou had a high degree of autonomy. The Department of Worship's function was equivalent to the Great Zhou FBI. It specialized in dealing with matters that could not be dealt with locally. If it was controlled by someone, there would be very serious consequences. Xiao Yu's incident was one of them. Zhou Zhong's incident also explained the problem. Since they had decided to do something big, they might as well start with the Department of Worship. However, before that, there was an even more important matter that the Secretariat had to deal with immediately. After overturning the case for Li Qing's father, 2 ministers and 2 assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were removed from their positions. All of a sudden, there were 4 empty positions for officials above the 4th rank. The Ministry of Personnel was also without a leader. Without officials to replace them, the Yamen would not be able to continue operating. Regarding this, the Secretariat had been arguing for an entire morning. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the Old Party. It was originally completely controlled by the Old Party. 1 minister and 2 assistant ministers were all members of the Old Party. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the Duke of Nanyang. Through the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party controlled the assessment, appointment, and dismissal of most officials in Great Zhou. They also indirectly influenced the Department of Worship. It could be said that they had grasped the lifeline of the imperial court. In the process of overturning the case for Li Yi, Li Mu, and Zhou Zhong had cut off the lifeblood of the Old Party. It seemed that the Old Party had only lost 3 officials, but in reality, they had suffered heavy losses. The Old Party was the upper echelons of the government and could influence countless lower echelons of the government. Without the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party would lose half of their authority in the imperial court. Therefore, they hated Zhou Zhong to the bone and wished that they could get rid of Zhou Zhong on the way to exile him. This time, the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was contested by Xiao Ziyu, who represented the royal Xiao family, and Zhou Xiong, who represented the Zhou family, for the entire morning. They argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but no one gave in to the other. It was impossible for them to give in. In terms of power, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the most powerful among the 6 ministers. The Old Party wanted to take back the position that originally belonged to them, and the new party would not let go of this one and only opportunity. If they obtained the Ministry of Personnel, they would be able to suppress the Old Party. Compared to them, the others did not speak much. This important position did not belong to the Old Party, but to the new party. It could not fall to anyone else. As for the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Secretariat could submit 7 candidates. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Xiao family wanted to monopolize the 7 positions. Naturally, the Zhou family also wanted to monopolize it. Neither side would let the other have their way. As the 2 argued back and forth, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Why don't you take a look and see if the person you nominated has any qualifications? My person doesn't have any qualifications, but your person does? At most, I'll give you 1. 7 positions, not 1 less. This position originally belonged to us. Li Mu finally could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and said, "The 2 of you, that's enough." He looked at Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu and said, "The 2 of you have argued for 4 hours over a single position. Do you still have any respect for your colleagues? There are still 2 assistant ministers and 1 minister to recommend. Are you going to discuss this until next year? The other officials of the Secretariat agreed with Li Mu and spoke up. Yes, Lord Li is right. If the two of you continue like this, when will it end? Let's discuss and come up with a plan. After some thought, Li Mu said, how about this? Of the 7 positions, each of you can have 3. The last position can be left empty or someone else can be chosen. No. I don't agree. The two of them refused without hesitation. Whether it was the new party or the old party, they were both determined to obtain the position of Minister of Personnel. They did not want to give up even 1 position, much less 3. What right do you have to disagree? Li Mu's face darkened as he said, as officials of the Secretariat, are you more handsome than the other officials or have a higher cultivation? Why should the two of you decide on 7 positions? By allowing the two of you to discuss this, we are giving you face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. For these 7 positions, the 6 officials of the Secretariat will each recommend 1 person, and the last one will be decided by Assistant Minister Liu. Are the two of you satisfied? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu were speechless. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat felt extremely satisfied. Li Mu's words had spoken out what they had been thinking for many years. There were 6 Imperial Secretariat officials in the Central Secretariat. Everyone had the same rank and status. Due to the influence of the old and new factions, they usually gave these 2 people more power to speak. If they continued to push their luck, then they would be asking for more face. Which of the officials of the Secretariat did not come from an illustrious clan? They were not inferior to the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. For thousands of years, the dynasties of this land had, at some point in time, shared the same surname as them. Who did not have some pride in their hearts? Not long after Li Mu's voice fell, Wang Shi of the Secretariat said, I agree with what Sir Li said. Zhang Huili continuing to argue like this is not a solution. If the two of you do not agree with Lord Li's initial proposal, then we will each nominate 1 person. Wouldn't this be fairer? Song Liangyu looked at the two and asked, Lord Shao, Lord Zhou, what do you think? Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong thought quickly. The second situation was naturally the one they did not want to see the most. If each of them could only nominate 1 person, then there was not even a 20% chance. If each of them nominated 3 people, then the chance was close to 50%. They were clear about this. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, then let's follow Lord Li's initial proposal. The two of them each wrote 3 names on the paper. Xiao Ziyu asked, the nomination of the last person, that is none of your business. Li Mu waved his hand and said, out of the 7 spots, the 2 of you have taken up 6. The 5 of us do not even have a chance to nominate 1 person? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu did not speak. The last person to nominate was just to make up the numbers. As long as it was not someone from the opposing faction, they had no objections. Zhou Xiong was still worried and added, the position of Minister of Personnel is very important. Zhang Chun does not have enough experience. If Lord Li wants to nominate him, I'm afraid it is against the rules. Do you think that I am like the two of you who only know how to suppress dissidents and appoint people based on favoritism? Li Mu looked at him with disdain and said, besides, even if it is a nomination, the final decision is made by His Majesty. Do you think that I can make the decision for the Minister of Personnel? Chapter 373. The position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was extremely important. Even if Li Mu was a favored official, the Empress would not let him make the decision. However, Xiao Ziyu was still worried. He asked, if I may ask, who would you like to nominate? Li Mu actually wanted to nominate Zhang Chun. After all, he owed old Zhang a lot of favors. If he became Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he would have the right to apply for a 5-sectioned house from the imperial court. He would have servants and maids. However, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was a 3rd-rank official. He was now a 5th-rank official. No matter how he skipped a rank, he could not let the Shindu medallion directly promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. If it was not Zhang Chun, it did not matter who else was. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. It was sad to say that after being in the imperial court for so long, others had formed cliques and cliques, but he did not even have anyone to do so. In fact, when it came to nominating for the position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he could only think of Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, "The Assistant Minister of Rights has just been promoted. Isn't it too frequent to promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs in such a short period of time?" Li Mu looked at him and said, "Why don't we give this opportunity to Lord Xiao?" Before Xiao Ziyu could answer, Zhou Xiong immediately said, "Lu Qing is Lu Qing then. He's currently at rank 4. It's fine as long as he has the qualifications to be nominated for rank 3. You're meddling too much, aren't you?" Lu Qing had just been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights not long ago. In principle, it was impossible for him to be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the near future. In this way, the uncertainty of the last position could be eliminated. Wasn't nominating Lu Qing much better than Li Muzhen nominating a capable and experienced official? Although Zhou Xiong did not like Li Mu, he would not blindly oppose him at a time like this. Li Mu looked at the other 3 officials of the Secretariat and asked, "I am just randomly nominating someone. Do the other 3 have any thoughts?" The other 3 secretaries shook their heads in unison. Wang Shi said, "Let's listen to Sir Li." Both the new and old parties were determined to win the position of Minister of Personnel. It was useless for them to nominate him. Li Mu and Lu Qing were neither relatives nor friends. Nominating him was just to make up the numbers. Since it was just to make up the numbers, it didn't matter who made up the numbers. Under Li Mu's forceful intervention, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu made a compromise, and the candidate for the Minister of Personnel was finally decided. Zhang Huili said, "Next, it's the 2 assistant ministers' turn." Xiao Ziyu quickly added, "It's best if the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is taken up by an official familiar with the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. It's more than suitable for the position to be replaced by 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. There's nothing else to discuss." The other 3 officials from the Secretariat still did not express any opinions. In the past few years, the old party had already built the Ministry of Personnel into an iron bucket that was impenetrable. The 2 directors of the Ministry of Personnel were also officials from the old party through and through. They would not easily let others interfere. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said indifferently, "In my opinion, we should ask His Majesty to reduce the number of officials in the Secretariat." Xiao Ziyu did not know why Li Mu suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, "Why?" Li Mu said, "Because Lord Xiao alone is enough for the Secretariat. You alone can make the decision for the important matters that require 6 Secretariat secretaries to discuss. The few of us are paid by the Imperial Court, but we don't do anything for the court. We really feel guilty." Xiao Ziyu's face turned red. Li Mu was blatantly saying that he acted arbitrarily. Zhou Xiong was somewhat gloating. He said, "Lord Xiao is too domineering. Why don't you just decide on His Majesty's behalf who will take these 2 positions?" Xiao Ziyu's face darkened. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zhou Xiong said, "It's very simple. The 6 of us will each nominate 1 person. The last person will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu or Lord Head of the Secretariat. In any case, the new party would not be able to get either of the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel." He did not mind muddying the waters so that the old party would not be able to get them either. Zhou Xiong's words pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment. He could only say, "That's fair. Let's do it this way." It was rare that the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel were decided by the 7 of them. The positions of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and Minister of Works were also contested by 2 people who represented the interests of the old and new parties. Under Li Mu's efforts, a few other people also received a few nominations. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat finally felt a sense of participation. This was actually the norm in the Secretariat. The reason there were 6 officials of the Secretariat was not only because they corresponded to the 6 ministries, but also because these 6 people belonged to different factions. This was to prevent one party or one faction from having too much say in important matters of the court. In the past few years, the court officials had taken sides, forming the old and new parties. They each occupied the court, and the structure of the secretariat was also affected. It was practically Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu's opinions. This situation finally changed after Li Mu came to the secretariat. Under the protection of Her Majesty, the old and new parties could not do anything to him. After the 6 officials of the secretariat decided on the candidates for the positions, they handed them over to the assistant minister of the secretariat and the head of the secretariat. If the officials of the secretariat had no objections, they would send them to the Ministry of Martial Arts. After the Ministry of Martial Arts verified the candidates, they would hand them over to the Empress to decide on the final candidates. Among them, there were restrictions on the monarch's authority and also restrictions on the monarch's authority. For officials of this level, even the Empress could only choose from the people appointed by the Secretariat. The Secretariat only had the right to recommend but not the right to decide. Of course, the past emperors all had their own trusted aides in the Secretariat. This way, many things were still decided by the monarch. Li Mu tidied up the memorials and sent them to Changle Palace. He placed them on the table in front of Zhou Yi and said, "Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Works. The Secretariat has already chosen them. Please take a look." Zhou Yi flipped through the memorials on the top, picked up the red brush, and asked, "Who do you think is qualified for the position of Minister of Personnel?" Li Mu said, "This is a matter of great importance. Your subject does not dare to speak carelessly." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and was about to circle a name when Li Mu coughed softly. Zhou Yi paused. The tip of the brush brushed past that name and stopped above another name. Li Mu coughed again. The tip of the brush continued to slide down. Cough. 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 After several coughs, when the tip of Zhou Yi's brush stopped at the last name, Li Mu finally stopped coughing. Zhou Yi circled the 2 words, Lu Qing. Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Qing's qualifications are somewhat lacking, he does not form cliques and does not pursue personal interests. This can prevent one clique from controlling the court through the Ministry of Personnel and causing chaos in the court." After Zhou Yi circled Lu Qing's name, he handed the brush to Li Mu and said, "You can choose the rest." Li Mu took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If others know, they will think that your subject is taking advantage of your favor and interfering in the government. Your Majesty should choose." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "You are one of my people. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me what you think." Li Mu no longer hid anything. He walked to her side and said, "Your subject knows that your Majesty does not want to be emperor and does not want to be trapped in the imperial palace. However, your subject believes that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, the first thing your Majesty should do is take control of the court. For these important positions, your Majesty should consider placing officials loyal to your Majesty and not officials from the old or new cliques." Zhou Yi said lightly, "Right now, I feel that there is nothing bad about being emperor." Li Mu lowered his head and glanced at her. Right now, she felt that being emperor was not bad because he had helped her do the things that an emperor should do. He had also helped her worry about the things that an emperor should worry about. Apart from showing her face at the morning court every 3 days, had she ever fulfilled any of the duties an emperor should have? Li Mu dared to complain about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the Empress might come to find him in his dreams tonight. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "As for these candidates, I can give your Majesty some suggestions. The Minister of Personnel is Lu Qing. As for the 2 assistant ministers, one can be given to the Wang family. As for the other, I recommend Zhang Chun. Sir Zhang has always kept himself clean and has never been associated with the old or new cliques. As long as your Majesty gives him a house with 5 courtyards and a few maids, he will work for your Majesty. As for the Assistant Minister of Justice, I recommend the former Minister of Justice, Yang Lin. Although he seems to be from the old clique, there is still room to rope him in. Letting him be the Assistant Minister of Justice can also appease the old clique and lessen their unbalanced mentality of losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, the Minister of Works. Although this position is not as important as the Minister of Personnel, it is best to have it in the hands of one of our own. For this position, I recommend the North County Governor, Chen Jingyuan. After Zhou Zhong's matter, the 6 important positions were empty. This affected the hearts of countless people in the imperial court. To quickly calm the hearts of the people, the Secretariat immediately recommended a batch of officials to become the candidates for those important positions. Amongst them, who the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel would end up in was something that both the old and new cliques cared about. The final result would affect which party would control the Ministry of Personnel in the future and influence the imperial court to the greatest extent. The Secretariat did not have to wait for long before the Changle Palace had a result. The current Assistant Minister of Rights, Lu Qing, was moved to the Minister of Personnel. Zhang Chun, Imperial Clan Temple Governor, was moved to the left Assistant Minister of Personnel. At the same time, he held the positions of Imperial Clan Temple Governor and Imperial Clan Temple Governor. Wang Xing was moved to the Ministry of Personnel as the right Assistant Minister. The Minister of Justice, Yang Lin, was promoted to Assistant Minister of Justice. The person who was chosen to be the Minister of Works was even more surprising. It was the North County Governor, Chen Jingyuan. Very few people in the imperial court knew this name. Apart from the selection of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice as expected, the final selection of the other important ministers were all shocking. The Secretariat. Looking at the name list that returned from Changle Palace, the names behind the few important positions were actually the officials that Li Mu used to make up the numbers. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong reacted at the same time. Not good. We fell into a trap again. Chapter 374. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong looked at each other. Only when they saw the name list did they realize that Li Mu had set a trap for them from the very beginning. He was best at hiding his true intentions. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it for the good of everyone, but behind his back, he had a secret that no one knew. When everyone was discussing the imperial examination system, Li Mu had made a huge contribution. Everyone thought that he was working for the Empress. No one expected that his series of actions, which seemed to be preparing for the imperial examination, was actually to trick the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming. Judging from the result, Li Mu was not trying to mediate between the two at all. His true motive was to promote his people to high positions and weaken the power of the two parties at the same time. I was careless. I forgot. This little fox is cunning. How could he do such a thing without a motive? At this moment, the two of them, who belonged to different camps, felt a sense of sympathy for each other and shared a common hatred for the enemy. However, in the next moment, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and walked out of the Secretariat. Not long after, in the southern park, Duke Manor of Nanyang. The veins on Duke Nanyang's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Li Mu. He won't let us have what he can't have." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and said, "The most important thing is that the position of Minister of Personnel was not taken advantage of by the Zhou clan. Perhaps we can try to rope in Lu Qing. As far as I know, he hasn't been roped in by the Zhou clan. That's because the Zhou clan can't rope him in." Duke Nanyang said in a deep voice, "Do you think we haven't tried to rope in Lu Qing? When he was promoted to Assistant Minister of Rights, we tried to rope him in, but he ignored us. In the past 9 years in the imperial court, he has always been a loner and doesn't get close to anyone. He goes straight home after leaving the court. I invited him to banquets several times, but he rejected me." Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Such a person can actually become the Minister of Personnel." An important position like the Minister of Personnel had always been fought for by different factions. For an official who had no faction and no backing, it was already a stroke of luck for him to become an assistant minister. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a minister based on luck alone. The position of Minister of Personnel could no longer be forced. He could only helplessly say, "Fortunately, nothing has happened to the Ministry of Justice. The Department of Worship is also under our control." At the same time, in the study of the Zhou family's minister Zhou Zhong, the 4 Zhou brothers fell into silence. The Zhou family didn't suffer too many losses this time. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works had the least power. Thus, whether it was Zhou Ting's resignation as assistant minister or Zhou Chuan's dismissal, it didn't affect the Zhou family too much. The Shao clan, on the other hand, had lost the Ministry of Personnel. Their lifeline had been cut off. However, this was not entirely good news for the Zhou family. In the past, the Empress didn't care much about the fight between the old party and the new party, and she wouldn't intervene. But now, she was deliberately suppressing the new party and the old party. This time, she appointed several important official positions, avoiding the officials of the new party and the old party. She intended to cultivate her own forces, which was more significant than suppressing the other two parties. Could it be that she's really cultivating her own forces? Zhou Chuan's face was full of doubt. He asked, in the past, she only wanted to condense the next strand of Emperor's qi as soon as possible and pass down the throne. She didn't care much about the fight between the two parties. Could it be that her thinking has changed? Zhou Ting said indifferently, it's very possible. Ever since she began to favor Li Mu, she's changed more and more. Zhou Xiong said with incomparable certainty, I'm very sure that Li Mu must be behind Her Majesty's actions. This time, from the beginning to the end, was a trap set by him. I suspect that he wants to support his own party. No matter what, Li Mu must be taken seriously, the Ministry of Rights. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Qing was packing his things. From tomorrow onwards, he would take up his post at the Ministry of Personnel as Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights walked into the office and clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Lord Lu's promotion speed is really fast. Rather complicated emotions flowed in the depths of his eyes. In the short span of half a year, he had personally witnessed Lu Qing rise from a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Rights to a physician, assistant minister, and now, Lu Qing had become the Minister of Personnel. He held real power in his hands, and his status was firmly above his own. As Lu Qing's superior, he had mixed feelings. Lu Qing also sighed emotionally. Yes, I also didn't expect this place to rise so quickly, Northern Court. Li Mu stood at the entrance of his house, watching Zhang Chun move in. This time, not only had old Zhang been promoted, his residence had also been changed from 3 entrances to 4 entrances. In addition, the Empress had also rewarded his family with 2 servant girls and 2 servants. The distance between the Zhang residence and the Li residence had also become closer. At the housewarming banquet, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, between us, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Come, let's drink this cup. There weren't many people at the banquet. Other than Zhang Chun's family, there were also Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, and Li Qing. Since the last time he came to Luoyang, Zhang Shan hadn't gone back. He had never been to Luoyang before and was shocked by the prosperity of the streets. He had already asked Lu Hanyan for permission to open a branch here. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan also had the same idea, so he stayed for the time being. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Shan looked at Li Qing and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to stay in Luoyang? Li Si kicked him under the table, but it was too late. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, in 2 days, I should return to Mount Baiyun. Li Si's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He poured a cup of wine and said to Li Mu, here's to you. The wine cups clinked. He gave Li Mu a meaningful look and said, you guys have gone through a lot of trouble to get to where you are today. You must cherish the people in front of you. Zhang Shan raised his wine cup and said, that's right. You and the shopkeeper have gone through a lot of trouble to get together. You must cherish her in the future. Li Si poured another cup of wine and said to Li Qing, here's to you, boss. I hope you can think carefully before you make a decision in the future. Don't regret it in the future. Zhang Shan agreed and said, that's right. If you hadn't killed those corrupt officials, this matter would have been much simpler. You wouldn't have to stay in the Imperial Clan Temple. They would still be beheaded in the end. Ever since Li Qing came to the house, Li Mu had been sleeping in the study with Xiao Bai in his arms every day. Not only that, on the second day after Li Qing came to Luoyang, Lu Hanyan removed all the festive decorations inside and outside the Li residence, including the big red lanterns at the door. According to the customs of Luoyang, the lanterns with the word happiness on them had to be hung for 3 months for the wedding celebration. He knew what Lu Hanyan meant. She was taking care of Li Qing's feelings. Li Qing's family had just passed away. For Li Qing, she chose to sacrifice herself. At night, Li Mu was about to enter the study when he saw a figure standing outside the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked in confusion, "Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Li Qing said softly, "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to Mount Baiyun to cultivate tomorrow." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." Li Mu looked at her and said, "What's there to disturb? This is your home. I'm going to ask Her Majesty to let her bestow this residence to you again." Li Qing shook her head gently and said, "I don't have a home anymore. I think that if father knew in the underworld that the one living in the Li residence was someone like him, he would be relieved." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Li hasn't been avenged. I'll let you see with your own eyes that they receive the punishment they deserve." Li Qing finally looked nervous. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "You've done enough. Let's stop here. Father doesn't want anyone to avenge him. He only wants someone to be like him and do something for the people." Li Mu was about to explain to her, but he felt something and looked back. In front of the moon gate, a figure stood there quietly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then she let go of Li Mu's hand with a pale face and said, "Senior sister." Lu Hanyan walked over and shook her head. "Junior sister, you don't need to explain. I heard everything." Li Qing lowered her head and said, "I hope senior sister can persuade him." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and said to Li Qing, "Junior sister should also understand him. He won't change his mind so easily." Li Mu said, "Don't worry." Her Majesty agreed. "There won't be any danger." Lu Hanyan said to Li Qing, "With Her Majesty protecting him, junior sister doesn't need to worry." Li Qing looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. She said softly, "Then I'll go back to my room first. You should rest early." Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Junior sister, wait a moment." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's a question I want to ask junior sister." Li Qing said, "Senior sister, ask away." Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "Does junior sister also like Li Mu?" Chapter 375. Li Mu had already prepared to return to his room to sleep. When he heard Lu Hanyan's words, he suddenly quivered and hurriedly said, "What are you talking about?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Men shouldn't interrupt when women are talking." A trace of nervousness and panic flashed in the depths of Li Qing's eyes. However, after she met Lu Hanyan's gaze, that trace of panic gradually turned into calmness and indifference. She remembered what Li Si said before she left Yangqiu County. Li Si said that in terms of relationships, it was always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If she took a step back now and regretted it in the future, she would have to take more than one step forward. By the time she regretted it, someone would have already walked in front of her. In fact, she regretted it, but it was already too late because someone had already walked in front of her. Li Qing looked at Lu Hanyan and said calmly, "Yes, I have liked him since a long time ago. However, senior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for anything. I will leave tomorrow morning." She wanted to deny it against her will, but if she denied it this time, she would never have the chance to say it again. Li Mu looked at Li Qing with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lu Hanyan sighed softly and said, "Actually, the one who should leave is me. This is your home. The person he liked in the beginning was also you. I just took advantage of the situation." Li Qing shook her head and said, "This is my own choice. I should also bear the consequences. The person who has always been by his side is you. This is no longer my home. Its owner is you. I hope that the two of you can be united and grow old together." Lu Hanyan asked, "What about you?" Li Qing thought for a moment and said, "I will stay in Baiyun Mountain and repay the sect's kindness." Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment and said, "The one you should repay the most is not the sect, but a certain someone." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. For a moment, he couldn't figure out her routine. Li Qing nodded and said, "If you need me to do anything, I won't refuse." Lu Hanyan looked at her and said, then give yourself to me. Li Qing looked at her with a stunned expression. Li Mu looked at her, dumbfounded. Li Qing came back to her senses and said in disbelief, what are you talking about? Lu Hanyan's expression was melancholy, and her tone was somewhat helpless. She continued, although I don't want to share my husband with others, it's not that I can't accept it if that person is you. After all, you're in front of me. A man can't forget the first woman he likes in his entire life. While he's with other women, he still has to think about an outsider. Why not let him think about his own sisters? You're not the first, and you're not the only one. Li Qing's lips moved. Her thoughts were in a mess. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and said, of course, you can also refuse. That way, I won't feel guilty towards you at all. It's not that I stole your husband. It's you who didn't want him, and you didn't want him twice. In the future, don't go around telling people that I, Lu Hanyan, am not moral. After Li Qing came back to her senses, her pale face had turned red. She whispered, give me some time. After saying that, she quickly turned around and hurried into her room. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan in front of him and opened his mouth. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, I'll give you an hour at most. Then come to my room. Seeing her turn around and leave, Li Mu was stunned for a long time. In the end, he pinched his thigh to make sure that what had just happened was not a dream. If this was not a dream, then happiness came too suddenly. After coming back to his senses, he slowly walked to the door of Li Qing's room. Her door was not closed. Li Mu walked in and saw her sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed. Li Mu did not say anything. He just silently walked to her side and sat down. The two of them sat in silence. After a while, Li Qing slowly leaned her head on Li Mu's shoulder. This was the closest she had been to Li Mu since they met. Li Qing softly said, actually, when we were in the Imperial Clan Temple, I wanted to lean on you like this. Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder and said, you can lean on me for a lifetime. Li Qing did not say anything else. She quietly leaned on him for a while and then said, go to senior sister's place. Right now, she needs you more than I do. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, I'll watch you rest. Li Qing lay on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. She looked at Li Mu and said, go. Li Mu walked out of her room and helped her close the door. Li Qing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, Father, Mother, did you see that? Qing also has someone to rely on. Li Mu walked into Lu Hanyan's room. Lu Hanyan was sitting on the bed. She did not raise her head and asked, she agreed? Li Mu did not answer. He walked to her side and asked, why did you? Lu Hanyan unhappily said, if I don't ask her, should I wait for you to ask her? At that time, the one who will be angry will be me. So why don't I ask her myself? Li Mu said, what I mean is, why did you suddenly do this? Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, it's not sudden. From the day she appeared in Shindu, I thought about it. Your feelings for her are not something I can compare to. If you run away with her one day, what should I do? Li Mu said indignantly, what are you talking about? You are my legal wife. How can I run away with someone else? Lu Hanyan asked, so, if you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? Li Mu thought for a while and asked tentatively, can I have them both? Hey, don't bite me. After a long time, Lu Hanyan leaned into Li Mu's arms and said, anyway, I already have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. It doesn't matter if she has one more. If it was someone else, she could forget about marrying into the Li family. But she is Li Qing. She buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, let me tell you, I have already married Li Qing for you. You can't abandon me for any reason in the future, As she spoke, her voice became softer. The calmness and confidence she had when facing Li Qing just now had disappeared. Li Mu's clothes were wet from her tears. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood what she had been worried about these days. The experience of being abandoned by her parents when she was young had caused her trauma. Even now, it had not healed. Li Mu hugged her tightly and said seriously, I will never abandon you, never, Changle Palace. Zhou Yi read several memorials. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, where is Li Mu? Didn't he go to the minister's department today? I didn't see him in the morning court. Mr. May said, I really didn't see him today. Zhou Yi thought for a while and put down her brush. She said, he didn't go to court for no reason. I want to see what he is doing. She flicked her finger and a picture appeared in front of her. In the picture, it seemed to be a street in Chengdu. The street was full of people. There was a beautiful woman on each side of Li Mu. He was holding the woman on the left and the woman on the right. Mr. May looked at the picture in front of him and said in surprise, isn't that woman Li Yi's daughter? He and Li Mu, Zhou Yi snorted and said, I knew it. Their relationship is not that simple. He goes to Zongjing Temple every day more frequently than he comes to Changle Palace. He didn't want the palace maids I gave him before. I thought he didn't like women. Now it seems that all men in the world are the same, Mr. May said awkwardly, he is so outstanding. Naturally, there are more people who like him. It's understandable that both parties are willing. Zhou Yi waved her hand to disperse the picture. She was a little annoyed. Li Mu had another wife. This meant that he would come to Changle Palace less often. It was only the first day, and he didn't even go to court. On the streets of Chengdu the people looked at the three figures in front of them and whispered. Isn't that Li Yi? Who is he with? The one on Li Yi's left is Madame Li. The one on the right seems to be Li Yi's daughter. Why is Li Yi holding her hand? Is there a need to ask? Li Yi overturned the case for Li Yi and saved Miss Li from prison. She was touched and wanted to marry him. It's normal, this is also a good story. It can be written into a play. They are a perfect match, no wonder Li Yi said he wouldn't let Li Yi have no descendants. So this is what he meant. Now, Li Yi really has a descendant. Chapter 376. In the past 3 days, Li Mu had developed a feeling that life was more beautiful than this. He even thought of resigning from his position and living in seclusion. Returning to Baiyun Mountain, he could focus on cultivation and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Wouldn't that be perfect? The reason why he gave up on this idea was because he thought of the Empress. Even if he were to leave, it would be after helping the Empress clear all obstacles and repaying her for recognizing his worth. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on his father-in-law. Although the case had caused a stir and the whole country knew about it, the outcome was not satisfactory. The main culprits were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. Only one of them received the punishment he deserved. As for the other accomplices, the 3 provinces only fined them a few months of their salary to maintain the stability of the court. It seemed that the price of framing a 4th-rank official was only a few months of salary. As far as they were concerned, this matter was already over. But for Li Mu, it was just the beginning. He stretched out his hand. The ring on his finger flashed and a booklet appeared in his hand. It was the evidence of the crimes of some of the officials of the old party that Zhou Zhong had collected over the years. Most of these people were the ones who joined forces to frame Li Yi. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and deeply trusted by the old party, it was easy for him to use his position to collect the evidence. The crimes of these people varied. Li Mu took out a piece of paper and wrote down a series of names. After thinking for a while, he circled one of them. Wang Luan, who was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel at that time, was the one who submitted many memorials asking for Li Qing to be severely punished. Li Mu was not holding a grudge, but there were so many people that he had to start with. He left the secretariat, walked out of the palace gate, and walked toward the Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Lin leaned comfortably on a chair and sighed in his heart. He had thought that he would have to endure for many more years to reach the position of assistant minister before he retired. But who would have thought that the Ministry of Justice would undergo such a great change? Countless people were eyeing the position, but in the end, he took advantage of it. Yang Lin's gaze inadvertently looked out of the window. A figure flashed by outside the window. Yang Lin immediately stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Lord Li, do you have any instructions for the Ministry of Justice? Although his rank was already higher than Li Mu's, in the imperial court, rank did not represent everything. In front of Li Mu, he still maintained his respect and humility. Li Mu handed him a document and said, "There is a case here. The Ministry of Justice should deal with it as soon as possible." The Central Secretariat had to do with national policies or important decisions. They needed to be reviewed by the Minister of Ceremonies and the Minister of Ceremonies to guide the 6 ministries in their implementation. For such small matters, the Central Secretariat officials had the power to directly order the Ministry of Justice. Yang Lin took the document. After reading it, he said in shock, "This is the Ministry of Personnel's physician, Lord Wang Luan." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Why? Does the Ministry of Justice's handling of cases vary from person to person?" Yang Lin quickly replied, "Of course not." Li Mu said, "I believe that Lord Yang will be a good official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have urged His Majesty to let you be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Yang Lin was stunned. He had thought that his appointment as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was due to the efforts of the old faction. He was still puzzled as to why the old faction did not get a single official position in the Ministry of Personnel, but he succeeded in the Ministry of Justice. Only now did he know that his promotion was not because of the old faction, but because of Li Mu. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. His Majesty felt that Lord Yang was not too far off the path and wanted to give you a chance." Yang Lin stood where he was. His gaze gradually became hesitant. He knew that at this moment, he was faced with an important choice in his life. Should he continue to work for the old faction, or should he completely side with Li Mu? The old faction was controlled by the Shao clan, and the Shao clan was the legitimate royal family of Great Zhou. Even though the Zhou clan was extremely powerful, they were not the legitimate royal family. Many officials in the court and the people of Great Zhou were inclined towards the empress returning the throne to the Zhou clan. Therefore, even though the old faction had been suppressed by the new faction in recent years, they were still powerful and did not lack supporters. He worked for the old faction because he believed that the Shao clan would regain power sooner or later. However, what reason did he have to work for Li Mu? His Majesty could not pass the throne to Li Mu, or Li Mu's children. Yang Lin did not dare to make a rash decision when it concerned his future and even his life. He looked at Li Mu and probed, "Lord Li, may I ask if His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the Zhou clan in the future?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Is this something that you and I, as subjects, can discuss?" Yang Lin looked troubled. Li Mu knew what he was worried about. He said, "Are you afraid that the Shao clan will come after you if His Majesty passes the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin said, "Lord Li, I have elders and children to take care of. I cannot afford to gamble. If I gamble wrongly, the lives of my family." Li Mu asked, "When do you think His Majesty will pass the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu said slowly, "His Majesty is a powerhouse of the 7th realm. He can live for at least 3 decades. She is in her prime now. Even if the throne is to be passed, it will be decades or even centuries later. Do you think you can live until then?" Yang Lin thought for a moment and felt that Li Mu's words seemed to make sense. By that time, he would have retired and returned to his hometown to enjoy the rest of his life. It would have nothing to do with him who would inherit the throne. However, he still did not dare to gamble. He asked Li Mu nervously, "His Majesty won't pass the throne early, right?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Do you think His Majesty will suddenly pass the throne?" Yang Lin looked at Li Mu in a daze, seeming to understand something. If it was said that His Majesty had such thoughts in the past, he would not find it strange. In the past, His Majesty did not care about the court at all. He did not care about the struggles between the old and new parties. He let nature take its course. However, the appointments of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice showed that His Majesty was already deliberately suppressing the old and new parties and taking back power. Could it be that His Majesty had other thoughts? Li Mu looked at him and said, "I know that it is very difficult for Lord Yang to make a decision. I will give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, whether we are friends or enemies will depend on your choice." Yang Lin's expression was bitter. Did he have any other choice? Although Li Mu did not have many friends in the court, he was really good to his friends. In just half a year, Zhang Chun had been promoted from the Divine Capital Commandant to the left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He was a real minister with real power. The residence he lived in also went from 2, 3, and now 4. He was about to live in a large residence with 5 entrances. For Yang Lin, who lived in a small house with 2 entrances for 3 generations, a residence with 5 entrances was an unattainable dream. On the other hand, Li Mu's enemies were either dead or demoted. Those who were lucky enough to survive lost their positions and reputation. Yang Lin did not doubt that if he became Li Mu's enemy, he would not even be able to live in a small house with 2 entrances in less than a month. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was perhaps the best outcome. If it was a little worse, he might only have a few coffin planks to block the dirt. After careful consideration, Yang Lin let out a long sigh. Then, his expression gradually turned solemn. He looked at Li Mu and said seriously, "From now on, this humble official will follow Lord Li's lead." Li Mu did not misjudge him. The person he supported did not disappoint him. Not long after, a few constables from the Ministry of Justice hurried out of the Ministry of Justice's main gate. They came to a certain entertainment market and grabbed a certain noble from a brothel. "Which yamen are you from? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? The Ministry of Justice, the current Assistant Minister of Justice, is my father's friend. Let me go. Once you get to the Ministry of Justice, you will suffer." The noble made a lot of noise along the way. The constables from the Ministry of Justice could not take it anymore and used a rag to gag his mouth. The people along the way found out that the noble had been summoned by the Ministry of Justice because of an old case. "This is the son of Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel. Why is the Ministry of Justice arresting them? Aren't the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice on the same side?" That was in the past. Now, the Minister and Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel have changed. The Ministry of Personnel's Assistant Minister hasn't changed. He has some ties with the current Assistant Minister of Justice. Could it be that their relationship has broken? The people always like to watch the drama between officials and nobles. They followed along the way. Ministry of Personnel. It was lunchtime. A few officials from the Ministry of Personnel walked out together and prepared to eat at a restaurant. When they passed by the Ministry of Justice, they saw a large group of people gathered outside the Ministry of Justice. They were discussing and pointing inside. One of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel lamented, "The Ministry of Justice is really busy. They can't even rest during lunchtime." Another official from the Ministry of Personnel said, "When we were on our way here, we heard from the people that some official's son was arrested. The Ministry of Justice took him out of the brothel directly. It seems like the crime is not small." When they heard that some official's son had committed a crime, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were instantly interested in watching the drama. The Ministry of Personnel's physician Wang Luan chuckled and said, "I wonder which family's son is from. He keeps causing trouble for his elders. It's time to teach him a lesson." He looked into the Ministry of Justice's main hall and saw a figure kneeling in the hall. The figure looked so familiar. One of the officials said in surprise, "Lord Wang, isn't this your?" Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. Then, his face gradually darkened. He did not expect that he would be involved in the drama. Chapter 377. Under the curious gazes of several officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan strode into the Ministry of Justice. He met Yang Lin at the Assistant Minister's office. Wang Luan looked at Yang Lin and frowned. "Lord Yang, what's going on?" Yang Lin said helplessly, "You'll have to ask young Master Wang. 3 years ago, he pursued a married woman. In order to force the woman to submit, he beat her husband until he was severely injured. In the end, he even used his power to fabricate a crime and sent her husband to prison. Today, the Ministry of Justice has ordered the Ministry of Justice to reopen the case. After the Ministry of Justice investigated, they found that it was true." Wang Luan gritted his teeth. "Wasn't the case from 3 years ago already closed?" Yang Lin said, although the case from 3 years ago was closed, the Ministry of Justice felt that the Ministry of Justice had handled the case unfairly and requested a retrial. I couldn't do anything about it. Wang Luan asked, can't the original verdict be upheld? Yang Lin shook his head. No. The Ministry of Justice was dissatisfied with the original verdict, so they decided to reopen the case. If the Ministry of Justice still doesn't change it, then I'll be the unlucky one. Wang Luan said angrily, why do you have to reopen the case from 3 years ago? Yang Lin looked at him. You'll have to ask Lord Wang about this. Wang Luan was stunned. Ask me? What's wrong with me? Yang Lin sighed and said, that day, I told you not to meddle in that matter, but you sent several memorials in a row, insisting that Li Yi's daughter be killed. Now, that woman has become one of Li Mu's lovers. If he doesn't take revenge on you, who else can he take revenge on? Wang Luan said, I didn't follow the royal prince's orders. Yang Lin said, that's why your son is here today. Wang Luan took a deep breath and asked, then what will happen to my son? Yang Lin shook his head. It's hard to say. He caused serious injuries, slandered and framed innocent people, and sent them to prison. He'll be punished for several crimes. Your Wang family might have to pay a lot of money. You won't be able to avoid prison, Wang Luan said, I know that the law can be bent. Lord Yang, with our relationship, you have to help me. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you can ask Manager Wei to defend your son. He is the most familiar with the law and the Ministry of Justice. Perhaps he can help your son fight for a reduced sentence. A moment later, in a certain office of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Luan held Wei Peng's hand and said, Manager Wei, I'll leave my son to you. After the matter is completed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wei Peng nodded and said, I'll try my best. With that, he slowly walked into the courtroom. Wang Luan asked Yang Lin, how will the Ministry of Justice judge him this time? Yang Lin thought for a moment, then said, inflicting serious injuries and setting someone up to be imprisoned for 3 years. The fine is at least 200 taels of silver, and this is under the condition that the other party is willing to forgive you. In addition, at least 5 years of imprisonment is unavoidable. As for how much you can reduce, it will depend on Manager Wei's performance. About 15 minutes later, Wei Peng slowly walked out of the court. Wang Luan asked, what were the results? Wei Peng said, forget it. Wang Luan was pleasantly surprised. His sentence has been waived. Wei Peng said, the fine is waived. He was only sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he grabbed Wei Peng's collar and said through clenched teeth, what did you say? Just how did you argue? Yang Lin hurriedly said, Lord Wang, watch your actions. Your actions. He had just finished speaking when several figures walked into the Ministry of Justice. They looked at Wang Luan and asked, are you the director of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan? Wang Luan was furious. He said unhappily, I am. Who are you people? Crack. 2 of them pressed down on Wang Luan's arms. Another person put shackles on his wrists and said, the Imperial Clan Temple has investigated. In the past few years, you have abused your power for personal gain many times. When evaluating officials, you were severely unfair. In addition, in order to get your son off the hook, you used your position as the director of the Ministry of Personnel to put pressure on the Ministry of Justice. This is also a serious violation of the law. Come with us to the Imperial Clan Temple. Wang Luan said in horror, what are you saying? I am an official of the Imperial Court. You have no right to do this. You still know that you are an official of the Imperial Court? The official from the Imperial Clan Temple glanced at him. He waved his hand and said, knowingly breaking the law. This is an additional charge. Take him away. Seeing Wang Luan being taken away, Yang Lin sighed and said, I told you long ago not to stand up for others when you shouldn't. You just wouldn't listen. Outside the Ministry of Justice, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were dumbfounded. Everything was fine in the morning. They had just come out for lunch and the director was taken away. The onlooking commoners were also discussing. This family, both the father and son, were arrested. What a sin! The father committed a sin, and the son committed an even greater sin. They could have been released after a few years as compensation. Now, they have been locked up for 20 years. When will they be released? Manager Wei's defense is really amazing. This is nothing. Just last month, there was a murderer who was sentenced to be banished to the army. His family spent a lot of money to hire Manager Wei to defend him. Guess what happened? What happened? He was just executed yesterday. In a room on duty in the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng was writing a file. Yang Lin stood in front of the table and asked, "You have a grudge with Wang Luan's son, right?" Wei Peng nodded and said, "We had a conflict before." Yang Lin said, "Be careful in the future. It's best not to bring personal grudges into official matters." Wei Peng said, "This official understands." Yang Lin shook his head and left. Because of the delay just now, the brush in Wei Peng's hand had been suspended in the air for too long. A drop of ink fell onto the half-finished file and quickly dyed it red, leaving behind a blob of ink. Wei Peng looked at the blob of ink and said in a low voice, "Come back." The blob of ink on the file quickly shrank and formed a blob of ink. It floated in the air and landed back on the brush. The paper was as clean as new. Compared to the demotion of the Minister of Personnel and the left and right assistant ministers, the imprisonment of a mere director of the Ministry of Personnel did not attract much attention. However, to the officials of the old party, this matter was worth paying attention to. Times had changed. In the past, they were in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the director of the Ministry of Personnel was now the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel. Losing one of the two directors of the Ministry of Personnel was a great loss to them. In a certain residence in the southern courtyard, a secret meeting was taking place. Why did something suddenly happen to Wang Luan? I've asked Yang Lin. He's under the orders of the Secretariat. It should be Li Mu who's behind this. Wang Luan once received my order to persuade the imperial court to execute Li Mu's daughter. Now, I heard that Li Yi's daughter is living in Li Mu's house and is very close to him. Perhaps she has already become his woman. He's taking revenge. After a long silence, someone sighed and said in an unwilling tone, "In my opinion, we shouldn't provoke Li Mu for the time being. He has the Emperor's protection and doesn't reveal any flaws. We can't do anything to him and there's no need to fight to the death with him. Don't forget that we only have one opponent. As long as we defeat the Zhou family, no one will be a threat to us." Someone sighed and said, "Now, I'm afraid it's not about whether we should provoke Li Mu or not, but whether he should provoke us. If Li Yi's daughter is already his woman, then Li Yi is his father-in-law. It's very likely that he wants to avenge Li Yi. Hasn't he already overturned the verdict for Li Yi? Overturning the verdict is not revenge. Judging from Wang Luan's case, this person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he took action against Wang Luan so quickly, I'm afraid he won't let the others off easily." As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door from outside. He walked over and opened the door. A servant whispered a few words to him. When he walked into the room, his face was very gloomy. He said, "In addition to the left physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, the right physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Shui Yan, was also taken away by the people of the Imperial Clan Temple, Pa. Preposterous." Commandery Prince Nanyang slapped the table and stood up abruptly. He said angrily, "What is he trying to do?" In the Li residence, Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and said, "Those people from back then, don't even think about escaping." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and coughed softly. Li Qing let go of Li Mu's hand in a panic. Although the three of them had reached a tacit understanding on some matters, she was much more thin-skinned. In a situation where there was a third person present, she was still not used to being intimate with Li Mu. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand in his left hand and Lu Hanyan's hand in his right. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having two wives. If they could not be impartial, it was only a matter of time before the harem caught fire. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked Li Mu, "When do you plan to officially welcome her into the Li residence?" We have to prepare in advance. Li Qing shook her head and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Although Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were both women, their understanding of marriage was completely different. Lu Hanyan's heart was still that of a secular woman. She hoped to have a romantic and ritualistic wedding. Li Qing entered the Fulu school when she was very young. She had the carefree and casual nature of a cultivator. When cultivators practiced dual cultivation, as long as the two of them were willing, they could enter the bridal chamber at that time and skip all the tedious procedures. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, that won't do. If others know, they will think that I have mistreated you. Li Qing insisted, there's really no need. As long as the three of us can be together forever, that's enough. 3. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and seemed to realize something. She looked at her with a strange expression and asked, Junior sister, you don't think that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are just our maids, do you? Chapter 378. Li Qing went back to her room alone to calm down. Lu Hanyan had a gloating expression on her face. Li Mu smacked her butt and said, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Lu Hanyan smiled and said, I just wanted her to experience my feelings. Besides, she will find out sooner or later. If I don't tell her, will you tell her yourself? The eldest madam of the Li family did it for revenge. Because of Li Qing, she had cried a lot in the past. Li Qing had wronged her, so she wanted to use Wan Wan and Xiao Bai to take revenge. She was still the petty Lu Hanyan. But she was also the Lu Hanyan that Li Mu liked. For many things, it was more appropriate for her to speak to Li Qing than Li Mu. After thinking this through, Li Mu put his arm around her and rubbed the place where he had just hit her. He said, does it hurt? Lu Hanyan blushed and slapped his hand away. She said, behave yourself. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are still over there. Li Mu looked over. The two girls who were sitting together on the swing immediately covered their faces with their hands. Their eyes peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Li Mu moved his hand away and said angrily, children shouldn't poke their noses into adult affairs. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not a child anymore. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai tried to defend themselves. Li Mu waved his hand and said, go back to your room to play. Although they were not young in some areas, they were still under 18 years old. As long as they were not over 18 years old, in Li Mu's eyes, they were different from Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Li Mu could hold Xiao Bai's original body, but as long as she transformed, he would feel guilty. Wan Wan was the same. She had not changed much in the past 2 years. She was still greedy and playful. The only change was that her eyes were more seductive. As long as one looked into her eyes, one's soul would be sucked in. Little White and Wan Wan were soul seducers and soul catchers respectively. When the two beauties worked together, even Li Mu could not withstand them sometimes. Li Qing was alone in the room. Lu Hanyan was full of satisfaction after getting her revenge. She went to the great music bar to find her friends. She planned to buy the whole place and was discussing the price with the owner. Li Mu had nothing to do, so he watched Wan Wan and Xiao Bai play aeroplane chess in the courtyard. Before the game, they had agreed that the loser would have to warm the bed next time Li Mu slept in the study. Li Mu watched for almost an hour. They were still playing aeroplane chess. While he was bored to death, something in the space of the flask heavens suddenly moved. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the spiritual snail appeared in his hand. Come to the Changle Palace. Only this sentence came from the spiritual snail, and then there was no more sound. In the past few days, he couldn't even take care of his family. He was immersed in his women and completely forgot about the Empress. 15 minutes later, Li Mu appeared in the Changle Palace. He bowed and asked, Your Majesty, what are your orders? The Empress threw him a token and said, From now on, you are the Deputy Commander of the Bamboo Guards. You will be in charge of the Bamboo Guards together with Ali. The Empress had 4 internal guards. Their names were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The 4 guards had different names, and their functions were also different. The Mei guards were in Shendu. They were in charge of monitoring the officials. The commander was Mr. Mei. The Lan guards were scattered in various counties. Their job was to monitor the local officials. Li Mu had never seen their commander before. The Bamboo Guards were a special operation organization. They were in charge of carrying out special tasks, such as investigating rebels under the Empress orders. The commander was Shengguan Li. The Jew Guards were the most mysterious of the 4 guards. It was said that they were in charge of intelligence. They had spies in the demon nation, the ghost realm, and even the demon sect. Li Mu took the token and didn't waste any time. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty." He was very clear about his position. He was a brick. He would be wherever the Empress wanted him to be. However, the Empress had inexplicably summoned him here and only gave him a token. After that, there was nothing else. She could have asked Lord May to pass this token to him. There was no need for her to make a special trip. After taking the token, Li Mu didn't stay for long. He walked out of Changle Palace and said to Shengguan Li, "Commander Shengguan, I have other things to do during this time. I'll need you to take care of the Bamboo Guards." Shengguan Li said lightly, "When you're not here, I'm the only one in charge of the Bamboo Guards." Since Shengguan Li didn't have any objections, Li Mu could focus on his own matters. After leaving Changle Palace, he went straight back to Changle Palace. Zhou Yi looked at the pile of memorials on the table and said, "Look, there's only one more woman by their side, and they don't even care about national affairs. They don't go to the imperial kitchen, and they don't come to Changle Palace. I should forbid them from taking concubines." Seeing that the Empress's attitude towards Li Mu was becoming more and more strange, Mr. May's face was bitter, but he couldn't say anything. In the Imperial Secretariat, Li Mu sneezed for no reason and crossed out 2 names on the list on the table. Lu Yi walked in from outside and put a few oranges on the table in front of Li Mu. He smiled and said, "Sir Li, these are oranges from my hometown. Although they're not as sweet and delicious as the tribute oranges, they still taste pretty good. You can take them back and try them." Zhongjuan didn't produce oranges. In the past, there were people who transplanted them and used their mana to carefully cultivate them. However, the fruit was small and bitter, so no one tried it again. This kind of fruit was usually transported from the southern counties. The price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sir Lu." Lu Yi had eaten Li Mu's tribute oranges before, so he only came to return the favor. He said, "You're welcome." He was about to leave when he saw a piece of paper on Li Mu's table. He asked, "What's this?" Li Mu said casually, "Oh, this. I have nothing to do, so I practice writing. Sir Li is really elegant." Lu Yi smiled and complimented him. He left Li Mu's office, but he couldn't help but be curious. Who would practice writing using a person's name? Wang Luan, Qian Long, seemed to be the left and right doctors of the Ministry of Rights. The names after that, Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, sounded familiar. They seemed to be the officials of the Imperial Court, Morning Court. A few days ago, the Imperial Court was in turmoil, and there was a big change that hadn't been seen for many years. Today, the change that affected countless officials finally calmed down. The Morning Court regained its tranquility. But soon, some officials found that the court today seemed to be too quiet, as if there were suddenly a lot of people missing. Some of the officials looked around and saw that there were indeed some empty seats in front, behind, left, and right. In the Ziwei Palace, the positions of the officials were fixed. The 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 temples. The ministers, assistant ministers, doctors, ministers, and junior ministers all had their own positions. These positions were fixed. Every morning, it was clear who was absent. Today, there were many gaps in the neat line of officials. There were no empty seats for officials above the 4th rank in front of the palace. But starting from the middle of the palace, there were more empty seats for officials. There was almost 1 empty seat for every 2 people. In total, there were more than 20 officials who didn't come to the morning court today. Even if they asked for leave, it was impossible for 20 officials to ask for leave at the same time. Moreover, the officials in those officials' offices didn't have the approval of their superiors. What's going on? Where did Lord Ai go? Why didn't Lord Wu come? Lord Shen just took a concubine yesterday. Did he get up late? Lord Wang and Lord Xian didn't come. Lord Wang and Lord Xian were arrested yesterday. What happened to the others? Were they arrested too? Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, Lu Yi stood in front and listened to the officials' discussion behind him. He was a little confused. The names of these absent officials sounded familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Soon, he remembered where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Weren't these people the officials Li Mu used to practice calligraphy? But even if Li Mu used their names to practice calligraphy, it shouldn't be to the extent that they disappeared. Could it be that he wasn't practicing calligraphy, but using a divine ability? He had never heard of a divine ability that could make people disappear just by writing their names. Combined with the strange situation in the court, Louis quickly understood. That piece of paper wasn't used by Li Mu to practice calligraphy. It was a list of names. On that list were the names of the former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, the former Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun. Louis finally realized something and was shocked. He turned around to look at Li Mu. Li Mu grinned at him. Louis immediately turned around and broke out in cold sweat. His mind was racing. His name didn't seem to be on that list. It shouldn't be. He even treated Li Mu to oranges. Southern Court. Gao Residence. Early in the morning, the gatekeeper of the Gao residence was taking a nap in the side room. Ever since his master was stripped of his official position, although fewer people came to the residence, he no longer needed to attend morning court. In the past, he would have to wake up early to open the door at this time. It wasn't like today, where he could still laze around and take a nap at this time. To him, it was a good thing that his master was in trouble. Being able to sleep in the morning made life even better. Bang, bang, bang. While he was daydreaming, there was a sudden rush of knocking on the door. The gatekeeper was pleasantly surprised. After a shiver, he was no longer sleepy. He walked to the door and shouted angrily, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning when someone died in the house?" This person was extremely rude when knocking on the door. Normal people would pay attention to the gentle knocks and pauses when knocking on the door. Only those who were announcing a death would knock so quickly. The knocking stopped and a voice came from outside, "I'm here to visit Lord Gao." Hearing the words "I'm here," the gatekeeper was already looking down on him. His anger hadn't subsided and he asked coldly, "Do you have something to say?" The person outside was stunned for a moment, then said, No," the gatekeeper said coldly, "If you don't have an appointment, bring the invitation when you do." The person outside said, "But I really have something urgent," the gatekeeper said, "No matter how urgent it is, you still have to make an appointment. This is Lord Gao's rule." The person outside the door said, "Can you make an exception?" The gatekeeper said rudely, "I can't make an exception." The person outside the door finally became angry and said coldly, "If you can't make an exception, then forget it. Men, prepare the explosive talismans." Chapter 379. Boom. The 2 explosive talismans pasted on the gates of the Gao mansion exploded under the control of his transcendence energy. With a loud bang, the 2 gates of the Gao mansion collapsed. The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion stood in the courtyard and stared at the collapsed gates in a daze. His mind was blank. His master was a respected figure in the fairy's capital. Even if he was no longer the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he was still the elder brother of concubine Gao, a relative of the royal family. Who would be so bold as to blow up the gates of the Gao mansion? Zhang Chun stood outside the gate and waved at the officials of the imperial clan temple. "Follow me in and arrest the guilty official." The loud noise at the gates had already alerted the people of the Gao mansion. In a split second, more than 10 maids and servants rushed out from various places. As soon as they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw the collapsed gates of the Gao mansion. The former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, rushed out of the inner court. Seeing that the main gate of his residence had been blasted open, he was enraged. He glared at Zhang Chun, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he snapped, "Zhang, what are you doing?" Gao Hong hated Zhang Chun to the core. Not only because Zhang Chun took his position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but also because Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 lackey. If you hated someone, you would naturally hate everything about that person, including his lackeys. Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said calmly, "There is a case that requires you to go to the Imperial Clan Temple. However, your gatekeeper refused to cooperate, so I can only take forceful measures." The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion hid in a corner, trembling and not daring to raise his head. Gao Hong held back his anger and asked, "What case?" Zhang Chun said, "You'll know when you get there." Gao Hong said coldly, "No matter what, I'm still the royal uncle. You don't have the right to summon me. If you want to summon me, show me the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple." Zhang Chun looked at a minor official of the Imperial Clan Temple and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The minor official nodded and said, "Lord Gao's sister is the son of the former emperor's concubine, Concubine Gao of the Western Palace. To summon a member of the royal family or a relative of the emperor, you need the seal of the Imperial Clan Temple Master. Indeed, Lord Gao does not have this authority." Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said, "You want the abbot's seal, right? Wait a moment. I'll be right back." Gao Hong's face darkened as he watched Zhang Chun leave with his men. Since Zhang Chun dared to come knocking on his door, he must have gotten hold of something that could be used against him. He couldn't figure it out at the moment. As he walked out of the main gate of the Gao mansion, Zhang Chun looked back and said, "Before I return, you are not allowed to go anywhere. If you leave the Gao mansion by 10 feet, you will be considered a fugitive. The Imperial Clan Court can arrest you or execute you." Gao Hong's face darkened, but he still retracted his foot. He walked back to the Gao mansion and said to a servant, "Go to the royal prince's mansion of Nanyang and inform the royal prince of this." On the way back to the Zongjing temple, Zhang Chun muttered, "The Gao manor doesn't look small. There should be 5 entrances, right?" A minor official beside him said, "The Gao residence is a standard 7-section mansion." 7. Zhang Chun thought about how his mansion only had 4 entrances, and there were only 2 maids and 2 servants. Just now in the Gao residence, there were almost 20 maids and servants who rushed out in an instant. Zhang Chun's heart was filled with envy. At this moment, the minor official continued, "That's nothing. The royal prince of Nanyang's mansion is the bigger one. It has 10 entrances and 10 entrances. He has 13 wives and concubines, and each of them has their own independent courtyard. Each of them has a senior maid and 4 junior maids. There are artificial mountains, ponds, and beautiful pavilions in the mansion." Zhang Chun thought about his dream of living in a 5-section mansion before he retired. He shook his head and said, "The layout is too small." The group walked through the palace gates and returned to the Zongjing temple. They didn't know that the imperial court was in an uproar. The number of officials in the imperial court was mysteriously reduced by more than 20. The morning court could no longer be held. Some officials even guessed that the powerhouses of the demon sect had sneaked into the fairies' capital and killed these officials to create chaos in the imperial court. After that, Mr. May clarified that the demon sect had nothing to do with this. Last night, it was the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, Zhang Chun, who led the Zongjing Temple's people to arrest the guilty officials. He told the officials not to worry. It would have been better if Mr. May didn't clarify. After he did, the officials became even more worried. What? These officials were all arrested? More than 20 people were all arrested and sent to the Zongjing Temple? What's going on? Are we in trouble too? 20 officials of the imperial court had been arrested in one night. Without knowing the reason, all the officials in the Great Hall felt threatened, especially those who were close to these 2. They were even more frightened. At some point, an official seemed to realize something. He mumbled, these people are all accomplices in Li Yi's case." His words woke everyone up. The officials counted the people who were absent today and were shocked to find that all of them were related to Li Yi's case. A few days ago, when Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case, they were accomplices. However, they didn't receive any heavy punishment. They were only fined a few months to a year's salary. Everyone thought that it was the end. They didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Without any warning, those officials were all caught in one fell swoop overnight. Zhang Chun, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, did it himself. There was no need to guess who was behind this. Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 henchman. He always fought for Li Mu in the imperial court. He must have been allowed to do this by Li Mu. Obviously, Li Mu didn't just want to overturn Li Yi's case. He also wanted to avenge Li Yi. As for the reason, everyone knew very well. Everyone in Fairy's capital knew that Li Yi's daughter was one of Li Mu's lovers. Not only did she live in his house, but they often walked hand in hand when they went out. They were very close. Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case because Li Yi was wronged and died. He wanted to avenge Li Yi because Li Yi was his father-in-law. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Li Mu was, only to find that there was no one there. Li Mu didn't even come to the imperial court today. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. The left servant walked out and said in a deep voice, "What is the imperial court trying to do by arresting more than 20 officials for no reason?" Many people looked at Prince Shou in front. Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know anything." Some people in the imperial court shook their heads and sighed. Prince Shou was a prince and the head of the imperial court. He couldn't even control a minister. He was useless, Mr. May said. Yesterday, before Zhang Chun brought people to arrest them, he said that the imperial court has enough evidence. The left servant said with a dark face, "What evidence does he have to arrest more than 20 officials?" Mr. May said faintly, "The inner guards don't interfere with the imperial court. If you want to know, you just have to summon Zhang Chun to the imperial court." He turned to look at Sheng Guanli. Sheng Guanli walked to the curtain and came out after a while. She said, "Summon Zhang Chun." Crepe Myrtle Palace was only a few hundred steps away from the imperial court. He quickly walked into the imperial court in half a cup of tea's time. Mr. May looked at the left servant and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask Lord Zhang directly." The left servant looked at Zhang Chun and asked coldly, "Assistant Minister Zhang, you arrested more than 20 officials in the middle of the night and caused chaos in the imperial court. Shouldn't you give His Majesty and the imperial court an explanation?" Zhang Chun said, "The imperial court has evidence to arrest people. May I ask what explanation you want?" The left servant said in a low voice, "What crime did the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, commit that you want to arrest him?" Zhang Chun said, "The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, took advantage of his position to embezzle taxes from the imperial treasury. What's wrong with me arresting him?" The left servant was shocked. He asked, "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Chun said, "The evidence is conclusive." The left servant said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng." Zhang Chun said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng, used his power to threaten and sleep with young girls. The youngest of those girls was only 8 years old. Shouldn't he be arrested?" The left servant moved his lips and said, "Then the Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang." Zhang Chun continued, "The Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang, allowed his younger brother to commit crimes and invade private residences. He bribed the Ministry of Justice to get his younger brother released and exonerated, breaking the law. What's wrong with me arresting him?" He looked at the left servant and said loudly, "There's also Wei Chong from the Taichung Temple, Wang Ning from the Taichung Temple, and Zhuo Xian from the Ceremonies Department. As officials of the Great Zhou, these people acted as a protective umbrella for criminals who trafficked women and children. Shouldn't they be arrested?" He listed the crimes of these more than 20 people one by one. The officials in the court were shocked. They had never heard of such things before. Since Zhang Chun dared to arrest them, then the Imperial Clan Temple might really have evidence of the crimes of so many officials. But how did they find out about these hidden things? Among the officials, some of them realized something. They lowered their heads and squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth, Zhou Zhong. Chapter 380. In the Imperial Kitchen. Ever since Lu Hanyan and Li Qing opened their hearts to each other, Li Mu didn't want to go home. He didn't want to leave home. Of course, because of this, he came to the palace less often, and he hadn't been to the imperial kitchen for a long time. When it was only Lu Hanyan and the Empress, Li Mu could still take care of them. But when Lu Hanyan came to Shen, Du and Li Qing moved in, the number of people who needed to be with him increased from 1 to 3. Li Mu was a little busy. This made him realize that he still had a lot of shortcomings in terms of time management. Mr. Lu Sun once said that time was like water in a sponge. If he could make use of the time he spent standing in a daze in the morning court, he could at least cook a bowl of piping hot noodles for the Empress after the morning court. Mr. May once mentioned by accident that the Empress liked to sleep in, so she often didn't eat breakfast in the morning. After the court, it was still early before breakfast time, so she might as well eat something to fill her stomach. Li Mu knew why the Empress liked to sleep in. It was because she couldn't fall asleep at night, so she would cook conch porridge with Li Mu in the middle of the night, or enter his dreams to teach him how to cultivate. As a cultivator in the upper 3 realms, she wouldn't feel tired even if she didn't sleep for a month. But cultivators were still people, and nothing could replace the joy and happiness brought by sleeping. Of course, that was in the past. At that time, Li Mu and she were both single. Now, Li Mu had his wife in his arms every night. Unlike the Empress, who had nothing to do during the long nights, he couldn't sleep beside Lu Hanyan and talk to another woman all night, even if that woman was Lu Hanyan's idol. While he was cooking the noodles, several imperial chefs were watching. Finally, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Lord Li, is there some secret to your cooking? Why can't we use the same ingredients and the same steps to make your dish taste the same?" Regarding this point, Li Mu also did not know. With the same ingredients and steps, the food made by these imperial chefs would definitely be better than his. Perhaps the Empress was used to eating the food and liked his taste. After cooking the noodles, Li Mu calculated the time and arrived at Changle Palace just as the morning court session was about to end. Soon, a figure walked out from the back of the hall. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and said, "Is it because I spoil you too much that you are becoming more and more unruly? You even dare to sneak out of the morning court. What's that smell?" Her throat moved, and her tone instantly softened as she asked, "Did you cook noodles?" Li Mu said, "I guess that your Majesty probably didn't eat breakfast today, so I went to the imperial kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles." Zhou Yi slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "You are the deputy commander of the bamboo guards and also responsible for internal affairs. If there is an emergency in the morning court session, you can leave first. I won't blame you. Okay, give me the chopsticks." Watching the Empress eat the noodles in small bites, Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, how is the situation in the court?" Zhou Yi slowly finished a mouthful of noodles, and then said, "You don't know what the result of the trouble you caused will be. The court officials are all in danger, and the court is in chaos. The trouble was caused by you, so you are responsible for pacifying it." Li Mu said, "These more than 20 guilty officials deserve to be punished. Although it will cause chaos for a short period of time, as long as it's properly arranged, it won't affect the court too much. Your Majesty, you can quickly promote some experienced officials without any background to replace their original positions in the departments of those guilty officials. This way, the impact can be minimized and the normal operation of the Yamen can be maintained. At the same time, Your Majesty can also publicize the crimes of these officials, and use this to win over the people. After Lord Li Yi overturned the case, the people of the 36 counties will greatly increase. After punishing these corrupt officials, Your Majesty's reputation will reach the peak, and you will not be inferior to the previous wise emperors of Great Zhou. It will only be a matter of time before you surpass Emperor Wen." Zhou Qiong didn't seem to be interested in Li Mu's pancake at all. Her mind was completely focused on the bowl of noodles in front of her. She was puzzled. The same noodles and the same side dishes. Why was it that the imperial chef's dish didn't taste as good as Li Mu's? She waved her hand and said, "Just do as you said. Go and arrange it." Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu's heart was slightly heavy. He was a little worried. If the Empress favored him so much and let him make all the decisions, the court officials might be jealous and label him as a favored official who caused chaos. They might band together and get rid of him. No, he had to go back and fix the law bell as soon as possible. If the worst happened, the safety of his family would be guaranteed. When the time came, as long as the law bell covered the Li residence, there would be time to slowly shake people off. Li Mu returned to the secretariat. Lu Yi was about to leave the assistant minister's office, but when she looked up and saw him, she subconsciously retracted her foot. At the same time, in the Zongjing temple not far from the secretariat, Zhang Chun looked at Prince Shou and said, "Prince, without your seal, it won't be easy for me to catch people." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "If I give you my seal and let you catch our people, wouldn't I be in a difficult position?" Zhang Chun said, "According to the law, Gao Hong should be arrested." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Whoever wants to arrest him can do it. In any case, I'm not arresting him." Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Then you are bending the law for personal gain. The next time I go to the imperial court, I will report you in the Golden Palace. As an official of the Zongjing Temple, you are bending the law for personal gain and shielding your accomplices. Your crime is not light." Prince Shou said angrily, "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Chun said indifferently, "This is persuasion." Prince Shou suddenly sighed and said, "You are threatening me with impeachment. If I arrest Gao Hong, they can't blame me. Show me the official document and my seal." Not long after, Zhang Chun brought people out of the Zongjing Temple and came to the southern courtyard, in front of the Gao residence. The morning court had already ended, and Gao Hong had already received news that Zhang Chun was not targeting him. Last night, more than 20 officials in the imperial court were arrested by the Zongjing Temple. Without exception, these 20 people were all officials of the old party. Gao Hong found it hard to believe that the Zongjing Temple had something on all of them. Even the Empress's internal guards did not have this ability. There was no doubt that there was a traitor among them. As for who the traitor was, it couldn't be any more obvious. Gao Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Zhong, you should be hacked into pieces." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong had gained their trust over the years. The Ministry of Justice had also become a shelter for the old party officials. No matter what crimes they committed, they could be cleared of any crimes through the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong had helped the old party officials time and time again, and his status in the old party had also risen. At the same time, Zhou Zhong also had many things on them. Facts had proven that the more they valued someone, the deeper they were hurt. In just a month, Zhou Zhong had betrayed them twice. Previously, when he turned himself in and overturned Li Yi's case, he had already caused the old party to lose an arm. This time, although the officials he targeted were not high-ranking, the scope was huge. The old party would probably suffer another blow. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After this, the higher-ups would probably not tolerate Li Mu anymore. Even if it went against the emperor's will, they would resolutely get rid of him. Before that, he just needed to wait for news. Gao Hong did not receive any news, but Zhang Chun did. Looking at the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple, Gao Hong said in disbelief, "You stole His Highness's seal." "Bullshit." Zhang Chun glared at him and said, "Do I need to steal it? I just need to tell him that you, Gao Hong, are guilty." If he didn't seal it, he would be bending the law for favoritism and covering up for his accomplice. "I will have the Imperial Court impeach him, and he will confess everything." Gao Hong's lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "Coward." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "If you want to scold him, go to the Imperial Clan Temple and scold him in front of him." "Lord Gao, do you want to leave by yourself, or do we have to escort you?" Gao Hong snorted and said, "I'll leave by myself." He looked coldly at Zhang Chun and said, "Just you wait. Li Mu won't be able to jump around for long. When the time comes, the first one to die will be you." Zhang Chun glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to wait until that day." After having two people send Gao Hong to the Imperial Clan Temple, Zhang Chun waved his hand and said to the others, "Go to the next house." A moment later, at the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. The people of the Imperial Clan Temple knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. A low-ranking official helplessly retreated and said, "Lord, there's no one." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Put on the explosive talisman." The two low-ranking officials stuck a few pieces of fulu on the door of the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Zhang Chun used his magic power to control the fulu from a distance, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the pieces of paper. However, as soon as the wave of spiritual energy was produced, a wave of water appeared on the door of the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Wherever the wave of water passed, the waves of spiritual energy produced by the fulu were easily wiped out. A low-ranking official said, "The protective formation." He walked to Zhang Chun and said, "Lord, the protective formation here is too strong. We can't break it." Zhang Chun asked, "How did the imperial clan temples solve this kind of problem in the past?" The low-ranking official said, "We would send an official document to the Ministry of Personnel and ask them to send a high priest from the high priest department." Zhang Chun thought for a while and said, "Let's go back to the imperial clan temple first. I'll write an official document for you to send to the Ministry of Personnel." The low-ranking official looked at him and reminded, "Lord, you're the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel." Zhang Chun slapped his head and said, "How could I forget about this? Come, follow me to the Ministry of Personnel." Soon, there was no movement outside the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Outside the door, the commandery prince of Nanyang waved his sleeves and snorted, "You're courting death." Without this incident, perhaps the higher-ups would continue to tolerate Li Mu. After this incident, getting rid of Li Mu was a top priority. At the same time, in a deep house in the southern court, there was a sound of gnashing teeth. Li Mu can't be kept alive anymore. This person's threat is even greater than Li Yi's back then. We must get rid of Li Mu, but His Majesty. With His Majesty's protection, it's impossible to get rid of him through the imperial court. If we want to get rid of Li Mu, we must restrain His Majesty and use special means. I'll go to the 100 Rivers Academy and meet the Dean. I'll go to the Myriad Scrolls Academy. Chapter 381. The four major academies had always held a special position in the Great Zhou. Although they did not directly participate in the politics of the imperial court, the academy presidents could restrict the emperor in the name of righteousness. Back when the former emperor was still on the throne, it was because of his arbitrary actions that the Great Zhou was plagued with internal and external troubles. The atmosphere was foul, and the faith of the people fell to the lowest point in the past century. At that time, the four major academies worked together. First Seventh Realm powerhouses suppressed the imperial court in an unparalleled manner and completely took away the former emperor's authority. Now, the empress's special favor for Li Mu had repeatedly caused unrest in the imperial court. The four major academies had enough reasons to restrict the empress and stabilize the imperial court. If Li Mu had obediently been her favored official, it would have been fine. The old party would not take the risk of offending the empress and attack him just because she doted on him. However, his existence had already greatly damaged their vitality and strength. If this continued, even if the old party did not perish at the hands of the Zhou clan, they would perish at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu must be eliminated. For this, they did not hesitate to force the emperor to abdicate. 100 Rivers Academy. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at Vice Academy President Chen and said, "I want to see the Academy President." Vice Academy President Chen asked, "The Academy President is currently in seclusion." "What is the matter, Your Highness King Ping?" King Ping said solemnly, "This is a matter of great importance. The Academy President must come out of seclusion." Vice Academy President Chen said, "What exactly is the matter? Can you tell me first?" King Ping said in a deep voice, "The favored official Li Mu has bewitched the emperor and caused chaos in the imperial court. His Majesty has been bewitched by him and indulged him in every possible way, allowing him to wreak havoc in the imperial court. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to ask the Academy presidents to persuade His Majesty to punish the demonic official Li Mu and return peace to the imperial court." Vice Academy President Chen glanced at him and shook his head. However, what the Academy sees is not so. Li Mu is called Xing Tian by the people of Fairy's capital and is extremely loved by the people. Outside, he single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to the 10 demonic sections. Internally, He overturned the case of the favored official who was wrongly killed more than 10 years ago and punished the lawless officials in the imperial court. Because of what he has done, the people's faith in the great Zhou has reached its peak in 50 years, far surpassing the time of the emperor. It is inevitable that His Majesty's favor. Although he is a favored official, Your Highness. King Ping opened his mouth and said, there is one thing that I hope Your Highness can understand. Vice Academy President Shen looked at King Ping and said slowly, the Academy is the Academy of the Great Zhou, not the Academy of the Shao clan. If the Emperor is muddle-headed, the Academy should work together to support him. This is our duty. If the Emperor is wise, the Academy should do its best to assist him. This is also our duty. Whether His Majesty is wise or muddle-headed, it is not up to you to decide. It is up to the people to decide, King Ping said, but the Imperial Court, Vice Academy President Shen said, without destruction, there can be no construction. A piece of good wood will not go bad just because a few worms have crawled on it. However, if they are allowed to gnaw on it, the good wood will eventually turn rotten one day. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. With that, he put his hands behind his back and slowly left. King Ping stood where he was and his expression changed for a while. Finally, he revealed a helpless expression. After a while, he left the 100 Rivers Academy and returned to King Ping's residence. Several people who were waiting in the residence immediately came up to him and spoke. How was it? What did the dean say? Brother Wang, say something. King Ping looked at everyone and sighed. Let's drop this matter. Don't mention it again. Why? Could it be that the Academy doesn't agree? While everyone was asking, another figure walked in from outside. The Duke of Jiangyin had just walked into the courtyard when he shook his head and said, I didn't see the dean. I don't think we can count on the Thousand Scrolls Academy. Among the 4 great academies, the White Deer Academy belonged to the Ministry of War and could never be counted on. As for the other 3 great academies, the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy supported the Shao clan. The Azure Cloud Academy stood on the side of the Zhou clan. If even the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy could not be won over, then there was no need to mention the Azure Cloud Academy. At least 3 deans were needed to persuade the Empress. Even if they managed to win over the Azure Cloud Academy, it would be useless. One of them looked at the Duke of Jiangyin and asked, what did the Thousand Scrolls Academy say? The Duke of Jiangyin shook his head and said, they said that the Academy is not a tool for us to fight for power. They only want to ensure the continuation of the Shao clan's royal family. If the Empress wants to pass the throne to a disciple of the Zhou clan, they will do their best to stop it. Apart from that, the Academy will not participate in any court battles. After saying that, he looked at King Ping and asked, what did the 100 Rivers Academy say? King Ping said, they told us to take care of ourselves. No one spoke again. The courtyard fell into a long silence. The meaning of take care of ourselves was that the 100 Rivers Academy would not help them this time. All along, they had thought that the Zhou clan only had one advantage over the Shao clan, and that was that the Empress's surname was Zhou. Regardless of whether it was the control of the imperial court, the local area, or the number of academies behind them, they were stronger than the Zhou clan's new faction. In fact, if it was not for the former emperor's incompetence that caused the wrath of the people and made the Azure Cloud Academy's dean extremely disappointed in the Shao clan, there might be 3 or even 4 academies behind the Shao clan. It was only now that they realized that although the 2 academies behind them were inclined to let the Shao clan return to the orthodox lineage in the future, that was a matter for the future. At present, they still acknowledged the Empress. In fact, it was not just the academies. Even everyone present was convinced by the current Empress. She had shown great talent in cultivation since she was young. Otherwise, she would not have been valued by the former emperor and become the crown princess and empress. The fact that she could be acknowledged by the emperor's qi and successfully advance to the 7th realm proved this point. At that time, no one in the Shao clan could withstand the emperor's qi and forcefully break through. The royal clan would not have an additional 7th realm powerhouse, but a useless person whose foundation was destroyed. One had to know that she was only 25 years old back then. Since ancient times, no one in the Shao clan had been able to inherit the emperor's qi and advance to the 7th realm at the age of 25. Obviously, the academies would not stand against the empress for this matter. The Duke of Jiangyin asked, "What do we do now?" After a long silence, King Ping shook his head and said tiredly, "Let's leave it at that." Although he did not say much, everyone could hear the intention to retreat from his words. The Shao royal clan did not retreat when facing the new faction that was at the peak of their power. Now that they were facing a lone official, they had the intention to retreat. After failing to defeat Li Mu after using countless methods openly and secretly, they chose to avoid him. The Li residence. Li Mu had just learned from Zhang Chun that the Duke of Nanyang's residence was covered by a powerful formation and the officials of the ancestral temple could not enter. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he mobilized the consecrated department to help, but was rejected by the consecrated department. The consecrated department was a special department in the imperial court. It was not an official office. The consecrators in it were powerhouses recruited from all over the country at great cost by the imperial court. Their relationship with the imperial court was a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. The consecrated department existed in the previous dynasty and had always been under the control of the old faction. Ever since someone tried to assassinate Zhou Zhong in the consecrated department, Li Mu decided to find an opportunity to reorganize the department. However, he had been busy with other things these days and delayed this matter. Now, he was almost done with the matters at hand and could start to clean up the consecrated department. Before that, he had to help Zhang Chun solve the current problem. There were not many powerhouses in the ancestral temple. They could not be compared to the consecrated department and could not break the formation of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. Li Mu walked out of the residence and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look." The Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang observed the situation outside the door through a mirror. Several officials of the ancestral temple stood there, but Zhang Chun had disappeared. This time, Li Mu suddenly went crazy and let Zhang Chun capture so many officials of the old faction. This really surprised the Duke of Nanyang. After the surprise, he was delighted. The reason why the higher-ups tolerated Li Mu was that although Li Mu had damaged the interests of the old faction, it was not to the extent that they would completely fall out with the Empress and get rid of Li Mu at all costs. Now it was time. Because Li Mu's actions had shaken the foundation of the old faction in the imperial court. The entire old faction did not hesitate to ask the academy for help and restrain the Empress in order to get rid of Li Mu, a thorn in their flesh. In the end, Li Mu was killed by his arrogance. What the Duke of Nanyang had to do was wait. He was waiting for the higher-ups to make a move. When Li Mu died, Zhang Chun and the others would be like chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. While the Duke of Nanyang was waiting, he saw the figures of Zhang Chun and Li Mu appear in the mirror. When he saw Li Mu, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Then, he saw Li Mu and Zhang Chun outside, trying all kinds of methods to break the array of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang sneered. This array was set up by the array masters of the Spirit Array sect. Even a 6th realm expert would have to spend some effort to break it. Li Mu and Zhang Chun were overestimating themselves. Outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence, Li Mu also discovered the extraordinariness of this array. This array could absorb attacks from the outside world and even turn the attacks or the spirit qi in the Fulu into one's own. It was not an ordinary defensive array. It might have been set up by an array master. Although Li Mu had the memories of the 1,000 illusions venerable master, he knew that most of those arrays were evil arrays. He did not have a deep understanding of the orthodox arrays. This almost eliminated the possibility of him using ingenuity to break this array. Since he could not use ingenuity, he could only use brute force. Li Mu whistled, and the Dao bell flew out of his ear. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a human. Li Mu pointed at the array outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence and said, "Crash into it." Buzz, the Dao bell responded with a buzz. Then, it flew high into the air and swooped down, crashing heavily into the defensive array. A burst of light flowed on the array. It resisted stubbornly for a few breaths before the light on it quickly dimmed. Zhang Chun strode forward and slammed the door a few times. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, Duke of Nanyang, the Imperial Clan Temple is handling a case. Hurry up and open the door. Don't hide inside. I know you're at home. Hurry up and open the door." Chapter 382. Zhang Chun pounded on the door like he was announcing a funeral, but no one responded. He channeled his mana into his palms and slammed them down. The two doors collapsed inwards, and Xiao Yun, the Duke of Nanyang, appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. Zhang Chun stared at the Duke of Nanyang unhappily and asked, "The Imperial Ancestral Temple has summoned you to close your residence. Are you resisting arrest?" The Duke of Nanyang, the former Minister of Personnel, had fallen to the point where his residence was broken down and humiliated. The Duke of Nanyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Mu and Zhang Chun. Thinking that the two of them would not last long, he forcefully used his mana to suppress his anger. He looked at Zhang Chun and said coldly, "Why would the Imperial Ancestral Temple come to my residence for no reason? I thought it was a bold bandit who attacked my residence." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Whether it is for no reason or not, you will know once you follow me to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." The Duke of Nanyang said, "Do you have the official document from the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Zhang Chun took out the official document with the seal of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and waved it in front of him. He asked, "Is this enough?" The Duke of Nanyang said calmly, "If that is the case, let's go." Even as a duke, he could not openly resist the Imperial Ancestral Temple, because it was equivalent to resisting the Imperial Court. However, this did not mean that he would submit to Zhang Chun and Li Mu. King Ping and the others had already gone to the academy to discuss with the dean. Eliminating Li Mu was already the top priority of the Shao clan. Perhaps at this moment, Baichuan and the two deans of the Myriad Scroll Academy had already taken action to restrain the Empress. The experts that King Ping and the others had arranged to clean up the Empress and kill Li Mu were already on their way here, Baichuan Academy. In the northeast corner of the academy, there was a bamboo forest that was green all year round. The students of Baichuan Academy would not easily approach this place. Everyone knew that this was the place where the dean cultivated. The dean of the academy was one of the few experts in the Great Zhou. He was deeply respected and loved by the students, and no one would disturb his cultivation place. In the depths of the bamboo forest, in front of a bamboo house, a hearty laughter could be heard. Beside the stone table in front of the bamboo hut, the man in white put down a word and said with a smile, "Zhao Qingsong, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Your chess skills are getting worse." The middle-aged man opposite him waved his hand, and the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard quickly flew up and returned to their respective baskets. He looked at the man in white and said, "What is there to show off? I was just careless and distracted. Otherwise, you would have lost 15 minutes ago." The man in white asked, "What can distract you?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't know if this change in the Imperial Court is good or bad." The man in white thought for a moment and said, "You mean that young man named Li Mu?" The middle-aged man said, "Who else could it be?" The man in white nodded and said, "Indeed. At such a young age, he has such a natural disposition. He has gathered the faith of the people in Shindu, can communicate with the heavens and earth, and can achieve the Tao with his words. He is also extremely talented in the Fulu Tao, and made the Fulu school bet its future on him. He can be said to be a hero of his generation. What kind of people are the Shao clan that you support? Why do they have to go against him instead of keeping the Zhou clan in check?" The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "The Zhou clan that you support is not much better than the Shao clan." The man in white crossed his arms and said calmly, "I just can't stand Xiao Jing's actions. If Emperor Qing knew that the crown prince he chose was even more muddle-headed than him, and almost caused the great Zhou to be doomed eternally, he might as well smear that essence on the wall." The middle-aged man coughed softly and said, "Jing Xingchui, you are the head of a school after all. You should at least show some respect to the late emperor and Emperor Qing." The man in white waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about those disappointing things. Li Mu is favored not only because he is handsome. His method of stabilizing the hearts of the people is really useful. In less than a year, the faith of the people in the various counties has surpassed the peak of the reign of Emperor Cheng and the late emperor. If this can continue, in the next 10 years, the glory of the reign of Emperor Wen may be reproduced. The middle-aged man seemed to think of something and murmured, could it be that he is also one of the descendants of the extinct 100 schools? There seem to be many among the 100 schools who cultivate with the faith of the people. He has always been trying to reform the law. Could it be the school of legalism? Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. The man in white whispered a few words and said, "It sounds more like the Confucian school. He has the ambition of ruling the world and is full of righteousness. It is very likely that he is a descendant of the Confucian school." The middle-aged man put down a chess piece and rubbed his chin. He said, "The Confucian school has always been active in the court and respected etiquette. However, his actions are bold and radical, seeking change. It is not like the Confucian school, but more like the school of legalism." The man in white put down another chess piece and said, "Whether it is the Confucian school or the school of legalism, those who can rule the country are righteous. Let him be, the Zongjing Temple." The prison of the Zongjing Temple, which had always been cold and cheerless, was especially lively today. More than 20 court officials were locked together, all frowning. Most of them had been brought from their homes by the people of the Zongjing Temple last night. Some of the officials had their doors blown up by Zhang Chun while they were eating dinner. Some of them had been pulled out of their beds while they were being intimate with their concubines. At first, everyone was panic-stricken, but after arriving at the Zongjing Temple and seeing so many familiar colleagues, they slowly calmed down. When they saw the former Assistant Minister of Personnel Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang being arrested, they were even more reassured. Of the two of them, one was a relative of the imperial family and the other was a member of the imperial clan. The higher-ups would definitely not let them stay in the Zongjing Temple. When the time came, they would be able to save them along the way. After calming down, they began to curse the main culprit. "This damned Zhou Zhong. I've really misjudged him all these years. He doesn't have many days left and he still wants to drag us down with him." Gao Hong did not curse like the others. He knew very well that Zhou Zhong had been sitting in the position of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice all these years and had a lot of information on them. He no longer had the golden ticket of exemption from death and was no longer the Assistant Minister of Personnel. Once those crimes were confirmed, it was enough for him to die several times. In the cell next door, the Duke of Nanyang was meditating with his eyes closed. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and glanced at Gao Hong. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking?" Gao Hong strode over and asked, "Duke, are you sure that the higher-ups will make a move on Li Mu?" The Duke of Nanyang said, "Li Mu has already forced them into this situation. Do you think they will continue to tolerate it?" Gao Hong said uneasily, "But it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement at all?" The Duke of Nanyang said indifferently, "What's the hurry? Perhaps they are already on their way." Gao Hong was still worried. He walked out of the cell and said to a jailer, "Go and invite His Highness Prince Shou here." Hearing this, the jailer quickly walked out of the prison. Although the prisoners in the cell were all criminals, they still had a higher status than the jailers. As a lowly jailer, he did not dare to disobey these people. After a while, Prince Shou walked in from the outside. He looked at the two of them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you caught again?" Gao Hong said, "Isn't it because Zhang Chun took the official document with your highness's seal?" Prince Shou frowned and said, "Why? Are you blaming me? Zhang Chun threatened me. If I didn't do it, I would be bending the law. He even said that he would impeach me in the Golden Palace. What can I do? All of you didn't clean up after what you did and now blame me. Are you still human?" Gao Hong quickly said, "That's not what I meant." Prince Shou said angrily, "Then what do you mean?" The Duke of Nanyang finally opened his mouth and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We want to ask your highness Prince Shou to go out of the palace and ask about the situation. Why haven't they made a move on Li Mu?" Prince Shou glanced at them and said, "Wait here. I'll go and ask." Half an hour later, in the southern court, Prince Ping's residence. Prince Shou sipped his tea and looked at Prince Ping. He asked, "What about the Duke of Nanyang, Gao Hong and the rest? Should I let them go?" Prince Ping stretched out his hand and said, "No." Prince Shou was stunned and asked, "Then what should I do?" Prince Ping took a deep breath and said, "According to the law, those who should be demoted will be demoted and those who should be killed will be killed." Prince Shou spat out his tea and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He asked, "Then what about the Duke of Nanyang?" Prince Ping shook his head and said, "Without the death exemption token, he can't be saved." Prince Shou was stunned and said, "Aren't you going to join forces with the academy to make a move on Limu?" Prince Ping said, "Limu is not our enemy. The Zhou family is. There's no need to take the risk." Prince Shou said, "But that's not right. If Limu makes a move, Xiao Yun will die." Prince Ping leaned on the chair and slowly let out a sigh of relief. He said, "He asked for it. 36 dukes. Even if one is gone, there are still 35, smack." Prince Shou stood up abruptly and pointed at Prince Ping. He said angrily, "How can you do this? Do you have any humanity left? Those are our beloved friends." Prince Ping also stood up and said coldly, "What do you know? We're looking at the big picture." Prince Shou stared at him for a long time and finally sat back down. He leaned weakly on the chair and said, "The blood flowing in his body is the same as ours." Prince Ping said, "It's because the blood flowing in his body is the blood of the Xiao family. When necessary, he should sacrifice himself for the Xiao family, ancestral temple." After 2 hours, Prince Shou reappeared in the heavenly prison. Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang were already anxious from waiting. The Duke of Nanyang was still able to maintain his calm while Gao Hong grabbed the bars of the cell and looked in a certain direction. When he finally saw the chubby figure of Prince Shou, he asked anxiously without waiting for Prince Shou to come closer, "Your Highness, how is it?" Prince Shou patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Gao Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Then, excitement appeared on his face as he asked, "When will Limu die?" Prince Shou let out a sigh of relief and said, "When I save you." Gao Hong finally relaxed and sat down slowly. He leaned against the wall and said, "I can't wait any longer." Prince Shou was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at the two of them and said, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to send it in." Chapter 383. The officials who were locked up in the Zongjing Temple lived a life of luxury at home. Naturally, they weren't used to the food of the Zongjing Temple. As the head of the Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou took this into consideration and sent them food from the restaurant outside the palace. In the prison, the officials were eating heartily. "This pork shoulder is from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. It's definitely from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. The smell of the wine can't be wrong. The food of the Zongjing Temple is really hard to swallow. The Wafting Fragrance restaurant is the best. Thank you, Your Highness." Prince Shou. Other than having their freedom restricted, the 20 officials didn't suffer much in the Zongjing Temple. Prince Shou arranged a single cell for each of them and changed the bed sheets. In order to protect their privacy, he even had people separate the cells with curtains. 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 2 hours in advance, the prison guards would send the menus from the various restaurants in the divine capital. Each of them could order 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a pot of wine. If they were hungry in the middle of the night, they could even order supper. For this, Prince Shou specially invited the chefs of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant to the Zongjing Temple to be on standby. Even if these officials had more needs in the middle of the night, the chefs would have to crawl out of bed to satisfy them. In terms of food, the food these officials usually ate at home wasn't as good as the food in the Zongjing Temple. Not only that, Prince Shou even considered their physical needs and used his sedan to secretly bring the girls from the brothels outside the palace into the Zongjing Temple to comfort these officials at night. This made the officials in the prison change their impression of Prince Shou. Other than his stupidity and cowardice, Prince Shou still had his shining points. Despite the risk of being impeached by the censor, he still took care of these criminal officials meticulously. This wasn't something that anyone could do. It was really good to have one of their own in the Zongjing Temple. In the courtyard of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun watched as the prison guard sent the food made by the wafting fragrance restaurant's chefs into the prison. He looked at Prince Shou and said slowly, "Your Highness, isn't this a little too much?" "Too much?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "How is this going overboard? When you took special care of Li Yi's daughter, did I say anything overboard? Why are you like this?" Zhang Chun was stunned. "I just covered her cell with a curtain and changed her bed." King Shou said, "I also covered up their cells and changed their beds." Zhang Chun looked at the busy figures in the kitchen of the Zongjing Temple and said, "But you brought the chef of the restaurant into the palace. Isn't that too much?" King Shou said, "Is this too much? This is not too much at all. Let me tell you what is too much. Li Mu used His Majesty's imperial kitchen to cook for other women. This is what is too much." Zhang Chun was stunned and said, "But you can't let them drink. The Imperial Ancestral Temple strictly forbids prisoners from drinking." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the wine you gave to those guilty officials. You even found women for them. What do you think the Zongjing Temple is? A restaurant or a brothel?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "Ordinary prisoners have to eat a full meal before they are executed. Are you in charge of the Zongjing Temple or am I?" Zhang Chun said angrily, "You." Then, he seemed to realize something and looked at King Shou in shock. King Shou sighed and shook his head. Zhang Chun silently shut his mouth. After thinking for a while, he said, "Even if you want to find women from the brothel, Your Highness' taste is too unique. You don't let them enjoy, but let them suffer. I know of a brothel in Luoyang. The women there are very beautiful." King Shou said indignantly, "What's wrong with my taste? They are fat and chubby. Aren't they good?" In the prison, two officials had just finished their sweet and sour fish. As they picked their teeth with the fish bones, they complained, "Everything about His Highness King Shou is good, but I really can't agree with him when it comes to women. I can't even bear to touch the women he finds." King Shou walked in and said, "If you're not satisfied, I'll give you a beautiful one tonight." The official smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." King Shou walked to the innermost cell and asked Commandery Prince Nanyang, "Are you used to it?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Not really, but thank you for taking care of me." At first, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked down on King Shou. Although King Shou was one of the 7 one-word princes and his status was much higher than his, everyone in Luoyang knew about King Shou's cowardice and incompetence. Now, although his evaluation of King Shou's cowardice and incompetence did not change, he did not hate him as much. King Shou squatted at the door of the cell and said, "Nanyang County is such a good place. Why did you come to Luoyang in the first place?" Commandery Prince Nanyang smiled and said, "Nanyang is good in every way except for one thing. It's not Luoyang." King Shou murmured, "Luoyang, what's so good about Luoyang?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Power, wealth, women, cultivation resources. Luoyang has everything you want. It's thousands of times better than Nanyang County." King Shou sighed and said, "Although Luoyang is good, it's also dirty." Commandery Prince Nanyang did not hear what King Shou said clearly and asked, "Brother, when will you let us out?" King Shou said, "You know what you've done. If I let you go just like that, I won't be able to answer to the people and the imperial court. Instead, the new party will have something to use against you. Therefore, we still have to put on a show." Commandery Prince Nanyang asked, "How do we put on a show?" King Shou said slowly, "You'll still be sentenced to death. Then, you'll be sent outside to be executed. Of course, this is all an act. The executioner's knife won't really cut you down. The dean will use his great power to create an illusion to make the people think that you're really dead. After that, you'll have to appear in Luoyang with a new identity." Commandery Prince Nanyang frowned and said, "So troublesome?" King Shou said helplessly, "Do you think what you've done is a small matter? According to the crimes that Zhou Zhong has confessed, each and every one of you will be beheaded. This is the only way to save your lives. From today onwards, Commandery Prince Nanyang is dead. You'll have a new identity. At that time, we'll find a way to let you enter the imperial court again. After that, you'll get back everything you've lost." Commandery Prince Nanyang had a thoughtful expression as he carefully considered King Shou's words. Indeed, since Li Yi's case was overturned, Commandery Prince Xiao Yun was no different from a dead man in the Great Zhou. His official position was revoked and he would never be employed by the imperial court again. Instead of using the useless identity of Commandery Prince Nanyang, he might as well change his appearance and start a new life. If King Shou really let him go so easily, Commandery Prince Nanyang would be suspicious. Li Mu and the Zhou clan were watching. If he let them go, King Shou wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, his plan was so meticulous that it wasn't possible for him to be deceived. It was most likely a decision made by the higher-ups. At this moment, King Shou continued, "I need all of you to act out this scene. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted and no one will be able to save you." Commandery Prince Nanyang no longer had any doubts. He nodded and said, "I understand." King Shou patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you must remain calm. This is because the executioners this time are all our people. Oh right, remember to tell the others. Otherwise, if they mess it up, everyone will be implicated and Li Mu won't be able to get rid of them." Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Don't worry. If anyone dares to mess it up, I'll take their life." In the court of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun looked at the few guilty officials kneeling before him. He picked up a document and read it aloud. Minister Councillor Ai Tong of the Ministry of Revenue. During his reign, he coveted a huge amount of tax from the national treasury. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Wu Xing of Guanglu Temple. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Wei Chong, Wang Ning, and Zhuo Xian. As officials of the Great Zhou, they participated in the trafficking of women and children and acted as a shield for evil forces. They are sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Chen Guang. They are sentenced to death by beheading. When Zhang Chun announced the sentence, there was no fear on the faces of the officials in the court. Some of them even looked at each other and laughed. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. It was just that King Shou had already made it clear to them that this was just an act. When the time came, not only would they not die, but they would also usher in a more glorious life with a new identity. The death penalty documents of these officials had already been reviewed multiple times. After Zhang Chun announced the sentence in the court, more than 20 people were escorted to the execution ground. King Shou stood outside the Zongjing Temple and nodded at all the guilty officials who walked out of the temple. After receiving that hint from King Shou, everyone felt more at ease. They rushed to the execution ground without any fear, looking quite resolute. On the execution ground. Screens surrounded the execution ground. The people below the execution ground couldn't see the specific situation on the execution ground. This time, those who were to be executed were all officials of the imperial court. There were even relatives of the emperor. The scene of their execution couldn't be seen by the people. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and stood in the crowd. The main culprits and accomplices who framed her father back then were almost all here. Li Mu promised her that all the culprits of the case back then would receive the punishment they deserved. Behind the screens, more than 20 people knelt there. There was still no fear on their faces. Some of them even looked back at the executioner with a smile. Even though the executioner was used to big scenes, he still felt goosebumps from the strange gazes of these people who were about to die. Zhang Chun sat at the executioner's seat. He looked up at the sky, grabbed a bunch of sticks, and threw them out. He said, "The time is up. Start the execution." The executioner's knife was raised high and quickly brought down. Looking at the heads rolling next to him, one of the officials sighed in his heart. A seventh realm cultivator was indeed a seventh realm cultivator. This kind of realistic illusion almost fooled him, let alone the people. There were also a few people whose expressions changed when they noticed the blood of the people next to them splattering on them. However, the executioner behind them didn't give them time to think. With a slash of the knife, the heads were separated from the bodies and their souls scattered. Before and after the execution ground was completely silent. In the past, before the execution, the prisoners would cry and howl. This was probably the quietest execution that the people of the fairies' capital had ever seen. King Shou stood outside the execution ground and sighed deeply. He muttered, "In your next life, be a good person." Chapter 384. The execution was very strange. Even the people outside the execution ground could tell that something was wrong. They had seen executions in the past. It was normal for the prisoners to cry and scream before they died. There were also many who yelled and cursed. However, this time, there were no cries and no cursing. The execution platform surrounded by screens was silent. More than 20 people were calmly going to their deaths. It was so quiet that it was eerie. Soon, the cheers of the people drowned out the silence. Good execution. They are all criminals who wronged Lord Li back then. These people deserve to die. Lord Li can rest in peace now. At the front of the crowd, Li Qing held Li Mu's hand tightly and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned around. The people took the initiative to open a path for them. They walked slowly. The people behind them watched them leave. They clasped their fists and said, "I wish Lord Li and Miss Li a long and happy life together, grow old together, may you have a child." More than 20 guilty officials were beheaded, and the people all clapped their hands in joy. These people were not only accomplices in framing Lord Li Yi, but they themselves were also guilty of many crimes. Their death was a good thing for the country and the people. After the execution, some of the commoners even spat on the execution platform as they left, their faces filled with joy. King Shou sighed and said to a servant beside him, "Don't remove the screens yet. Inform their families to come and collect the bodies." The servant nodded and said, "Yes." King Shou put his hands behind his back and shook his head as he walked away. He said softly, "It's good that they're dead. There's no more trouble after they die." Zhang Chun walked behind him and said, "These people have committed countless crimes. It's too easy for them to die like this." Although these criminals were dead, they still thought that it was a trap. After today, they would reappear in the divine capital with a new identity. Although they died in the end, at least they didn't feel fear or pain before they died. King Shou said casually, "In life, there are some things that shouldn't be taken too seriously. It's fine if it's not too bad." The news that more than 20 officials from the old party, including Commandery Prince Nanyang and the elder brother of the concubine dowager, had been beheaded at the street corner quickly swept through Luoyang and shocked countless people. Are they really dead? No one saved them? The Shao clan hasn't done anything. Are they just going to be abandoned like that? What are they afraid of, and what are they afraid of? You still don't understand. They're obviously afraid of Li Mu. At the Zhou family's banquet, Zhou Chuan's face was pale. Qin Jian was dead, Gao Hong was dead, and the Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun was dead. Of the 7 main culprits back then, only he, the Duke of Zhongyong, and the Duke of Peace and Peace were left. Li Mu didn't even spare the accomplices, so how could he spare the main culprits? In particular, the death of the Duke of Nanyang had made him even more terrified. Even the Shao royal family could not escape Li Mu's punishment, let alone him. Zhou Chen lowered his head to eat, but his forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew what his father was worried about. The Duke of Nanyang and those people were dead. Perhaps his father would be his next target. More than half a year ago, Li Mu was still a small official in a remote county. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, he had grown into an existence that even the old party did not dare to provoke. The Shao royal family was not as fearful of the Zhou family as they were of Li Mu. Just before he came to Luoyang, Zhou Chen had tried to send an assassin to finish him off, but it had ended in failure. If Li Mu knew that he was the one who sent that assassin, wouldn't he be reduced to the same fate as those people this morning? In the Zhou family, while Zhou Chuan and his son were in shock, Li Mu was also hesitating in the Li residence. Until today, most of the people involved in the case back then had received the punishment they deserved. No accomplices had escaped, and there were still 4 main culprits in Luoyang. These 4 people were the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Ping'an, the Marquis of Yongding, and Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family. The first 3 bigwigs of Luoyang were involved in Zhou Zhong's scheme. They had no enmity with Li Yi. Zhou Zhong knew that he could not change the overall situation, so he deliberately lured them into the trap in order to get the 3 death exemption tokens in their hands. Before Zhou Zhong lured them in, Li Yi's fate was already sealed. These 3 people were just Zhou Zhong's pawns. Although they had bad records, there was no need to kill them. As for Zhou Chuan, although Li Mu wanted him to pay the price, there were 2 problems in front of him. First, the booklet that Zhou Zhong gave him contained evidence of the crimes of the old party officials. There was nothing about Zhou Chuan, so Li Mu could not overthrow him through the law. Second, Zhou Chuan was the Empress's uncle. Li Mu had already killed one of her younger brothers. He did not know how the Empress would feel if he killed another of her uncles. Even though she had left the Zhou family, the blood that flowed in her body was the same as the blood of the Zhou family. The Empress cared about him so much, so Li Mu could not ignore her feelings at all. He pondered for a long time and walked into the courtyard. He said to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, "I'm going to the palace. You don't have to wait for me to eat today." After informing them, Li Mu left the Li residence and went to the palace. He first went to the imperial kitchen and made a few dishes that the Empress liked. Then, he took the food box and went to Changle Palace. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi looked at the unusually sumptuous meal on the table. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "What's the matter? Speak." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Nothing." Zhou Yi picked up his chopsticks and said, "I'll only give you one chance." Li Mu said, "Among the people who killed Lord Li Yi, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, was also an important mastermind." Zhou Yi was silent for a long time. Then, he said lightly, "If you have evidence of his crimes, you can punish him according to the law. I will not protect him just because he is my uncle. If one day, the one who breaks the law is you, I will not protect you." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He walked out of Changle Palace and sighed in relief. Zhou Chuan was different from the others. No matter what, Li Mu could not go around the Empress and make a move on him. So, he needed to ask the Empress's opinion first. After getting the Empress's approval, there was only one problem left to solve. That was how to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes. The new party had only been established for 3 years. Moreover, the officials of the 2 parties were very different. The old party consisted mostly of influential officials, while the new party consisted mostly of new officials. In comparison, the influential officials had more misdeeds. Collecting evidence of the old party officials' crimes was easier than collecting evidence of the new party's crimes. Moreover, compared to the old party, the new party had stronger restrictions on the officials. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Zhong had not been able to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes for so many years. Li Mu did not think that Zhou Zhong would be able to do something that Zhou Zhong had not been able to do for so many years. He walked out of the palace gates and stood outside for 15 minutes. Then, he walked toward the northern courtyard. This time, he did not go home. Instead, he stopped in front of another tall gate. Li Mu walked up and knocked on the door knocker. Soon, the gate opened a crack. A servant poked his head out and asked, "May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to Zhou Mansion?" Li Mu looked at Zhou Mansion's gatekeeper and said indifferently, "Please go in and inform them that Censor Li Mu of the Secretariat has come to visit." A moment later, Zhou Chuan frowned and anxiously paced around the hall. He muttered, "Li Mu, what is he doing here? I won't see him. Let him go back." Zhou Xiong stretched out his hand and said, "No, if word gets out, outsiders will think that our Zhou family is afraid of Li Mu. Let him in." Zhou Chuan said, "Second brother, but it's fine. Let's see what he wants first." Zhou Xiong waved his hand and said, "His target might be you. Third brother, you should leave for now." After Zhou Chuan left, Zhou Ting said, "I'll leave as well." His only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. He could not face Li Mu calmly. A moment later, under the guidance of a servant, Li Mu passed through 2 doors, walked through several corridors, and arrived at a hall. Zhou Xiong was the only one in the hall. Li Mu walked into the hall. Zhou Xiong said indifferently, Lord Li, please take a seat. There's no need for that, Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm here today to tell you one thing. Zhou Xiong picked up his teacup and asked, what is it? Li Mu said, Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family was one of the main culprits who framed my father-in-law. Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice, that case is over. Li Mu said, that's what Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong thought too. Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong had just been executed. This was a blatant threat. Zhou Xiong slammed his teacup on the table and said loudly, Li Mu, what are you trying to say? Li Mu said indifferently, let Zhou Chuan ask to be exiled and this matter will end here. Zhou Xiong was stunned for a moment before he became furious. He stood up and gritted his teeth, you're dreaming. Li Mu shook his head and said, if it weren't for His Majesty, I would do it myself. At that time, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Don't force me. Zhou Xiong wanted to throw his teacup at Li Mu's face. He came to the Zhou family and asked the Zhou family to ask to be exiled. Who was the one forcing who? Zhou Xiong said angrily, what right do you have to say that? Li Mu looked at him and said, when I was in the northern county, I was assassinated. Don't think that I don't know that the mastermind behind the assassination was Zhou Chuan's son, Zhou Chen. Crash. Zhou Chen, who was eavesdropping in the back hall, was shocked when he heard Li Mu's words. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and knocked over a chair. He picked up the chair with a pale face and his body trembled slightly. In the front hall, Zhou Xiong said flatly, you're slandering me. Li Mu smiled and said, whether it's slander or not, you'll know when you get to the Imperial Clan Temple. I still have a lot of evidence of your Zhou family's crimes. At that time, it won't just be Zhou Chen's case. Zhou Chuan, Zhou Ting, and the other officials of your new party won't be able to escape. The fate of those officials on the execution ground today will be your fate. Zhou Xiong's face turned red. He pointed at him and said angrily, you. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xiong and said calmly, Chen Jian's grave is already covered in grass. Gao Hong and Prince Nanyang's bodies have just turned cold. I only asked Zhou Chuan to be exiled because of His Majesty. I have no interest in the fight between the old and new parties. However, if I don't punish Zhou Chuan and avenge my father-in-law, I won't be able to answer to my wife. Zhou Chuan's request to be exiled is my limit. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Chapter 385. After saying those words, Li Mu turned and left the Zhou family. After he left, a few figures walked out from the back hall. Zhou Xiong looked coldly at Zhou Chen and asked, is what Li Mu said true? Zhou Chen nodded and said fearfully, but back then, when I hired the assassin, I did not reveal any of my identity. Zhou Xiong sat in his chair and said weakly, how much leverage does he have on the Zhou family? Most of the conflicts in the imperial court could not be seen in the open. These conflicts in the dark were filled with blood and filth, and could not be shown in front of others. With the Shao clan's existence, the Zhou family could not avoid such filthy matters. Once they were exposed and seriously investigated, there was no doubt that the fate of the old party officials would be the fate of some of the new party members. Zhou Chuan said, I'm guessing that Li Mu is lying to us. Even the old party does not have any evidence. How would Li Mu know? Zhou Xiong looked at him and asked, what if? He looked at Zhou Chuan and said, even if he does not have more leverage, just the crime of assassination is enough to send your son to his death. Zhou Chen trembled and hugged Zhou Chuan's thigh. He said fearfully, Father, I don't want to die. I'm your son. You have to save me, Pa. Zhou Chuan slapped him away with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Li Mu's request for Zhou Chen and the other members of the new party to be spared was that Zhou Chuan himself had to request to be banished to the army. The place of banishment was either the demon nation or the ghost realm. Any sinner who went to such a place would have a slim chance of surviving. Some would even die 10 times out of 10. This unfilial son wanted him dead. At that moment, Zhou Chuan regretted giving birth to this son for the first time. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside. Zhou Xiong stood up and said, Big brother. Zhou Jing said, I know. Zhou Xiong thought for a moment and asked, Big brother, can you divine if Li Mu is bluffing? Does he really have leverage on us? Zhou Jing shook his head and said, he has a magic treasure that can shield him from the heavenly secrets. I can't calculate anything related to him. Even if I didn't have that item, I might not be able to calculate these things. Zhou Xiong sat back down and asked worriedly, what should we do now? If Li Mu had come to the Zhou family to spout nonsense without any basis, there was a 90% chance that he was bluffing. However, he had directly pointed out the secret things that Zhou Chen had done, which made Zhou Xiong feel uncertain. If what Li Mu said was true, then they would have to give up on Zhou Chuan and be banished to the army. If they don't do as Li Mu said, Zhou Chen will die. Not only that, there is a certain possibility that the other officials of the new party will also be implicated. If Li Mu really has something on them, within the scope of the law, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. This was something that everyone in Luoyang was aware of. How arrogant was the Shao royal family? They were even capable of doing things like forcing the emperor to abdicate the throne. However, in the end, they still had to watch the heads of over 20 officials from the old faction fall to the ground. Even the Duke of Nanyang could not be saved. Once Li Mu made public the evidence in his hands, the new party would probably follow in the footsteps of the old party. If Zhou Chuan did not leave, Zhou Chen would definitely die. Perhaps even more people would die. If Zhou Chuan asked to be banished, only 3 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family would be left. This was a dilemma that only the head of the family, Zhou Jing, had the right to make. In the hall, everyone's gaze was on Zhou Jing. Zhou Chuan could not help but say, even if Li Mu really has something on us, can we trust what he says? What if he goes back on his words? Zhou Jing looked at him and said, no matter what decision you make, the Zhou family will agree. Zhou Chuan's voice gradually became softer as a bitter smile appeared on his face. If his eldest brother was not threatened by Li Mu, he would have clearly told him that the Zhou family would not be threatened and would not agree to Li Mu's request. Other than that, any decision he made would actually lead to another choice. Sacrificing him in exchange for the stability of the Zhou family and the new party. It turned out that he had been abandoned like the commandery prince of Nanyang. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath and said, let's do as Li Mu says. For the Zhou family, for the new party, and for our great cause. Zhou Jing was silent for a moment before he said, the family will prepare some things for you so that you can protect yourself. When the time is right, you can return to Luoyang. Zhou Chuan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, thank you, eldest brother. The third of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, felt guilty for framing Li Yi. Although he had been pardoned by the death exemption medallion, he still asked to be sent to prison and left Luoyang. This became another eye-catching event after the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang and the others. Back when they framed Li Yi, they were all sentenced to death. Later, they were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. The common people thought that this would be the end. They did not expect that it was only the beginning. After the commandery prince of Nanyang, Xiao Yun, and old concubine Gao's elder brother, Gao Hong, were pardoned by the death exemption medallion, they were sent to the execution ground for other crimes. In the end, they could not escape death. Although Zhou Chuan did not die, the crime of being sent to prison was not much different from delaying the execution of the death penalty. It was just that he would die a little later. At this point, all the main culprits and accomplices in Li Yi's case had paid the price with their lives. The other 3 fish that escaped the net, the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Pinghan, and the Marquis of Yongding, disappeared from Luoyang overnight after hearing and witnessing these things. Someone saw them leave Luoyang with their family the night before the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang. Li residence. After Li Mu heard these things, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He pulled Li Qing into his arms and whispered in her ear, it's all over. Li Qing was silent. Not long after, a wet mark appeared on Li Mu's chest. After 14 years, the injustice of the Li residence was finally redressed. Those people who had inflicted suffering on them back then had finally received their overdue judgment 14 years later. Li Qing could only completely let go of certain things that she had been carrying in her heart at this moment. Li Mu hugged her. After a while, when he lowered his head, he realized that Li Qing had fallen asleep in his arms. He carefully carried her back to her room and placed her on the bed. He kissed her forehead gently and left the room. Zhou Chuan had volunteered to be banished. Li Mu had no intention of continuing to fight the Zhou family to the death. Firstly, he did not have anything on the Zhou family. He could trick them once, but he might not be able to trick them a second time. Secondly, 2 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family had already died at the hands of Li Mu. Zhou Chu had even died at his hands. If he continued to be aggressive, he might be driven into a corner. Most importantly, he had to consider the Empress. After all, that was the family that had raised her. Even if this family had betrayed her and made her watch helplessly as the Zhou family was destroyed at the hands of Li Mu, it was still a form of torture for her. He had used less than a year to go from a nameless minor official to a person that both the new and old parties feared. In less than a year, too many changes had happened in Luoyang. As Li Mu walked on the streets, he no longer saw numb faces. The people's backs were straight, their eyes were bright, and they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. All of this showed that the Luoyang of today was no longer the Luoyang of the past. An old woman with a walking stick was walking on the street. She accidentally fell. A young man and a young woman passed by, quickly helped her up and helped her to the side of the road to rest. The old woman rested for a while, then leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked on the street. When she reached the corner of the street, she saw a beggar in ragged clothes. She thought for a moment, then took out a few copper coins from her sleeve and threw them into the beggar's bowl. The beggar kowtowed in gratitude. He took 2 copper coins and bought a bun from a bun shop by the street. He saw the shop assistant from the shop next door struggling to carry a box onto the carriage. He held the bun in his mouth and went forward to help carry the box onto the carriage. The shop assistant took a deep breath. Just as he was about to thank the beggar, he realized that there was no one behind the box. At this moment, a man in green walked over and asked, "Brother, may I ask where Restaurant Rui is?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "I happen to have something to do near Restaurant Rui. Follow me." The man thanked him and followed the shop assistant to Restaurant Rui. He happened to see a young man and a young woman's kite hanging on a tree. The 2 of them stood under the tree and waited. The man leaped up and easily plucked the kite. He smiled and handed it to the young man and the young woman. He said, "Go over there and fly it in an empty place." Li Mu was greeted by the people along the way. He could clearly feel the changes in Luoyang half a year ago. Li Mu was not the only one who could feel the changes. The people of Luoyang could feel it too. In the past, there was no good or evil in Luoyang. There was no right or wrong. It was chaotic and dark. Until half a year ago, a ray of light shone through the darkness. From then on, good and evil were separated in Luoyang. The officials and nobles who broke the law were punished the same as the common people. Be it the hedonistic sons of rich parents, the students of the academy, the important officials in the court, the nobles of Luoyang, or even the descendants of the royal family, they could no longer trample on the law and oppress the common people. This ray of light allowed the common people to walk out from the darkness and into the sunlight. Looking at the figure walking slowly on the street, countless people had reverence in their eyes. That was the light in all of their hearts. Chapter 386. Walking on the streets of Chengdu, Li Mu found that he seemed to be more and more fond of the human world. Especially after witnessing the changes in the people in the past half a year, the achievements and joy he got from it were far from what he got from cultivation. In this state of mind, his heart was empty. Even without the clear heart technique, he could still maintain absolute peace in his heart. Somehow, he even had a kind of enlightenment. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. As long as he could practice these 2 words with himself, one day, he could rely on the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou to advance to the upper realm. Now, he didn't have to do anything deliberately and could continue to absorb psychic power from the people. He was like a walking temple. He walked slowly on the street. What he saw and what he heard was the ecology of Chengdu, only a duck-like voice was mixed in it, which seemed a little out of place. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling, infertility treatment, ensuring the birth of a fat baby. You're not allowed to be free, you're not allowed to be free. This voice was a little familiar. Li Mu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sloppy Taoist priest squatting at a corner of the street. In front of him was a Bagua diagram, and beside him was a flag with the words, Divine Strategy, written on it. The Taoist priest's spiritual sense was very sharp. The moment Li Mu looked over, the Taoist priest raised his head and looked at him. When he saw Li Mu, the Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up from the ground and said in amazement, "Why is it you again?" Li Mu walked over, smiled at him, and said, "Senior, we meet again." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said, "Why do I always run into you wherever I go?" That's not right." As he spoke, his tone suddenly changed. He grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said in shock, You have a good fortune." Li Mu said, "In the past few months, I encountered some opportunities." The old man let go of his hand and muttered, "Bullshit opportunity. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity?" Thinking back to more than a year ago, when he first met the young man in front of him, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls and didn't have long to live. When he saw him for the second time, he was already in the omnipotent realm. Only half a year had passed, and when he saw him again, he was already in the creation realm. This made the scruffy Taoist priest doubt his life. At this rate, in another year or so, wouldn't he be inferior to him? He returned to his original position and waved his hand at Li Mu. Go. Let this old man be alone." Li Mu glanced at him and then turned to leave. When he met an old friend, he only went up to greet him out of politeness. To Li Mu a year ago, peak 6th realm cultivators were unreachable. But now, he was in close contact with 7th realm cultivators every day. In his eyes, 6th realm cultivators were just so. It wasn't until Li Mu's figure disappeared that the scruffy Taoist priest raised his head and looked in the direction he left. His heart was bitter and indescribable. He muttered, "Thief. God, this is not fair, not fair." Li Mu quickly forgot about the scruffy Taoist priest. Although he had avenged Li Qing, there were still some leftover problems. As the Great Zhou FBI, some of the priests in the Department of Worship enjoyed the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Court, but they didn't do anything for the Imperial Court and didn't listen to the orders of the Ministry of Personnel. They even became the private soldiers of the old party, disobeying imperial orders and doing whatever they wanted. Li Mu had thought of cleaning up the Department of Worship a long time ago. The Department of Worship was nominally under the command of the Ministry of Personnel, but it wasn't an office under the Ministry of Personnel. Before the Empress ascended the throne, the Department of Worship was directly responsible to the Empress. After the Empress ascended the throne, because she couldn't subdue the Department of Worship controlled by the old party, she established the internal guards. The bamboo guards of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum guards were used to replace the Department of Worship. Of course, whether it was strength or resources, the internal guards were far inferior to the Department of Worship. The Department of Worship was supported by the Great Zhou's national treasury. Every year, large amounts of spiritual jade, fulu, talismans, and other cultivation resources were allocated from the national treasury. The internal guards were subsidized by the Empress herself. The highest cultivation of the internal guards was only 5th realm. In the Department of Worship, there were 2 great priests who were both 6th realm cultivators. There were also dozens of 5th realm priests. In Changle Palace, when he was eating with the Empress, Li Mu told her about cleaning up the Department of Worship, but the Empress was a little absent-minded. Zhou Yi didn't answer Li Mu's question. Instead, she asked, "Tell me, what's so good about being the Empress? Why can they disregard other people's lives and even their own for this position?" Zhou Chuan had already been sent away from the Immortals' capital today. Li Mu wasn't surprised that the Empress would feel this way. To the Empress, there was indeed nothing good about being the Empress. She wasn't keen on power, nor was she greedy for beauty. She didn't have anyone in her harem, and she didn't want to review memorials. To her, this position was a prison. But to others, controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people and becoming the ruler of the most powerful country in Zhou province was already a fatal temptation. Moreover, after becoming the empress, she could legitimately replenish her harem. If Li Mu was the empress, he could legitimately make Lu Hanyan empress and Li Qing noble consort. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai would be fair consort and virtuous consort. No one would have to be jealous of anyone. It was only natural for the empress to take in concubines. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was wonderful. There would no longer be a fire in the harem or an azura field. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said, "I'm asking you a question." "What are you laughing at?" Li Mu no longer fantasized. He withdrew his smile and said, "Your Majesty, not everyone is like your Majesty who doesn't like power. To them, becoming the emperor above hundreds of millions of people is a fatal attraction." Zhou Yi asked, "You too?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This isn't my dream." Zhou Yi continued to ask, "Then what is your dream?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "This subject's dream is to take my wives to travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands, see all kinds of sceneries, and finally find a quiet and secluded place. When I'm not cultivating, I'll raise flowers and vegetables and live the life of an ordinary person." Zhou Yi glanced at him and calmly asked, "You want to leave the imperial court?" Li Mu heard the fluctuation in her tone. To prevent her from thinking that he wanted to run away, he added, "Of course, not now." Zhou Yi asked, "Then when?" Li Mu said, "After I've helped your Majesty clear away all obstacles and solve all problems." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "I feel that the Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect are the biggest obstacles and troubles in my heart. I won't keep you for long. Once the Demon's Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Yao Kingdom is pacified, I will let you go." Li Mu was dumbfounded. The Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect. Which of these 3 powers hadn't existed for as long as the Great Zhou? Even if the Great Zhou perished, they might not necessarily perish. To put it bluntly, she wanted him to work for her for the rest of his life. Even when the Jade Emperor made things difficult for Sun Wukong, he didn't go so far. It was better to wait for the chickens to finish their rice, the dogs to finish their noodles, and the fire to burn out the logs. This way, Li Mu would at least have something to look forward to. At this moment, he had already decided to stick to his original plan. After helping her condense the next strand of Emperor Qi, he would take Lu Hanyan and the others and run away. There was a wider world outside, and he didn't want to waste his life on the Empress. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "What, you're not willing?" Li Mu squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm willing to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty. Not to mention destroying the Demon Sect, subduing the Ghost Realm, and pacifying the Yao Kingdom. When I'm strong enough, I can even go to the Eastern Sea and catch a dragon to be your Majesty's mount." Li Mu had long since figured out the Empress's personality. Ordinary women also liked to hear nice things, but the Empress wasn't an ordinary woman. She liked to flatter and praise even more. Regardless of whether she could do it or not, she had to get through this hurdle first. Zhou Yi asked, "Is what you said true?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "Then swear to the heavenly Tao." Li Mu stared blankly at the Empress. He didn't expect that she wouldn't play by the rules. If he had said this to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they would definitely have covered Li Mu's mouth before he swore to the heavenly Tao. Then, either coquettishly or angrily, they would say, "Who told you to swear? I don't want you to swear," and so on, and forget about this matter. But the Empress, it was fine if she didn't stop him, but she actually took the initiative to make him swear? Was an oath to the heavenly Tao something that could be casually sworn? Li Mu felt that the trust between humans was gone. "What, you're not willing?" Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that everything you said just now was false?" Li Mu wanted nothing more than to slap his own mouth. But it was obviously too late. Looking at the Empress' serious eyes, Li Mu slowly raised his right hand, bent his thumb, and pointed to the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Li Mu, swear to the heavenly Tao that only after the Demon Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Demon Country is pacified, can I leave your Majesty. If I violate it, I will not have a good ending." Zhou Yi said, "Also, I really want to have a dragon as a mount." Li Mu's lips moved and said, "Your Majesty, how about we forget about this? The dragon race has a fishy smell, and it's slippery. It's not suitable to be a mount." Zhou Yi glared at him. "Hurry up." Chapter 387. Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu had to admit that he had been careless this time. He had been forced by the Empress to swear an oath to the heavens that he would only leave her after helping her destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom. Fortunately, Li Mu was quick-witted and changed a phrase when he swore. He said that he would not leave her until he finished these things, and not Shendu or Great Zhou. If he could abduct the Empress, then it would not be considered leaving her. Whether or not the Great Zhou could destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom was a matter for the Great Zhou court. In any case, Li Mu had fulfilled his oath to the Empress. Didn't she like to plant flowers? When the time came, he would open a garden for her next door to where he, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing lived in seclusion. As long as she did not feel bored, she could plant flowers for the rest of her life. Li Mu looked back and twitched the corner of his mouth. If she wanted to trick him, she would have to cultivate for a few more years. After swearing the oath, he once again brought up the matter of purging the office of consecration. What made Li Mu feel helpless was that, at some point in time, the Empress had handed over all the things that should have been done by her to him. She did not even hand it over to Li Mu. Instead, it was Li Mu who raised the problem and solved it himself. Now, she wanted Li Mu to be her slave for the rest of his life. If she had not given him so much and treated him so well, Li Mu might have gone back to inherit the Fulu school long ago. What really made Li Mu feel that he owed her was that the Empress had always stood by his side when facing the Zhou family and himself. She had also given him the greatest trust and the greatest freedom to reverse the verdict and take revenge for Li Qing's father. If he ran away like this, it would be too heartless. For a woman to treat him like this, even if Li Mu could not repay her with his body, he could not be so heartless. Consecrated office. Lord May of the Inner Guards had just arrived. He left behind an imperial edict and then floated away. The contents of the imperial edict made countless consecrators angry and dissatisfied. From today onwards, the consecration department would be under the management of the Bamboo Guards. Although they did not need to be merged into the Bamboo Guards, the Bamboo Guards Vice Commander Li Mu would be in charge of the consecration department. The Department of Offerings had always been a special existence in the imperial court. They were not from the academy, nor were they officials of the imperial court. Their relationship with the Great Zhou court was more like cooperation than subordination. The imperial court provided the consecrators with cultivation resources, while the consecrators worked for the imperial court. Both sides took what they needed. The Department of Consecration had always been an independent department, never under the jurisdiction of an official of the court. Even the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs could only request for a consecrator and not order them to do so. This imperial edict shook the position of the consecrated division. For cultivators, a country was already a vague concept to them. What cultivators pursued their entire lives was supreme strength and the ethereal heavenly path. Most cultivators despised becoming a lackey of the imperial court, or rather, a lackey. However, the path of cultivation was not something that could be achieved by one person alone. Cultivation required resources, and cultivation resources were not easy to obtain for most cultivators without any background. In order to obtain cultivation resources like spiritual jades more easily, some cultivators with some strength would put down their pride and choose to become a consecrator of the imperial court. But this did not mean that they were willing to be under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. After becoming a consecrator, these people were still more unruly than the officials of the imperial court. They would submit to the strong, but would not submit to official rank. What is the Empress thinking? She actually let a brat control us? Although his talent is not bad, his cultivation has only just reached the 5th realm. What right does he have to command us? He killed more than 20 people from the old faction and forced Li Mu to ask for exile. Has Li Mu's hand finally reached the Department of Offerings? I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. We must express our stance in protest. Everyone, don't come to the Department of Offerings tomorrow. Doesn't he want to be the master of the Department of Offerings? Just let him be the master of the Department of Offerings. Most of the consecrators in the Department of Offerings were opposed to this matter. If the Empress let a sixth realm cultivator take charge of the Department of Offerings, it would be fine. But Li Mu was only at the fifth realm, and had just reached the fifth realm. Any random consecrator here was stronger than him. To make them listen to the orders of a weakling was something that was very difficult to accept. Of course, among them, there was also a large portion who had long been bribed by the benefits of the old faction and harbored enmity towards Li Mu. Under this enmity, there were very quickly people who began to incite the other consecrators to take Li Mu down a notch. A group of people noisily left the Department of Offerings. Two elders with similar appearances stood in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. The elder on the left said, "What do you think?" The elder on the right thought for a moment and said, "Killing him a little is good for his spirit. We have to let him know that the Department of Offerings is not a place where he can behave atrociously." The Empress temporarily placed the Department of Offerings under the Bamboo Guards. As the deputy commander of the Bamboo Guards, Li Mu naturally became the direct superior of the Department of Offerings. A few days ago, he had done a detailed search for information on the Department of Offerings. Currently, there were two sixth realm cultivators in the Department of Offerings. Both of them had just reached the sixth realm several years ago, and they were a pair of twin brothers. For the imperial court, fifth realm consecrators were easy to recruit, but sixth realm high consecrators were very difficult to recruit. When one's cultivation reached this level, they could already be considered one of the few powerful cultivators in the world. Whether it was out of dignity or the pursuit of a higher realm, they would not be willing to be the imperial court's lackeys. This also led to the imperial court having to pay a huge price every time they recruited a sixth realm cultivator. Not only did the imperial court have to provide them with large amounts of spiritual jades every year, but they also had to satisfy their various requests. After Li Mu saw the benefits of the two high consecrators, even he wanted to become a high consecrator himself. Li Mu could do what they could do, and Li Mu could do what they could not. He could guarantee that it would be worth more than the cost. If the imperial court gave him the resources given to these two people, Li Mu could guarantee that he would be able to create even greater value for the imperial court than them. Most importantly, these two people did not make much of a contribution every year. Li Mu even killed several dozen elders of the demon sect. The contributions of these two high consecrators to the imperial court were greater than the contributions of the entire Department of Offerings. However, other than the Empress's love, he did not receive anything else. This made Li Mu feel very unbalanced. He walked into the Department of Offerings and found it abnormally quiet. There were about 100 or so consecrators in the imperial court. Not everyone was at the Department of Offerings every day, but no matter the time, there should be at least 10 people on duty here. However, Li Mu went through all the duty rooms and did not see a single person. He found an old man cleaning in the backyard. After asking, he found out that there were usually at least 20 consecrators in the Department of Offerings, but today, there was not a single one. It was obvious that they were targeting him. The entire Department of Offerings was more united than Li Mu had imagined. There was no one in the Department of Offerings, so there was no point for Li Mu to stay here. He said to the old man cleaning, "Tell them that in 3 days, all the consecrators in the divine capital must report to the Department of Offerings. Those who do not make it in 3 days will be expelled from the Department of Offerings." Before leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu took a list of consecrators with him. On the list, it was clearly written which consecrators were out on missions and which ones did not have missions to stay in the divine capital. It was also very simple to inform them. The consecrators were treated very well. There was an entire square in the divine capital dedicated to consecrators. Among them, only Realm 4 consecrators could be allocated a courtyard with 2 entrances. Realm 5 consecrators lived in residences with at least 3 entrances and 3 entrances. The 2 great consecrators' residences both had 5 entrances and were fully staffed with servant girls and servants. When he learned of this news, Li Mu even cried out on behalf of old Zhang for a while. In truth, when he had first arrived in the divine capital, he would not have had to work so hard if he wanted to live in a larger residence. He only needed to resign his official position and join the Department of Offerings, and he would immediately be given a courtyard with 2 entrances or even 3 entrances. The imperial court treated these outsiders much better than the officials. Li Mu's request that all the consecrators in the Department of Offerings must report to the Department of Offerings within 3 days was quickly made known to all the consecrators. What does this mean? If we're expelled from the Department of Offerings within 3 days, can he expel everyone if none of us go? I'd like to see what he'll do when he's the only one left in the Department of Offerings. That's not good. Li Mu is not to be trifled with. Look at all the things he's done in the past. Which one of them wasn't serious? What if he really expels all of us? Heh, would a Department of Offerings with only him still be called a Department of Offerings? When the time comes, the one to be expelled will only be Li Mu. He'll have to invite us back in the same way he expelled us. Since that's the case, let's not go. After leaving the yamen, Li Mu passed by the Department of Offerings on his way home and swept his gaze over it. Tomorrow was the 3-day deadline. He wasn't sure what the outcome would be tomorrow. But he was clear that a new official would make 3 sweeping fires. The first fire had to burn brighter. If he couldn't establish his authority, he wouldn't be able to mingle in the Department of Offerings in the future. The current problem was that the Department of Offerings had as many experts as there were clouds. That place was not the imperial court, and the offerings were not officials of either party. Any sort of open or secret schemes were useless. In that place, absolute strength was the only thing that mattered. Unfortunately, Li Mu's own strength was not great, and he was also a commander without any reliable helpers. Just by himself, how could he contend against a group of experts of the same level? Fortune-telling, treating infertility, guaranteeing the birth of a fat child. As he walked down the street, a familiar voice once more sounded by his ear. Li Mu looked in a certain direction and suddenly thought of a plan. At the corner of the street, the slovenly Taoist priest was currently soliciting customers. In front of his divination stall, a shadow suddenly appeared. He raised his head and glanced at Li Mu, then waved his hand as if he was swatting away a fly. Quickly leave. This old man doesn't want to see you. This time, Li Mu did not leave. Looking at the Taoist priest, he said, "Senior's cultivation is so high. To be a fortune teller is a waste of talent. I don't know if Senior wants to become a offerings in the imperial court, offerings?" The Taoist priest jumped up from the ground, glaring angrily at Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What kind of person is this old man? This old man doesn't even care about the 6 great sects. What is the Great Zhou court? You actually want this old man to be a dog of the imperial court. If this wasn't the divine capital, this old man would definitely turn you into a dog first." Li Mu continued, "With Senior's cultivation, if you join the Department of Offerings, you can become a great offering and live in a 5-sectioned residence. The imperial court will also provide you with maids and servants." The Taoist priest looked at Li Mu and said, "Before this old man changes his mind, you'd best leave quickly." Li Mu shook his head, saying, "Senior probably doesn't want the heavenly fortune talisman either." Just as he turned around, someone grabbed his wrist. The Taoist priest grabbed Li Mu's hand and said seriously, "Whether it's the heavenly fortune talisman or not isn't important. The main thing is that this old man wants that big residence. You're still young, so you don't understand. After drifting for a lifetime, when you get older, what you seek is a stable place, a place that can shelter you from the wind and rain." "Oh right, you mentioned the heavenly fortune talisman just now." "What? Is it a heavenly fortune talisman if you join the Department of Offerings? P.S. Recommending the Book of the Old Days by the Bear Wolf Dog. The world is about to be in chaos. Demons are emerging in an endless stream. Chu Qiguang is guarding his territory." Looking at the demons working peacefully and the old employees who have just turned into zombies, he shouted, "How dare you call the sun and moon to change the sky?" Chapter 388. From the sloppy Taoist priest's reaction, Li Mu knew that he had made the right bet. All 6th-level cultivators would eventually face a problem: their lifespan. Without reaching the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would not be able to break through the limits of mortals. 260 years, or 120 years, was their life and death moment. If they were mortals, then it would be fine. Although 260 years was a long enough lifespan, mortals could not escape from old age, sickness, and death. Most people could not even live past 160 years, so naturally they would not encounter a situation where their lifespan ran out. But cultivators were different. As long as a 6th-level cultivator did not seek death like the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master or the Nether Saint, they would not die so easily. The only thing that could kill them was time. A heavenly secret talisman could buy them 10 years of lifespan. In these 10 years, as long as they broke through to the 7th level, they would immediately gain another 60 years of lifespan. Thus, there was no need to be envious of these 6th-level cultivators, especially those at the peak of the 6th level. Although they were incomparably prominent in front of others, they might not have many years left in their lifespan. Although their cultivation was not as high as theirs, from now on, they could live longer than them. Li Mu looked at the sloppy Taoist priest and said, "The imperial court has always been generous to the offerings. As long as Senior joins the offerings department, I guarantee that you will receive a heavenly secret talisman within a year." Although the materials for the heavenly secret talisman were precious, if the imperial court wanted to gather them, they could also gather a few sets. After the excitement just now, the old man had already calmed down. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Kid, don't try to trick me. The heavenly secret talisman is a saint-level Fulu. Even those old fellows in the Fulu school could not draw it. Who in the great Zhou court can draw a saint-level talisman?" Seeing was believing. Li Mu stretched out his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. An illusory image of a Fulu covered in mysterious runes appeared before the Taoist priest's eyes. He could easily reproduce the Fulu that he had once drawn. Taoist priest looked at Fulu on the screen, and his eyes lit up. "Saint level, it's really a saint level." Then, his face was filled with smiles again as he said, "To be honest, although this old man has spent most of his life traveling outside, this old man was born in the Great Zhou dynasty and can be considered a citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is only right for me to do something for the Great Zhou dynasty. This old man will enter the Department of Consecration." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Senior is truly righteous. Tomorrow morning, you can directly report to the Veneration Department." After bidding farewell to the Taoist priest, Li Mu finally felt at ease. In the end, the consecrated office was a place where strength spoke. Without a super powerhouse holding down the fort, Li Mu did not have the confidence to speak. Speaking of which, exchanging a divine secret talisman for a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th realm was a very good deal. Unfortunately, the materials needed for the saint-level Fulu were very precious, and this talisman could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, as long as the Empress announced to the world that she would give a divine secret talisman to any 6th realm powerhouse who joined the consecrated office, the Department of Consecrated Office of the Great Zhou would be the most powerful force in the 10 continents and 3 islands. What 6 schools and 4 sects? Even the demonic path would not be able to compete with them. The divine secret talisman was not only useful for 6th realm powerhouses, but also for 7th realm powerhouses. Although the divine secret talisman did not increase the lifespan of powerhouses above the transcendent realm by that much, every year of lifespan increased the chances of advancing. Every time one advanced a level in the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would increase by 60 years. If they made the right bet, their lifespan would be extended by 60 years. Who would not be tempted? As long as there were enough materials, he could let the Empress visit him every few days. With the help of her talisman, Li Mu was confident that he could turn the consecrated office into a retirement home for the super powerhouses of the continent. Of course, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. This plan, at present, could only be imagined by Li Mu. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the consecrated office a quarter of an hour later than the usual time. Inside the consecrated office, it was quiet. Apart from the old man sweeping the floor, there was no one else in the entire consecrated office. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in the courtyard of the consecrated office. The old man sweeping the floor obeyed Li Mu's instructions. He took an incense burner, inserted an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the courtyard of the consecrated office. Li Mu looked at the incense stick and said, "Tell them, before this incense stick burns out, if they do not report to the consecrated office, they will be expelled from the consecrated office, and all the rewards bestowed by the imperial court will be withdrawn. From now on, they will no longer enjoy the treatment of a consecrated. The old man walked out of the consecrated office and walked briskly towards a nearby market. And square. There were hundreds of markets in the Immortals' capital, each with its own function. and Square was a residential market, located in the core area of the Immortals' capital. Although it was a residential market, the people who lived in the market were not commoners, officials, or nobles. They were consecrated members recruited by the imperial court. The consecrated members were the same as the officials of the imperial court. They ate the salary of the imperial court, and their treatment was even better than the officials. Every person had a house bestowed by the imperial court, and all the maids and servants in the house were available. In a certain house in and Square, 10 or so consecrated members were gathered together. Expelling them from the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick. Who is he trying to scare? Expelling everyone from the consecrated office, how will he explain this to the imperial court? This morning, not a single person went. I want to see how he will deal with this. After discussing for a while, they decided to continue staying here. In some other houses in the square, there was also hesitation in the eyes of some people. Should we go or not? Li Mu is not someone to be trifled with. The Empress also favors him so much. How many people have fallen into his hands? If he really expels us, where will our future cultivation resources come from? Why don't we just forget about it? The Shao family has not given us any benefits. We have no need to oppose Li Mu. Li Mu sat in the consecrated office. Ever since the incense stick had burned halfway, consecrated members had begun to walk in from outside. After clasping their hands to Li Mu, they returned to their respective duty rooms. There was also a portion of people who stood outside the consecrated office, chatting and laughing with the people beside them. They were all consecrated members of the consecrated office, but they did not walk in. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the incense stick, as if they were waiting for something. Only when the last stick of incense had burned out did they walk into the consecrated office. If they were frightened by Li Mu on his first day at the consecrated office and obediently returned to the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick, then they could forget about having a good life in the future. The reason they had waited until the incense stick had burned out before walking into the consecrated office was to give Li Mu a show of strength. They had to let Li Mu know that the consecrated office was not the same as the imperial court. However, when the incense stick had burned out and the first person outside the door wanted to walk into the consecrated office, a figure blocked their way. That fifth realm consecrated looked at Li Mu, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Lord Li, what are you doing?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is the consecrated office." That consecrated said, "Could it be that we consecrated members cannot enter the consecrated office?" Li Mu said, "In the past, yes, but not now. Before the incense stick has burned out, everyone who did not report to the consecrated office has already been expelled from the consecrated office. I will give you all 1 day to move out of and Square, and henceforth do not act in the name of consecrated members of the Great Show." That consecrated did not expect that Li Mu would actually dare to do this. His face darkened as he said, "Lord Li, this is your first day at the consecrated office. Are you going to be so ruthless?" As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from his body. The consecrated behind him also had an invisible aura rising from his body. Under the pressure of this aura, a few strands of hair by Li Mu's ears were blown up, and his clothes also fluttered loudly. A piece of the green brick under his feet was crushed by his foot. The next moment, Li Mu took a step forward. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The dozen or so consecrated at the entrance of the consecrated office retreated several steps under this aura. The fifth realm consecrated could still barely hold on, but several fourth realm cultivators directly fainted under the impact of that aura. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "From now on, you are no longer consecrated members of the imperial court. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Those who trespass into the consecrated office without permission will be expelled, and those who trespass repeatedly will be killed without mercy." Several fifth realm consecrated members struggled to resist Li Mu's aura pressure, their hearts extremely shocked. They did not expect Li Mu to be able to release such an aura when he had just advanced. In that instant, they even felt as if they were facing a sixth realm cultivator. Li Mu's strength was far stronger than they had imagined. They originally wanted to show him their strength, but now they were the ones who could not step down. Just as these people did not know how to deal with it, a gentle force swept over them. The aura emanating from Li Mu collided with this gentle force and cancelled each other out. Two elders with similar appearances slowly walked to the entrance of the consecrated office. The head consecrated is here. Greetings, head consecrated. Seeing the two old men, the crowd seemed to have found their backbone and bowed to greet them. The elder on the left glanced at them and said, "What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and go in." The head consecrated spoke, and these people heaved a sigh of relief. The leader was about to enter, but just as he took a step into the consecrated office, he was suddenly hit in the chest by a golden light, and his entire body was sent flying. After sending one person flying, the Tao bell shrunk to the size of a palm and floated on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing this, the few consecrated who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks. They never would have thought that Li Mu would not even give face to the head consecrated. The elder who had spoken just now had a dark expression and asked, "Lord Li, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing." Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I have said before that those who do not last 5 minutes will be expelled from the consecrated office. These people are standing outside the consecrated office and dragging their feet until the incense burns out. Clearly, they do not want to be consecrated anymore. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Not just any random person can casually enter." The elder looked at him and asked slowly, "The two of us are also late. Does Lord Li want to expel the two of us from the consecrated office as well?" Sixth realm cultivators were not easy to recruit. Li Mu did not have this authority. Although Li Mu really wanted to expel them to save resources for the imperial court, if he really did expel them, the imperial court would probably also put pressure on the empress. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Seeing that you are the head consecrated, I can make an exception this time. There will not be a next time. There is no need to wait for a next time." The elder who had not spoken all this time snorted and said coldly, "If you want to expel them today, then the two of us will voluntarily resign. You can expel us as well while you are at it." Li Mu looked at this elder in shock. There was actually such a good thing? He was just worrying about how to expel them. With the sloppy Taoist priest, who was at the peak of the sixth realm, there was no need for the two of them. Wasn't this just a waste of the imperial court's resources? Li Mu looked at the two of them in surprise and said, "Words are no guarantee. Why don't the two of you make an oath to the heavenly Tao?"
Chapter 2277. This was to remind Yi Qian not to be moved by the sight of civilians in the chaos of war. Yi Qian nodded solemnly and replied with a firm voice, "Understood. Ambassador, Yi Qian will definitely protect you. Please believe in her." V8 looked at Qin Xiu again. Even though there were only 4 of them, they still needed to stabilize the morale of the troops. The reason why he said this was so that they could trust each other. Yi Qian would definitely protect him. There was no doubt about that. From the moment she grabbed his hand so tightly that it felt like they were one, Qin Xiu knew that she would definitely protect herself and use her life to protect him. "I believe in Yi Qian. I have always believed in her." Qin Xiu looked at V8 seriously and replied. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yi Qian's face. There was a deep, unreadable darkness in his eyes. He trusted her a lot. There had never been a girl who dared to throw away her own life to protect his safety. Because of her appearance, his world had been touched. His entire world had been deeply imprinted with her figure and the magnificence of her smile when she looked back. They were very close to the crossfire area. After temporarily stabilizing the morale of the troops, V8, who looked like a local, led the 3 of them out of the war zone. "Let's get out of here first, then find a car to leave." It was good to have a car. They couldn't waste time here. They walked very quickly, but they didn't attract any attention. The entire city was in chaos. The civilians in the center of the crossfire area were screaming, crying, and stumbling as they ran. Their homes were no longer safe. The soldiers with guns were no longer their protectors. The city was no longer their refuge. Escaping became the only option for the civilians in the city. More and more civilians ran out of their homes. The language of the neighboring country turned into a mournful tide. More and more people screamed, making more and more people feel hopeless. Who can save us? Who can save us? God, please save us. A middle-aged woman from the neighboring country who believed in Christianity hugged her child and cried as she ran into the crowd. The state religion of the neighboring country was Buddhism, but a small number of people believed in Christianity. As Yi Qian listened to these desolate cries, her dark eyes grew colder and colder. Through the occasional flash of gunfire, one could see that her eyes were as clear as the cold stars. This is not an era of peace. It is just that we live in a peaceful country. The four of them had solemn expressions on their faces. They had to leave as soon as possible and arrive at the negotiation location on time. Tonight's chaos and the mournful cries of the people might happen in their own country one day. This way, away from the crowd. V8 no longer blended into the crowd. He walked to an alley and nimbly entered it. K7, who was at the back of the group, saw Yi Qian holding Qin Xiu's hand as they entered the alley, so he followed closely behind. They all knew that Qin Xiu was a bad ambassador. Even with Yi Qian keeping an eye on him, K7 would still keep an eye on him from time to time. Even though they had left the central war zone, the area around them was not safe. The local armed forces were divided. Occasionally, they would see soldiers rushing towards the central war zone with guns. They needed to avoid direct confrontation with the soldiers. The sound of gunfire kept coming from the sky above the city. Some of the gunfire came from nearby, but the distance was less than a few meters. The city in the neighboring country was not a large one. The roads were narrow, and small houses could be seen everywhere. The electricity lines that looked like spider webs intertwined with each other. It was as if the whole city was covered in a net. Chapter 2278. The smell of gunpowder thickened in the air, and the sound of bullets and cannons became more intense. Rushing out of the alley, the four ran into about 10 civilians who were running for their lives. They screamed and ran toward them, and it made the four's eyes turn even colder. This way, follow me. The alley was like a maze, and V8 was like the maze's owner, always able to find the right exit in the shortest time possible. Someone's coming. In the dark, Yi Qian heard several panicked footsteps coming from behind them. Someone had chosen the same escape route as them. Up ahead, another squad of 10 ran past the alley. V8 covered the mouth of a 13 or 14-year-old girl tightly, stopping her screams in her throat. All that could be heard was her muffled moans. Next to K7 was a middle-aged couple carrying a child, and behind them was an old man in his 60s. This was a family of 5. They had escaped from the center of the war and were planning to run to the child's aunt's home. I'll let go now. You, don't make a sound. If you make a sound, your parents and grandfather will be shot by the people outside. Do you understand? V8 used the local language to communicate with the girl. On the count of 1, 2, 3, let go. The girl, whose eyes widened from fear, nodded in a panic to show that she understood. V8 let go, and she covered her mouth. In the dark, the girl's bright eyes were filled with heart-wrenching fear. She was afraid, but she was responsible for scouting the way and protecting the family. It was only then that Yi Jian noticed that the middle-aged couple, each carrying a child, were unable to walk. Their legs were crippled. Can you take us with you? Can you take us with you? The old man in his 60s said with a trembling voice, if that's not possible, can you take the 3 children with you? Is that okay? The middle-aged couple's eyes were filled with hope. They stared at the 4 people who had saved them with tears. The appearance of Yi Qian's group made them feel safe. V8 looked at the 2 children who were still in his arms. They were about 4 or 5 years old, young, and crippled. V8 sighed softly. I'm sorry, but we can't take you with us. You'd better find a place to hide. I suggest you don't cross the city. If people run into you, they might shoot you. For your safety, you'd better find a place to hide. They had to refuse. Once they agreed, they would be a burden on their journey. They were not there to represent themselves, and they could not be heroes. The reason they were taking the risk to enter a neighboring country was because the country's border and the safety of its citizens were at stake. There was no choice. V8's answer extinguished all the hope in the eyes of the old man's family. The girl bit her lower lip and gently bowed to V8 with her palms pressed together to show that she had just saved them. It was the first time that Yi Jian had met a civilian who asked her for help during a war. She chose to put national affairs first and turned her head away to avoid making eye contact with the girl. But, at least, K7 said softly in English. He then took out his dagger and pried open the lock on the door behind him. Chapter 2279. V8 glanced at them and said to the family of 5, "Hide here for now. We'll talk again when the sun comes up. At least you're not in danger for now." "Thank you, thank you." The old man was the first to express his gratitude. He was very sincere and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. This was the best arrangement for both sides. Whether the family of 5 could escape the flames of war was no longer Yi Qian's concern. They still had their own missions to complete. This small episode didn't affect them much, but it gave Yi Qian a deep understanding of the cruelty of war. He more or less understood why his country immediately sent Qin Xiu to negotiate when a neighboring country was at war. Once a neighboring country's borders were affected by a neighboring country's war, perhaps one day it would be the civilians of his country asking for help from the other country's military. V8 walked at the front like a swimming dragon, silently brushing past the danger zone. He managed to avoid the local militants who went to provide support several times. 800 meters to our destination. We'll see it after passing through the alley. V8, with his back pressed against the wall, exhaled a mouthful of foul smoke. There had been a firefight here not long ago. The smell of smoke and blood lingered in the air. They needed to go to a school. After passing through the school, they would reach the nearest street to leave the city. Yi Qian had already loaded his gun and was ready to fire at any moment. Her hand was tightly gripping Qin Xiu's hand and didn't let go for even a second. The 4 people hiding in the dark passed through 2 alleys. The school was right in front of them. The main entrance is guarded. Go around and climb over the wall. V8 saw several armed soldiers standing at the school's main entrance. His eyes darkened as he quickly retreated. The school has been taken over. I'm afraid the city is completely divided. We need to leave as soon as possible. The city was divided. Some people supported the reactionary old regime while others supported the current ruling party. Once Qin Xiu's whereabouts were exposed, he would most likely become a target. Qin Xiu rarely spoke. At times like this, he only needed to follow the soldiers who protected him with their lives. The only thing he could do was make sure nothing happened to him. They couldn't pass through the school's main entrance. They had to climb over the wall. V8 was very familiar with the school. He went around the main entrance and arrived at the wall on the left. He bent his knees slightly and placed them on top of each other. He signaled Yi Qian to go first. "Step on my shoulder and climb over the wall." K7 was in charge of being on guard. His eyes were sharp as he looked around. Yi Jian nodded and let go of Qin Xiu's hand. She ran up and stepped on V8's palms. As V8 lifted his hands, she quickly climbed up the wall. She leaned against the wall and gestured for Qin Xiu to come up. After all, Qin Xiu was a man. His body weight was much heavier than Yi Jian's, and he was not as skilled as Yi Jian and the other 2. Although he had some martial arts skills, it was only limited to fighting. He could not leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Seeing that Yi Jian was as light as a swallow and only needed a run-up to nimbly flip over the wall, he took a deep breath. He could only step on the V8's knee and extend his hand to Yi Jian. With V8 and K7's help, Qin Xiu successfully climbed over the wall. News of the city's internal strife quickly spread back to China. The atmosphere at the border became even more tense. More troops were sent to the border and heavy weapons were mobilized. The military issued a military order overnight. They ordered more troops to be sent to the border just in case. Send 1 armored regiment and 2 infantry regiments to the northern border for a drill. Increase the number of troops at the border. Evacuate all citizens 30 kilometers away from the border. Chapter 2280. Report. The local ethnic militants have split. Our ambassador and 3 accompanying people have called. They have driven out of the civil strife city. Good. Keep in touch with the ambassador at all times. Hearing the news, the deputy commander of the Yun province military region relaxed a little. Now the neighboring country was in chaos, and several cities had become the focus of the war. It was always the civilians who suffered in the civil strife. The sound of gunfire scared them, and the sound of gunfire scared them even more. The unarmed civilians didn't dare to stay. They had to leave if they didn't want to leave their homes. There was still a faint smell of blood in the car, which couldn't be washed away even if they washed it several times. This was the smell of blood left by the car owner who was killed by a stray bullet. Qin Xiu sat upright with his thin lips tightly pursed. His initial elegance was gone, replaced by coldness and sharpness. Please speed up. We need to get to the negotiation point in advance. The civil strife in the neighboring country was deeper than imagined. The split of the ethnic militants in the city meant that the old government had instigated the ethnic militants. Once the war broke out, the border of our country would definitely be in chaos. Instigated without warning. It was not only the power of the old government and the anti-militants, but also the support from the outside. Qin Xiu had quickly adjusted the negotiation plan in his mind. He had to express his determination to defend the country's territory and protect the safety of our citizens with an absolute position and a strong attitude. Morgenthau talked about diplomacy in the book Politics Between Countries, Power Struggle and Peace. He pointed out that diplomacy was the art of persuasion, compromise, and using coercive force. He wouldn't compromise this time, only coercive force. Moreover, he was going to negotiate instead of talk. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Negotiation had a very obvious purpose. He had to fight for every benefit for his country. Talk was like a chat in a tea room. No matter the result or other gains, the whole process was to understand and find out what other people thought. The former was clear, while the latter was vague. Halfway through, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called and once again clarified the purpose of the negotiation. This is a political negotiation, which involves the homeland security of our country and the safety of our citizens. We hope that the neighboring countries can sit down and negotiate with each other first to achieve mutual understanding and understanding. Our country doesn't participate in the politics of other countries, so we will always adhere to the idea of peace. The neighboring countries must fight with each other and ensure the peace of our borders. If you disturb the peace of our borders, our country will take necessary protective measures when necessary. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs said this, Qin Xiu turned on the speakerphone, the only phone that could be used to communicate with China, so that the 3 people in the car could hear it clearly. Qin Xiu was in charge of the whole negotiation, and the 3 of them swore to protect Qin Xiu with their lives. At 2:00 in the morning, the car with bullet holes on the door finally arrived at the negotiation location on time. Someone had already come to pick them up. Yi Qian saw another familiar comrade. J5. He winked at Yi Qian quietly, and then shook hands with Qin Xiu with a serious expression. Let's go in first. I'm afraid there might be some changes in the negotiation. A deputy commander came to us 10 minutes before you and only asked if you were here. He didn't tell us the details. There was a change in the negotiation. Qin Xiu, whose face suddenly darkened, walked with a swift and fierce wind, and the corners of his suit fluttered even though there was no wind. At this moment, as a diplomat, Qin Xiu attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 2281. Yi Jian followed closely behind him. Qin Xiu walked quickly and hurriedly. He was calm even in the war zone. When he reached the top of the stairs, he moved his long legs and took 3 steps with each step. He entered the 3-story building that was temporarily controlled by the Chinese soldiers as fast as he could. In the car, Qin Xiu had already tidied up his clothes. His bow tie was carefully tied and his collar was meticulously smoothed. His black suit jacket was so smooth that it looked like it had been ironed. There was no panic, only calmness. Only then did Yi Qian remember that Qin Xiu had been running with his suit jacket hanging in the crook of his arm. So when he appeared at the meeting point, his neat clothes made him look even more composed. A diplomat represented the country. The details of his attire and appearance had to be meticulous. Just like a soldier, he gave people a sense of calmness and inviolability. As a diplomat, Qin Xiu had done everything perfectly from the very beginning. He walked very quickly. His shiny and dust-free leather shoes stepped on the wooden floor, making thump-thump sounds. When he reached the second floor and approached the room where someone was waiting, Qin Xiu slowed down his footsteps and adjusted his already slow breathing. Then, he turned around and said to Yi Jian, "Is there anything wrong?" He was asking if his attire was messed up. Yi Qian looked quickly and finally pointed at his bow tie. "It's a little crooked to the left. Just straighten it." Yi Qian straightened his bow tie with his fair, slender fingers, then straightened his collar and tugged at the hem of his shirt. Looking at him up close, Yi Qian was full of respect for his details. Qin Xiu was able to become the youngest diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs not by luck, but by his own ability. The elegant and gentle Qin Xiu straightened his clothes. As his expression became more serious, his eyes darkened. Even his gentle and elegant temperament had changed greatly. He was fierce, calm, and orderly. This was a qualified and excellent diplomat from our country. "We don't all have to go in together. Yi Qian, accompany me." Qin Xiu stopped and said to the 4 soldiers behind him, "Sometimes, more people means less power." J5 raised his hand, and V8 and the others behind him stopped in their tracks. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Qian. J5 said sternly, "Yi Qian, the ambassador's safety is in your hands. Don't worry." Yi Qian gave the order and walked with Qin Xiu to the room where someone was waiting. Qin Xiu's footsteps were very steady. Every step seemed to be carefully calculated. The distance was surprisingly consistent, and the rhythm of his steps was very strong. Just by listening to his voice, one could feel that he was a mature and steady man with a deep mind. "I'll open the door." When they were about to reach the door, Qin Xiu said gently. The fierceness in the corner of his eyes faded a little as he looked at Yi Qian, revealing his gentleness. "Come in after me." This was when Qin Xiu was in charge, and Yi Qian obeyed him the whole time. When he knocked on the door, Yi Qian, who was paying attention, saw him raise his hand. The gentleness that he had when he spoke to him disappeared instantly, and only coldness remained. The door opened immediately. It was obvious how anxious the person waiting inside was. Inside was a middle-aged man in a khaki military uniform. When he saw Qin Xiu standing at the door, the anxious middle-aged man's eyes lit up. "You're the ambassador sent by China, right?" He spoke fluent Mandarin and was the deputy commander of the Democratic Alliance Army in the 2nd Special District of the neighboring country. "I've received news that the old regime has no intention of negotiating. Mr. Ambassador, for your safety, the commander and I suggest cancelling the negotiation at 7 in the morning." This news was undoubtedly a bomb dropped on the already turbulent waters. Chapter 2282. Qin Xiu sat down without a trace of emotion in his eyes. He calmly sat down and looked at the deputy commander of the Alliance Army. He smiled and said, "Sir, can you tell me how you found out about the old regime?" He didn't panic and held the right to ask questions from the beginning. The deputy commander glanced at Yi Qian. Before he said anything, Qin Xiu understood. "You can rest assured that no one will know what you say tonight. The new ruling party doesn't want to expand the war. They found out that there are forces supporting them behind the old regime. The new ruling party hopes that your country will continue to remain neutral. Our 2 countries have been on good terms for decades. The leader of the new regime hopes that our 2 countries can maintain friendly relations." The deputy commander spoke very sincerely, but Yi Qian secretly clenched his fist. "Continue to remain neutral? Does this mean that the neighboring country hopes that our country can tolerate it even if it endangers our country's territory? They hope that our 2 countries can maintain friendly relations. This is a threat. They are telling China that if China insists on interfering, the diplomatic relations between our 2 countries will be broken at any time." He spoke sincerely, but he couldn't hide his contempt for China. A weak country has no status, and a weak country has no dignity. The bandit logic of falling behind constantly reminds us that if we don't want to be beaten, have no status, and have no dignity, We have to constantly strive for self-improvement. As a soldier, Yi Qian lowered his eyes slightly to hide the anger in his eyes. Qin Xiu, he must turn his words into a slap and ruthlessly slap the other party's face. He must tell them that China is no longer the same as before. The deputy commander's words seemed sincere, but he didn't realize it himself. Qin Xiu could naturally hear it and understand the other party's intentions. During a negotiation, the negotiator had to keep a cool head. They couldn't hand their emotions over to the other party just because of a few words. Instead, they had to keep a clear mind and immediately understand why the other party said those words, and what the other party meant by those words. As the youngest diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu's gaze was firm. He calmly said, "I can tell you very clearly that our country has always adhered to the policy of governing the country peacefully. We don't participate in the political affairs of any other country. However, this time your country's intentions are sinister. It's impossible for our country to not express ourselves and not appear. Your country has already pointed its sword at our territory. If we don't express ourselves and not appear, sir, do you think that's possible? I will wait until 7 o'clock. If the negotiators from the old regime and the new regime don't appear, I will immediately convey your country's attitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of National Defense, and the military. At the same time, all ports will be closed and completely. This is our country's attitude. According to the original schedule, 7. I hope, if the negotiators from your country, the negotiations will unconditionally. And our country will immediately take necessary measures to maintain the stability of our borders. The Deputy Commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region Deputy of the 2nd Special Administrative Region of the 2nd Special Administrative Region Regions. It's at the same time, the Deputy Commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region was helping him. And the Deputy to the OVs to the 2nd Special Districts, to the OV, to help, to the Qin. Ts have a SS. Tus to negotiate Xiand s. The domineering Qin Xiu's every word had a certain degree of intimidation, but he did not suppress it all the way. Instead, he first asked questions with the other party's attitude. While expressing their country's position, he did not forget to tell the deputy commander that their country's position was to protect their homeland from being invaded. Chapter 2283. Maintaining a good relationship with your negotiating partner was a key point in diplomatic negotiations. The deputy commander raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. In his heart, he was cursing the old regime. However, he also felt that it was not appropriate for him to come here. There was no way he could convince the Chinese ambassador to turn a blind eye to the flames of war in his country. Before he left, one of the leaders of the new regime had told him in a very disdainful tone, "China has always been weak. As long as our attitude is firm, they will endure unconditionally like before. You can tell him directly that our artillery might accidentally land in China's territory, but we didn't mean to offend them. Please remind the Chinese side to evacuate the Chinese residents at the border who might be affected by the artillery to a safe area. China has always been the weak side in diplomacy. Just take the attack on the residents last year as an accidental explosion to resolve such a major incident. As for China, no matter how angry they are, they can only suppress the anger in their heart. China insists on governing the country peacefully. We don't want the two countries to go to war, and we don't want to go back to the era where we can't even fill our stomachs. In the face of artillery fire that accidentally entered our territory, China can only choose to endure now." The deputy commander thought of the leader's words and cursed him countless times in his heart. What do you mean China will be the same as before? Bullshit. Influenced, he also thought this way before he came. He thought that as long as they said a few words and told the Chinese ambassador that they would not attack the Chinese ambassador, the matter would be resolved. Who knew that the Chinese ambassador's attitude was firm, and the calmness he showed made him wonder if the other side had already made arrangements. Everyone wanted to govern the country peacefully. No one wanted war. Everyone was afraid that a war would cause the country's strength to decline, let alone internal strife. Once other countries suddenly interfered, then it would no longer be internal strife within the country, but internal and external trouble. The Chinese side's strength made the deputy commander know that the leaders of the new regime's plan had failed. It was impossible to move the fire of war outward and protect the city from destruction. This was a whimsical idea. Ambassador, we are indeed very sincere. We just hope that the Chinese side will continue to maintain the original attitude of watching. We really don't need any special expressions from the Chinese side. The deputy commander of the 2nd SAR, who also came with a heavy responsibility, couldn't help but lower his posture a little. Our 2nd SAR has always been pro-China. That's why I risked being assassinated by the old regime tonight to communicate with the Chinese side in advance. I hope that the Chinese side can consider our proposal. Consider our proposal? The corners of Qin Xiu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. The color of his black eyes deepened with the faint smile, almost turning dark and containing a bit of sharpness. Your country has chosen to go against the flow, but you still want our country to continue to abide by the peace treaty. Your Excellency, there is a saying in our country, only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps, which can be used to describe your country's current actions. Our country has always adhered to the policy of peace. Our country is benevolent and righteous, and we do not like to destroy the friendship between the two countries. However, this does not mean that our country is giving in. Please do not take our attitude as giving in. The flames of war have already risen and spread to the borders of our country. Continuing to maintain the original attitude of watching is just your country's imagination. The sanctity of our country cannot be violated. This is our country's only attitude. It's getting late. Deputy Commander, you should go back as soon as possible and truthfully convey our attitude to your country's leaders. Chapter 2284. Qin Xiu stood up with a smile in his eyes. His posture was stern, but he still had the demeanor of a great country. He was sending the guests off. The deputy commander left quickly. He had to convey China's attitude to all the leaders of the new government immediately. He had to tell them that China's attitude this time was strong and that they had come prepared. The room was very quiet. Qin Xiu had been sitting quietly in his original position. Yi Qian, who was sitting on his left, did not disturb him. Instead, he sat quietly with him. She was deeply shocked by Qin Xiu's diplomatic talk. Qin Xiu represented the country's gateway. The strength he displayed was very good at upholding China's dignity. Yi Qian felt very proud to have such a diplomat. Although he didn't know much about diplomacy, he could tell that the deputy commander wanted to take the initiative. In the end, Qin Xiu quietly took the initiative and emphasized that the negotiation time would be at 7 o'clock. This meant that he had grasped the time limit in his hand. It was just the beginning. She could already foresee how serious the negotiation would be at 7 o'clock p.m. sharp. After about 5 minutes, Qin Xiu, who was sitting quietly, looked up and calmly looked at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, please ask the soldiers outside to come in. We have some things to discuss. There was indeed a change in the negotiation at 7 o'clock p.m. The new government and the old government seemed to have reached a consensus. However, the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region suddenly came in, indicating that there were internal differences within the new government. If there were internal differences, it would undoubtedly damage the authority of the negotiators. This was beneficial to China. The 5 minutes of silence allowed Qin Xiu to analyze the negotiation situation in more detail. When J5 and the others came in, Qin Xiu spoke of his arrangements with a sharp gaze. It's very likely that the old government will not arrive on time. I need to contact the military now and leak some information about our current arrangements at the border. What he meant was to put pressure on the borders of neighboring countries to let the old government, new government, and national armed forces know China's attitude. J5 nodded. I'll contact the military immediately. I will arrive at the negotiation location 10 minutes in advance to show my sincerity and respect to the negotiators. At 7 o'clock p.m. sharp, if any negotiator does not arrive on time, I will leave immediately. As an ambassador, I represent the country. In such a serious situation, even if the other party is late by even a minute, it means that they have lost respect for our country. And my early departure is likely to indirectly promote the struggle between the old regime and the new regime. When dragons and tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. If the momentum is too great, it will definitely harm the innocent. Everyone, my departure will put you in a dangerous position. Qin Xiu told them everything he could think of and what might happen, so that all the soldiers in the room would feel confident. Ambassador, you don't have to worry too much. Before we came here, we already knew that the situation was dangerous. Everything you do represents the dignity of our country. As soldiers, we have to fight for the dignity of our country. J5's words were cold and heavy, revealing a fearless military might, telling Qin Xiu of their determination. No matter what happens next, we must always remember the mission and responsibility that we shoulder. Qin Xiu smiled slowly. Look, these are the soldiers of our country. It was because of them that he had the strength to face the negotiators of the neighboring countries. With them, he could be fearless. What Qin Xiu did not know was that these soldiers he faced had another important mission. The military learned that the old government was supported by a certain country in America, and this country secretly sent someone to contact the old government in the neighboring countries. J5 was responsible for assassinating this person directly. Chapter 2285. J5 and K7 looked at each other and knew that they could begin their mission now. They could tell from Qin Xiu's words that the negotiation would not go smoothly at 7 o'clock in the morning. China did not interfere with the politics of other countries. Similarly, they would not allow anyone to destroy the peace of China. Since it was all done in secret, then let's do it in secret. Soon, the news of the deployment of additional troops at the border of China spread. There were also a few blurry photos of armored weapons and new missiles that were half-covered. The photos were released at 6:40 a.m. The military media had not reported it yet, but the old government, the new government, and the armed forces of various ethnic groups already had these photos. In the building occupied by the old government, a group of people sat around a large conference table with cold expressions and gloomy eyes. One of the leaders sitting at the head of the table had a dark expression on his face. He threw a few photos on the table and said angrily, "What do you think is our attitude? Do you see it? New missiles, armored weapons, they are all here. What else do you have to say? In Chinese terms, you are a group of frogs in a well. China is weak. Can only endure. Can only swallow this humiliation. Do you see it? These are the surface-to-air missiles that China used during last year's celebration. If a few missiles come, you will all be finished. China says it is a drill. Do you believe that this is a drill? Missiles, tanks, armored weapons, 3 regiments, thousands of people suddenly appeared in a drill. Do you think this is a drill?" The leader was so angry that he slammed the table. The people sitting below all held their breaths and endured the anger silently. The ambassador sent by China told the new government that if he does not see any negotiators at 7 o'clock sharp, he will leave on time. "Commander-in-Chief, why don't we wait a little longer? If the Chinese ambassador does not leave at 7 o'clock sharp, we can send someone over immediately." "That's right, Commander-in-Chief. The Chinese ambassador and the others are used to waiting. Since they are used to waiting, let him wait a little longer this time. They want to use a drill to intimidate us. China is not a Western country. We can let him wait. Our negotiators are leaving now and will arrive at around 7:20 a.m. Call them first and say that there is an emergency that needs to be dealt with immediately. That's why they can't arrive in time. Yes, we will call at 6:50 a.m. and ask the Chinese ambassador to wait for us for 20 minutes. I think so. Something came up at the last minute, so we called in advance to explain the importance we attach to this negotiation and our respect for China. At 6:50 p.m., Qin Xiu arrived at the negotiation site. At 6:51 p.m., old Zheng called, saying that there was an urgent matter that needed to be dealt with. He hoped that the Chinese ambassador would understand. He asked the Chinese ambassador to wait for 20 minutes. They would arrive at 7:20 p.m. on time. The call from the old regime made the negotiators of the New Deal and the National Armed Forces heave a sigh of relief. It wasn't that the negotiators of the old regime didn't want to come, but something came up at the last minute and couldn't arrive on time. I'm very sorry, Ambassador. Please wait for another 20 minutes. The negotiators from the old regime will definitely arrive. We are very grateful for the Chinese side's understanding and support. We hope that the Chinese side can forgive us for this hurried meeting. Sometimes, there are some things that can't be avoided. We can only do our best. The negotiators of the old government did not arrive on time. The negotiators of the two sides had already expressed their goodwill to Qin Shi and China, hoping that China would continue to support the neighboring countries and jointly maintain the stability of the border between the two countries. Chapter 2286. Before the official time, Yi Qian, who had come in with him, knew that the informal negotiations had already begun. They were facing a pincer attack from two foreign ambassadors from two neighboring countries. They were trying to make things difficult for Qin Shi by saying that the two countries should work together for peaceful development. They were even trying to use peace to force Qin Shi to agree with them before he even entered the formal negotiations. Yi Qian's expression was calm, but there was anger under it. Now that Yi Qian was facing difficulties, especially those who were trying to make things difficult for him, the more difficult it was for Yi Qian. His expression was as calm as a mirror, without the slightest ripple. Right now, this was Qin Shi's home ground. She was only there to ensure his safety. It was up to Qin Shi to deal with the difficulties of the foreign negotiators. For some reason, Qin Shi's behavior outside seemed to have reassured everyone. J5 and K7, who were guarding outside, were not worried at all. Yi Qian and V8, who were accompanying him inside, were not nervous at all. They believed that Qin Shi could handle everything well. Since the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had only sent Qin Shi, and only the youngest ambassador in the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wasn't this a strong declaration to the outside world? There was no need to send an experienced ambassador. Our country's young ambassador could fight a group of heroes. Qin Shi could indeed fight a group of heroes. Right now, he was no longer an individual, but an ambassador representing his country. He was facing the two foreign ambassadors from neighboring countries, who had yet to officially start using sincerity to hide their arrogance. His gentleness when he sat down was swept away. He stared at the two people across from him with a sharp gaze. His polite tone was firm. Your Excellency has completely subverted the true meaning of the two countries should work together for peaceful development! The two countries represent both neighboring countries and China, not just China alone. Our countries, the two countries should work together for peaceful development. Just like in the beginning, we advocate the supreme concept of peace, harmony, and harmony. We have always been working hard for the peace and development of mankind. As Your Excellency said, when faced with your artillery fire that has landed on our territory, do we still need to understand and support you? Your Excellency, working together for the peaceful development of the two countries means that the two countries can only achieve peace if they work together. In the face of your country's invasion of our territory, your country's meaning is that if we don't express our understanding and support, it will be a breach of peace. Your country's bandit logic has really opened my eyes. Her clear and elegant voice was loud and clear. Facing Lin Guocheng, who was deliberately making things difficult for her on the surface, she directly and indirectly replied, "Our country advocates peace, but we will never tolerate the invasion of our territory." Yi Qian gently loosened his clenched fists under the table. The intentions of the two diplomats from the neighboring countries were extremely sinister. To put it simply, if China insisted on pursuing the matter of the artillery fire that landed on China's territory, then China would be destroying the peaceful development of the two countries. Using the peace between the two countries as a conspiracy theory, they were still testing the bottom line of the Chinese side. Since the victory of the anti-Japanese war, China had been concealing its strength and biding its time. In the face of some provocations, large and small, it chose to remain silent because of its military strength. As a result, when the artillery fire spread to our territory, the wrong party still dared to turn around and challenge us. Today, China's military strength had made a breakthrough, and it had developed high-end weapons on its own. Qin Shi's strength was to tell the neighboring countries not to take China's concealing its strength and biding its time as a step back. The two diplomats from the neighboring countries were indeed shocked. Before this, they had never thought that China would be so strong. It was even several times stronger than last night. Chapter 2287. Last night, the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region conveyed Qin Shou's attitude. The leaders of the New Deal and the leaders of the Allied forces quickly convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. In order to suppress Qin Shou's strength, the two of them used the excuse of disrupting peaceful development to make the Chinese side have no choice but to agree to their proposal. Unexpectedly, when they launched their attack, the Chinese ambassador's momentum was so strong that it shocked them so much that their backs were covered in sweat. The Chinese ambassador misunderstood. "We never thought of unilaterally disrupting peace." "Absolutely not." The ambassador of the Allied forces was the first to speak. He looked down at his watch, stood up, and said politely, "There's still 5 minutes until 7 o'clock. I'll hurry the negotiator and ask him how long it will take for him to arrive." Qin Shou smiled faintly and said to Yi Qian, who entered the venue with him, "Inform the outside that I'll be leaving at 7 o'clock sharp." Then he turned slightly to V8 and said in a low voice, "Inform the military that the exercise will begin on time." "Okay." V8, who was impressed by Qin Shou's strength, nodded slightly. He couldn't help but look at him with admiration. As he got up, he moved his fingers inadvertently and quietly gave Yi Qian a look, indicating for her to protect Qin Shou. Then he left the venue. The foreign affairs negotiator of the New Deal also instructed the staff accompanying him. "Feed back the Chinese ambassador's words without missing a word. Come up with a new countermeasure. Give me an answer as soon as possible." He was no longer as calm as before. There was a faint trace of anxiety in his expression. In the diplomatic negotiation field, the development of the situation and the severity of the situation could change at any time. The neighboring countries took the initiative to launch an attack on Qin Shou's side with the reason of peaceful development together. As soon as Qin Shou's side relaxed a little, the neighboring countries would move forward to attack. Qin Shou didn't give them a chance, which was equivalent to blocking their reasons. The neighboring countries couldn't do anything if they didn't get a response. Naturally, they would feel anxious. The sweat on their backs was the first sign of their momentum beginning to weaken. Yi Qian cheered for Qin Shou and felt even more proud. There were outstanding diplomats like Qin Shou, who fought for the interests of the country, and excellent soldiers like Captain Xia, who protected the country when it was invaded. The rise of a big country was no longer a pale fantasy, but a real reality step by step. Other than the ambassadors of the V8 and the Alliance, there were 6 other people in the meeting room. There were 2 on our side and 4 on the other side. Each ambassador was accompanied by a staff member and a soldier. The soldier was responsible for the ambassador's safety. Yi Qian's attention was on the 2 soldiers protecting the ambassadors. The ambassador of the neighboring country didn't speak casually anymore. After smiling at Qin Shou, he flipped through the information in his hand. He looked calm, but in fact, even his palms were sweating slightly at this time. He was a little worried about how the diplomatic negotiators of the Alliance Army would communicate with the negotiators of the old government. The old government was influenced by Rui Lila. Their central thinking was quite extreme. They were the only ones who could betray others, but others couldn't betray them. He didn't know if there would be any changes in the future, but the situation at hand wasn't good. The unprecedented strength of the Chinese side came at the wrong time. It messed up all their plans. So much so that the secret agreement between them and the old government would be changed again. This was the situation they didn't want to see the most. Chapter 2288. If the Chinese side cooperated as usual, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But they didn't cooperate, and their attitude was even stronger than last night, so they were now in a passive position. The neighboring country's ambassador, who was dissatisfied with the Chinese side's attitude, couldn't help but purse his lips. Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite him, saw this and glanced at him indifferently. Finally, he returned a faint smile to the neighboring country's soldier who was staring at him, and calmly looked at the other party. "You look at me, and I look back at you." This was courtesy demands reciprocity. Yi Qian thought that Qin Shou was quite outstanding, and Qin Shou also thought that Yi Qian was quite outstanding. When he turned his head slightly, he saw that her expression was calm as she looked indifferently at the neighboring country's soldier. He couldn't help but laugh. You're very calm, not bad. He leaned slightly closer to Yi Qian and laughed softly. You've made me see you in a new light again. Surprise after surprise was equivalent to surprise after surprise, and it was also equivalent to being moved again and again. When the other party saw this, he consciously looked away. Yi Qian turned sideways, lowered his head, and replied with a faint smile, "Same here. I don't know how many times I've applauded your answer just now. If I could clap my hands, my palms would definitely be red." The girl smiled sweetly. Her lips were as red as cherry blossoms, which contrasted with her fair skin and rosy skin. She was like a ripe fruit, tempting people to take a bite to see if there was too much juice or too much sweetness inside. It wasn't time for formal negotiations yet, so Qin Xiu, who was appropriately relaxed, calmly hid the darkness in his eyes. When he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance, he realized that as Yi Qian leaned over and lowered his head, the two of them were very close to each other. They were so close that her soft hair brushed against his forehead. That faint, soft touch caused Qin Xiu's eyelids to droop a little. After hiding everything well, he smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you quite admire me now." If he said this outside, it would be a bit ambiguous, but at this time, it was as if he needed to be acknowledged. Yi Qian nodded and looked sincerely at the outstanding diplomat in front of him. "Everyone admires you, including me. You stepped forward and defended the dignity of our country. You too, Yi Qian." Qin Xiu answered with a smile as he put some distance between them. He couldn't do anything inappropriate in an inappropriate situation. Although the delicate fragrance was tempting, it was not worth mentioning compared to national affairs. Outside, the diplomatic negotiator sent by the alliance was trying to suppress his anger as he spoke to the negotiator sent by the old regime. "Where the hell are you now? The Chinese ambassador won't budge an inch, and the time will be completely according to the agreed 7 o'clock. Your delay is the most foolish behavior. There are still 2 minutes left before 7 o'clock. If you don't show up immediately, you don't have to come again. No one will wait for you here. You will also pay the price for your foolish actions." The old regime's diplomatic negotiations were still in the car. He didn't dare to be too careless when he entered the new regime's territory. There were a total of 4 cars, but he didn't sit in the most luxurious car in front. Instead, he sat in the staff car in the back to avoid being targeted by the new regime snipers. Hearing this, he snorted softly. The Chinese side's attitude suddenly became strong because you are weak. Do you still need to be afraid of a country that doesn't dare to do anything? Peace, peace. Tell the Chinese side that they hope for peace between the two countries. It's best to cooperate. Chapter 2289. There was nothing to be afraid of. Commander Rualila had the support of Western hegemonic countries behind him. There was no need to be afraid of a country that didn't even have much international standing. Moreover, it was the new government that was in charge of foreign affairs. If anything happened, the new government would be responsible for it. It had nothing to do with Commander Rualila. Was the Chinese really not going to cooperate? With Commander Rualila's methods, the Chinese ambassador wouldn't be able to leave easily. The old regime's diplomatic negotiator's indifference made the alliance's diplomatic negotiator very angry. There's 1 minute left until 7. If you don't show up, this negotiation will be terminated. If Commander Rualila doesn't terminate the negotiation, no one will. Tell the Chinese ambassador that I'll be there at 7:20. Since you want to cooperate with the old regime, now is the time to show your sincerity. The old regime's diplomatic negotiator was firm in his words. After he finished speaking, he unilaterally ended the communication. The alliance's diplomatic negotiator was offended. His face turned green and white. There was obvious anger in his eyes. Seeing that there was less than a minute left, he could only jog back to the meeting. There were 40 seconds left until 7. J5 looked down at the change in the time and maintained contact with China. No one from Commander Rualila's side has appeared. Our military exercise, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. J5's deep voice suddenly sounded like a sharp sword being unsheathed. With a murderous aura, he said, begin the exercise. At 7 o'clock sharp, if either side of the negotiation didn't show up on time, the Chinese military exercise would coordinate with Qin Shou's time and immediately begin the large firepower mountain attack exercise. China had always been benevolent, especially in the international community. It would never do anything that would endanger the friendship between the two countries. China had always abided by international treaties and never violated the terms of the treaties. It had always prohibited everything and worked hard to promote world peace and development. Then, the neighboring countries and even other countries interpreted China's attitude as forbearance, concession, and cowardice. The mortar fired by the neighboring country that fell into China's territory was actually a test to see how far China would go. Qin Shou wouldn't allow the neighboring countries to continue testing. China wouldn't allow this kind of testing with contempt. Yi Qian and V8 received Qin Shou's order and immediately prepared for everything. He stood up with an imposing aura and said coldly to the negotiator, "Sorry, time is up. Our negotiation has failed. I am very sorry that Commander Herrera does not wish to contribute to the stability of the border between our two countries. I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our borders. Please wait, Mr. Ambassador." When the New Deal ambassador saw this, his expression suddenly changed. The staff he had just sent to ask for instructions from the higher-ups had not returned yet, and the Chinese ambassador had left without even staying for a minute. "Mr. Ambassador." The ambassador of the Alliance Army pushed the door open and entered. He suppressed his anger and said sincerely, "Mr. Ambassador, please wait for another 20 minutes. The representative sent by Commander Rila will be here soon. Mr. Ambassador, please wait for another 20 minutes. Why don't we go to the banquet room and have a glass of champagne first?" When the two sides saw that Qin Shou really stood up and left, the negotiators of the new policy couldn't help but stand up. They didn't expect that the Chinese side would suddenly stop making concessions and become so aggressive. For a moment, they panicked. One of them walked around the conference table and hurried over, while the other stood at the door, trying to persuade Qin Shou to stay. Chapter 2290. The two soldiers who were in charge of protecting the neighboring countries' negotiations strode over and stared at Qin Shou. They were very rude. The rudeness of the neighboring country's soldiers made Yi Qian's eyes darken. She stepped out from behind Qin Shou and swept away her previous calmness. Her dark eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Her gaze was like a bullet as it swept straight towards the two soldiers who were rude to Qin Shou. She didn't walk in front of Qin Shou but stood side by side with him. She didn't block Qin Shou's fierce aura and also let the other party know that she wasn't an ordinary staff member. The two neighboring countries' soldiers probably didn't expect that the Chinese woman who had been silent all this time, who looked delicate and didn't even have a sense of existence, would suddenly have a big change in her aura. She was like a general who had returned from the battlefield bathed in blood. The bloody and murderous aura made the two neighboring countries' soldiers' pupils contract slightly. They ignored this Chinese woman. She wasn't an accompanying staff member at all, but a Chinese female soldier. Moreover, she was a Chinese female soldier whose hands were stained with human lives. Her gaze was like a bullet passing by, bringing with it a sharpness that made the cerebral cortex tense. The two neighboring countries' soldiers' right hands couldn't help but slowly reach for their waists. Yi Qian said to Qin Shou, "You go first. They are outside." V8 went out and didn't come in. He was standing at the door to support Qin Shou. When he got up, his fingers moved inadvertently. This was a secret gesture to Yi Qian, indicating that he was in charge of the outside and she was in charge of the inside. Hearing her words, Qin Shou didn't seem to notice the sudden hostile atmosphere in front of him. He nodded indifferently and calmly walked towards the door. Qin Shou had already shown the neighboring country's ambassador the strength that couldn't be offended. At this time, Qin Shou's indifferent gaze swept over, emitting a sense of oppression that made the Alliance Army's negotiation ambassador who was blocking the door a little tense. "Mr. Ambassador, you'd better." Seeing that Qin Shou was about to walk out of the door, the ambassador of the Alliance Army was unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade him to stop again. However, Qin Shou, whose handsome face was cold, walked past him without even looking at him. When the New Deal ambassador saw that there was no way to stop Qin Shou from leaving, He couldn't help but chase after him anxiously. Yi Qian stopped him and said politely, "Your Excellency, please wait. This is not a problem with our country. It's just that some people are not cooperating. Our ambassador's intentions are very clear. He hopes that your country can resolve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our borders." With Yi Qian blocking the way, the V8 escorted Qin Xiu out. Yi Qian's appearance made the two soldiers from the neighboring country tense up instantly. Their right hands were already touching their waists, as if they were going to pull out their guns and force them to stay in the next second. For a second, the ambassador from the neighboring country's new government did have such an idea in his mind, but he suppressed it. Because it was not a small matter to pull out their guns and force an ambassador to stay. China's attitude was already very strong. If they still forced the Chinese ambassador to stay, a few surface-to-air missiles would land on them. In the end, the New Deal would be at a disadvantage. The New Deal only wanted to democratize the North. They absolutely could not have a conflict with China. Yi Qian quickly caught up with Qin Xiu with a cold expression and said in a low voice, "They wanted to pull out their guns just now. We have to leave here as soon as possible. You escort the ambassador out first. I'll cover the rear." The V8 immediately arranged and stayed a few steps behind in case something unexpected happened. He could stall for time for Yi Qian and Qin Xiu to leave. Chapter 2291. Qin Xiu walked out of the conference hall with a warm expression. He still had a smile on his face. The New Deal and the Alliance Army don't have the guts to do that, but... His smile instantly turned sharp, and even his voice was much tighter. But the old regime's Rulila side might not. The Alliance Army ambassador at the door chased after Qin Xiu to the door and watched him leave without looking back. He was very anxious. He really left. The ambassador sent by the Chinese side really left. They were used to the Chinese side giving in. They suddenly became so strong. This kind of unprecedented thing happened to them. Things are getting tricky. He returned to the conference hall and spoke to the New Deal ambassador in a deep voice. The Chinese side's attitude will become a stumbling block to our country's democratization. If there is no way to take back the northern land, we will first eliminate Rulila's group. I will go back and report to the commander-in-chief now. You should report our situation to them. We need to express our position as soon as possible and come up with the next step of the plan to completely eliminate the old regime's Rulila armed forces. Report the current situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be passive. Hearing this, the New Deal ambassador's eyes flashed with a haze. He said in a deep voice, "Now the old regime is giving us a big problem. I don't know if Rulila will be able to appease the Chinese side's anger by coming out personally." "You mean?" The Alliance Army ambassador seemed to have guessed something. He frowned and showed a disapproving expression. "No, this is undoubtedly." Someone hurried in and interrupted the Alliance Army ambassador. It was the staff sent out by the New Deal ambassador who had returned. He looked at the conference hall where the Chinese ambassador was no longer present. He walked over to the New Deal ambassador and said a few words softly. The Alliance Army ambassador saw the New Deal ambassador's frown disappear. The haze on his face also gradually faded. In the end, he even smiled. Could it be that the New Deal leaders have a solution to the current predicament? The Alliance Army ambassador's eyes narrowed. Seeing that the other party was afraid that he would hear, his eyes flashed with a dark light. He simply sat aside and watched coldly. "Okay, tell the higher-ups. I know what to do." The New Deal ambassador nodded. The smile on his face deepened. After the staff left, the New Deal ambassador sat back in his chair with a smile. He smiled at the Alliance Army ambassador who had a cold gaze. The higher-ups already have a countermeasure. Did he have a countermeasure? The ambassador sat up straight and asked, "What's the plan?" "It's similar to the countermeasure I thought of before." The moment the New Deal negotiator opened his mouth, the Allied Army negotiator on the other side frowned even more. However, the new policy negotiator was very excited. He lowered his voice and said, "If we want to eliminate the old regime and temporarily stabilize the Northlands, this is the best way." The old regime broke the agreement first and offended the Chinese ambassador. It's also the best time for us to send troops to wipe out the old regime, but this is not a very good countermeasure, a countermeasure that will put our country at the heart of the struggle. Did General Wu Wenu of the New Deal military group say anything? I would like to hear what the general has suggested. The ambassador of the Allied forces knew that their commander was close to the Chinese side, and he was opposed to the new policy of playing dirty behind the scenes. However, if General Wu Wenu of the New Deal military group agreed, then the alliance would have nothing to say. At most, they would not participate. Chapter 2292. Before he came, Commander-in-Chief Dan Su had told him that if the negotiations failed, the alliance would not participate. The Northern Territory could be dealt with later. The ambassador laughed and nodded. That's right. General Wu Wenu agreed. He was the one who first proposed the countermeasures here. The Allied army's diplomatic ambassador's heart sank. Even the military group dared to do this. Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Even if they wanted to achieve national democratization, they shouldn't use such a radical strategy to offend China. Outside, a soldier from the neighboring military group strode into the venue with a cold expression. He met Qin Xiu and Yi Qian face to face and walked straight toward the venue. Then the soldier met V8, who was a few steps behind. Both of them were wearing military uniforms. They nodded to each other as a sign of politeness and left after a brief exchange of glances. The ambassador who was about to leave opened the door of the conference room and met the person from the military group. Seeing the other party's serious expression, his heart sank and he immediately turned back to the conference room. This expression was not a good one. One look at it and one would feel that something was wrong. The Chinese side is 50 kilometers away from our border and is conducting a strong firepower exercise. According to the report, this exercise is an army exercise and there are no air exercises for the time being. However, there are air-launched missiles at our border, so we can't rule out air exercises. The soldier with a cold expression described the current situation at the border to the two negotiators. At the same time, he conveyed the opinions of the two top leaders. Immediately leave the war zone. What? The ambassador who was smiling just now was shocked. He looked at the equally shocked ambassador and asked anxiously, "Did you send someone to keep an eye on them? Is there any other news? Are there any signs of them advancing toward our border?" Now, he was anxious. Two exclamations came from the conference room. V8, who was a few steps behind, had a ruthless sneer in his eyes. "You want the Chinese side to continue to remain silent? What a joke." The door of the conference room gradually closed, cutting off the sound of the soldiers of the neighboring country. Yi Jian, who had walked a few meters away, walked beside Qin Xiu. Her pace was a little fast. Now they needed to leave the heavily guarded negotiation point as soon as possible. J5 greeted the three and walked side by side with V8 as they escorted Qin Xiu out of the building. Outside, the K7 had already opened the door for Qin Xiu. There was a certain distance between the venue and the outside. Qin Xiu noticed that Yi Qian's expression was exceptionally cold as a sword. He deliberately slowed down his steps and asked with a smile, "Were you nervous for a few seconds just now?" It referred to whether they were nervous when they pulled out their guns. A little. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. Then, he asked with some doubt, "Why do I feel like you were referring to something when you said that you wanted Lin Guo to solve the problem internally?" Qin Xiu, who had a cold expression on his face, stared at Yi Jian for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "When you stopped the negotiator for the new policy and said those words, I thought you understood my intention. It turns out that you didn't. You were just following along with what I said. I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our border." Yi Qian was indeed following Qin Xiu's words, but his intentions were unclear. He needed to explain. Chapter 2293. Qin Xiu walked down the stairs calmly and left calmly. He was so calm that even V8, who was following closely behind him, did not notice the cold hostility flashing in his eyes. The new policy of the neighboring countries has ulterior motives. They want to spread the flames of war to speed up the destruction of the armed forces of the northern region. They dare to do so because they believe that our country will concede to the benevolence of the international community. His gentle voice was like the sound of a zither that could break through a battle formation. It was low and elegant, but also contained the restrained murderous aura of a scholar. The old regime and the new policy had an internal conflict. In the end, the artillery fire was focused on the armed forces of the northern region. Perhaps this is a feint played by the old regime and the new policy. As a military academy student, Yi Qian knew of the existence of the armed forces of the neighboring countries. They were an important national armed force that was involved in the division of the neighboring countries and was not westernized. They were of great value to China. After listening to him, she said softly, "As long as the armed forces of the northern region exist, it will be difficult for the neighboring governments to achieve full democratization. They will also not be restrained by America and become a pawn to contain our country." That's right. We have now understood the intentions of the neighboring countries. It doesn't matter whether the negotiations are carried out or not. So, Qin Xiu walked down the stairs and looked at Yi Qian. A warm smile like the ripples of spring water appeared on his elegant and handsome face. "Get in the car first. I'll talk to you in detail in the car." The car was right in front of them. Qin Xiu bent down and entered the car first. Then, the three cars on the Chinese side started and sped away from the venue. In the car, Qin Xiu said to Yi Qian with a solemn expression, "They used a mortar to test our country's bottom line and tried to spread the flames of war to our borders to maximize their benefits. This mortar is a direct wake-up call for us. If we don't make a strong statement immediately, more shells will land on our borders and cause casualties to our citizens. Although my departure will bring about certain danger, it will also make the new policy and the alliance wary. The new policy and the old regime were originally fighting for power, but it also invisibly pushed their unspeakable thoughts. So, I've completed half of my mission." This was an explanation to Yi Qian and the others in the car. It was also a form of consolation. What she had expected last night really happened today, so she could face it calmly. What Qin Xiu said now was the height that Yi Qian lacked. His explanation opened a window that had never been opened before for Yi Qian, broadening her vision. Diplomacy is to deal with countries all over the world. A good diplomat not only has to understand the world, but also has to have a certain understanding of the overall situation and have their own unique views. When it came to diplomatic negotiations, he could immediately analyze the other party's intentions and fight for the benefits that his country should get from the overall situation. Confucius said, "A gentleman is slow in speech, but quick in action." It was indeed not suitable for a diplomat. A diplomat indeed needed to think thrice before speaking, but this thrice had to be done quickly. Otherwise, it would be easy for the other party to take control of the situation. Qin Xiu's words were sharp and sharp. Even if the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Zone of the neighboring country came prepared last night, he could easily face him. However, there were too many twists and turns in this matter that Yi Qian couldn't understand with her 2 lives of experience. In her previous life, she was, after all, a person at the bottom of society. Although she had a good memory and outstanding intelligence, she had been oppressed for too long and had never received a proper education. With her limited vision, how could she understand politics and diplomacy? After Qin Xiu's advice, Yi Qian suddenly felt that the depth of the situation was too deep for her to see through. She had never thought that perhaps the new policy and the old regime were working together to eliminate the armed forces of the Northland. If that was really the case, wouldn't they really be targeting the Chinese side? Chapter 2294. In that case, Qin Xiu said that he had completed half of his mission. Then what was the other half? Next, let's look at the next steps of the old regime, the new regime, and the alliance army. When 2 regimes fight, one side has to be defeated. Yi Qian asked a question, but Qin Xiu didn't end the topic out of courtesy. Instead, he continued to chat with her with a smile. "Now, can you guess which half of my mission is unfinished? Guess the other half of Qin Xiu's mission?" Although it was difficult, Yi Qian still thought about it seriously. After a moment of silence, Yi Qian deliberated and replied, "I don't know if I'm right." You're waiting for the two regimes to fight again and pass on the old regime and the new regime to the Northland Ethnic Armed Forces. The three sides will each have their own regime and further prevent the neighboring countries from democratizing. When you said I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our borders, the main point was actually the first half of your sentence. After saying this, Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. I feel like I'm showing off in front of an expert. I didn't get it right. Please don't take offense. Discussing politics in front of an excellent diplomat, she really lacked confidence. She felt like she was showing off in front of an expert, but Qin Xiu was deeply shocked. He had only asked her to join the conversation out of politeness. Who knew, the girl he had fallen in love with would really answer. It really shocked him. This was the girl Qin Xiu had fallen in love with. She was outstanding enough, confident enough, and capable enough to look down on those delicate girls who only knew how to flirt. Yi Qian, you're very smart. So smart that I'm shocked. Qin Xiu smiled and shook his head. He was very good at hiding his thoughts. He praised, what you said is indeed the other half of my mission. But there's one thing you're wrong about. It's not that we passed on the old regime and the new regime to the Northland Ethnic Armed Forces, but that the Northland Ethnic Armed Forces figured it out themselves. Don't forget, our country is a country that never interferes in the politics of other countries. Now it is, and maybe in the future, it will be, but it's not certain. If the country's strength increased in the future, it might be able to influence a country. With a smile on his face, Qin Xiu thought to himself, once our country reaches the status of being able to control another country, we will be the overlord of the world. He was also looking forward to that day. His answer caused Yi Qian's eyes to gradually darken. Qin Xiu, he wanted to spread the news that he had entered the neighboring kingdom to negotiate, so as to achieve the goal of letting the armed forces of the Northlands guess the conspiracy of the old government and the new government. Qin Xiu was putting himself in danger. If he released the news now, he would have a slim chance of survival. For the country, he had disregarded his own life and death and did everything to protect the dignity and interests of the country. Such a diplomat made the two special forces soldiers in the car respect him. V8, on the other hand, looked deeply at the diplomat who was also fighting for his country through the rearview mirror and said in a low voice, Ambassador, Yi Jian and I are here to ensure your safety. Please rest assured that we will return to our country safely. I always thought that we would return to our country safely. Qin Xiu smiled. This diplomatic negotiation process was not very pleasant. However, with these special forces soldiers protecting him by his side, his mood would always recover quickly. Qin Xiu's phone kept vibrating. When he saw the number, he knew it was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He did not answer the call. V8 and Yi Qian consciously shifted their attention away to give Qin Xiu some personal space. Only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would call at this time. Chapter 2295. Qin Xiu pressed the answer button. As soon as the phone was pressed to his ear, the familiar voice of the Minister of Foreign Affairs came through. Qin Xiu, you have completed the important task given to you by the country. The country's top leader personally called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and told me that you have returned to China. Knowing that the negotiation had failed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs did not wait for the voice on the phone to come through. After the call was connected, he said seriously, we are all waiting for you to come back. This was the most serious concern, telling Qin Xiu that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs knew about his great feat and was waiting for him to come back. The familiar voice was filled with trust, concern, and hope for him. Qin Xiu slowly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly, making his elegant and handsome face look exceptionally noble. This was the reason why he was so strong and had strong backing. His motherland sent him out and was waiting for him to come back. Qin Xiu smiled faintly and said calmly, you still owe me a meal. You have to fulfill your promise when I come back. Of course. You can choose whatever you want to eat from the 4 famous cuisines of our country. The leader of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs laughed heartily. Qin Xiu was the youngest diplomat in their department and also the most promising young man. He was only 27 years old now, but he was already able to hold his own. In time, he would definitely leave his name in the history of our country's diplomacy. Next, The Minister of Foreign Affairs reminded Qin Xiu to follow their soldiers closely and remember not to walk around on his own to avoid trouble. The minister knew that Qin Xiu had a bad sense of direction. After ending the domestic communication, Qin Xiu suddenly saw the soldier who was driving the car talking cheerfully to him. "Ambassador, the military is still waiting for our triumphant return. We should go back safely and have a drink." V8 did not maintain his cold image anymore. He turned his head and promised Qin Xiu with a smile, "With us here, everything will be fine." With an outstanding soldier and an outstanding diplomat, Yi Qian confirmed that everything would be fine. "With an ambassador as capable as you accompanying us, there will definitely be no problems." Qin Xiu looked sideways at her voice, which was as clear as spring water. Her smiling face was like a blooming flower. The color of the flower was simple and elegant, and the stamen was so beautiful that it took him a lot of effort to look away. He chuckled softly, and his unreadable eyes were filled with a smile that could not be concealed. He half-jokingly and half-seriously said, "With you by my side, I really feel quite safe." The girl in front of him was like a blooming flower, bright and beautiful. It was hard to imagine that such a girl would use her life to protect him. He himself had never thought about it. The laughter seemed to have blown away the tense atmosphere in the car. K7, who was driving, was still expressionless. He didn't say a word, but the light in his eyes was enough to show that he was smiling. However, his smile was so subtle that no one noticed it. Qin Xiu had spent a lot of energy on this negotiation. His mind still hadn't calmed down, so he didn't say anything more. He clenched his fist with one hand, curled his index finger slightly, and pressed his forehead bit by bit. When he did this, it meant that he was deep in thought, and it was inconvenient to interrupt him. Yi Qian had learned about Qin Xiu's little tricks from the confidential staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Seeing this, she understood and reminded K7 and V8 softly, "Take a break for now." The two Special Forces soldiers sitting in the front nodded. Yi Qian began to think about every word Qin Xiu had just said. As a soldier, not only did she know how to fight, but she also had to know a certain level of politics. If she was only a soldier who knew how to kill in the future, she would be a reckless person. Chapter 2296. Yi Qian had a strong sense of self-reflection and knew how to act. It was very quiet in the car, but her brain was still deep in thought. She had never been in contact with politics before Qin Xiu's advice, so she wouldn't have thought so far ahead. When it came to understanding politics between countries, she was very aware that she had a serious deficiency. She had an outstanding diplomat by her side who gave her serious advice. Even if it was just a short exchange, she still benefited a lot. No one was born to be a politician. With Qin Xiu's advice, Yi Qian, who had always been smart, thought deeply about it. Soon, she gradually got to the edge and had a deeper understanding. Qin Xiu's forceful restriction on the time was equivalent to emphasizing that the agreed time couldn't be changed. If the other party didn't arrive on time, it would be considered a breach of their promise. Furthermore, Qin Xiu arrived early. This was a courtesy to the other party, telling them that they were sincere about the negotiations. By the time the other party broke their promise, Qin Xiu had enough reason to leave. This not only expressed China's sincerity, but also showed the neighboring countries China's strength. After leaving, China's borders were immediately engaged in military exercises. This made the neighboring countries realize that China's aggressive defensive attitude wasn't something they could easily test. This had a certain deterrent effect and protected the country's dignity. Now, Qin Xiu intended to let the Northlands know that she had arrived at the neighboring countries for negotiations. This way, even if the negotiations didn't take place, it wouldn't have any impact on China. Yi Qian, who finally understood, glanced at Qin Xiu out of the corner of her eye. She gave the other party a big thumbs up in her heart. Really amazing. Captain Xia and her brother were the best people she had ever seen. Now, Qin Xiu was added to the list. Yi Qian admired people who were willing to sacrifice for their country. At this time, Qin Xiu had established a very high image in her heart. This showed her the power of an outstanding diplomat. Yi Qian, who finally understood, quietly looked at Qin Xiu, who was still in his original position. she praised in her heart. Really amazing. The Chinese car drove for less than a kilometer. After hearing the latest report from the military group, the ambassador immediately contacted the new policy leader. Before he could speak, the new policy leader said angrily, "Invite the Chinese ambassador to my office immediately. I will talk to him personally." Under normal circumstances, the country's leaders would not easily meet an ambassador unless they had made an appointment beforehand. The New Deal ambassador was in a difficult position. "Please. Where should I go to invite him?" They had already left. By the time he finished speaking, the Chinese ambassador had already left. The leader of the new policy was so angry that he slapped the table. "Send someone to invite him back immediately. No matter what method you use, you must invite him to my office." Yes. The New Deal ambassador also realized the seriousness of the problem. China had never conducted such a large-scale military exercise on the border between the two countries. They were also skeptical and wary of the news they had received previously. However, when they thought of China's usual style of handling matters, they still subconsciously believed that China was just bluffing. But now, it was wrong, all wrong. "Is the person Raleigh sent not here yet?" "Very good, I am now on the phone with Raleigh. Later, tell the person he sent and tell him how serious the consequences of China's anger are." In addition, General Wu Weinu said that the plan will not change. The leader of the new policy leader hung up the phone angrily and immediately picked up the receiver. He needed to talk to this lunatic Raleigh. Chapter 2297. The leadership of the new government was shocked by the maneuver launched by the Chinese side. The negotiator from the old government arrived late at the venue and found it quite unbelievable that the Chinese ambassador had not been seen. "Left? Did he really leave? Are you joking with me? Did the Chinese ambassador really leave? How is that possible? Didn't I say that I would definitely arrive? Why did he leave?" The negotiator from the old government stared and expressed his confusion in a completely incomprehensible tone. The negotiator sent by the new government thought of the possible trouble that might arise in the future. His face grew darker and darker, and his tone was not polite at all. "Because your negligence disappointed the Chinese ambassador, he can totally leave. After all, the agreed time is 7 o'clock. And you are a full 20 minutes late." The attitude of the negotiator from the new government made the negotiator from the old government instantly pull a long face. "I am telling you very seriously that there is an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with and will arrive at 7:20. If we were negligent, we would not have called to explain." His face was ashen as if he had been offended. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "A few years ago, the Chinese ambassador negotiated with our diplomatic personnel. He waited for nearly an hour and did not leave. When he went to the Western countries, he gave in step by step. We have already called to apologize and explain seriously." "Ha, you want to tell me that the Chinese ambassador left disappointed just because I was 20 minutes late? Do you think I will believe that? Would a country that had regressed diplomatically leave because of a negotiation that could solve all problems with a nod of the head?" His words were full of contempt for the Chinese side, and there was an inexplicable arrogance in them. He was also full of contempt for the negotiator from the new government. Such a contemptuous attitude made the negotiator from the new government furious. "You mean that we deliberately let the Chinese ambassador leave and deliberately let the Chinese side have a prejudice against you? Even we don't believe your explanation. Do you think the Chinese ambassador will believe it? Last night, the Chinese ambassador clearly told the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Zone that he would only wait until 7 o'clock. If the negotiator from either side did not appear at 7 o'clock, he would leave immediately. Just now, the new government contacted Commander Rulila and asked Commander Rulila if you remembered the wrong time for your late arrival. The two sides were already at odds with each other. Now that Qin Xiu was not present, the last fig leaf was directly removed, leaving only the tit for tat. The negotiators of the new policy received instructions from above. Their words were sharp, and they mercilessly criticized the old regime. A negotiation that was supposed to win and could make the Chinese side temporarily give in has failed because of your broken promise. Please go back and tell Commander Ruarila that this war will not end for the time being. We have no way to reach a common agreement. The negotiator from the National Alliance calmly looked at the conflict between the new and old governments. When both sides stopped, he said coldly, "You two should go back as soon as possible. Once the Northland armed forces counterattack, it will not be a matter that can be solved by a war of word. Once the Northlands learn about this, do you think you will still have time to blame each other? Is there any meaning to your quarrel?" The negotiator of the old regime stood up. With a hint of haze in his eyes, he snorted softly and left quickly. The Chinese ambassador had actually left. Since that was the case, then don't blame them for being impolite. The negotiator from the old regime quickly contacted Commander Rualila and reported the situation. Chapter 2298. Just now, Klitschin informed me that the Chinese ambassador has left. Very well. Since you think we were rude first, then please invite the ambassador over to our place. An imposing and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Chinese ambassador. When he leaves the New Deal sphere of influence, I'll send troops to invite the Chinese ambassador over for a chat. This meant that they wanted to detain Qin Xiu. Commander Raleigh of the old government was an extremist. He was a hegemonic figure who would rather betray the world than betray him. He wanted to detain Qin Xiu, but he did not know that Qin Xiu, Yi Qian, and J5 had already taken precautions against Lingua after the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Zone left. After getting into the car, V8 drove directly to the city center. The roads in the city center were complicated and there was a lot of traffic. Lingua was also a big motorcycle country, so there were many motorcycles on the streets. Although the old government started a gunfight, it did not affect the city. It was still very crowded and lively. When the car drove onto a flat road, they realized that there were cars following closely behind them. Pay attention to the back. There are 4 cars following closely. 3rd intersection down. Split up. Roger. Roger. V8 saw a black car following closely behind them from the rearview mirror. He said to Yi Qian, "Pay attention to the left and right." Qin Xiu, who was sitting on the side of the seat, leaned slightly to look at the situation behind the car through the rearview mirror. His eyes darkened. "Can you see how many groups of people are following us?" "Only one for now," V8 answered. He frowned slightly and asked J5, "Is there a group of people following you?" "The ambassador suspects that there may be several groups of people following us." Qin Xiu said in a low voice, "Tell them that Raleigh of the old government is a person who likes to kill and has a crazy personality. Once the new government, the Alliance, and the armed forces of the Northlands attack him at the same time, he may do something even crazier." Now, it was up to the armed forces of the Northlands to figure out the conspiracy between the old and new governments. Once the armed forces of the Northlands retaliated, the new government would definitely take advantage of the situation and turn around to take advantage of the opportunity to wipe out the old government led by Rualila. In this way, Rualila might as well go all out and wipe out the Chinese ambassador at the same time. Even before he died, he would make it difficult for the neighboring countries to explain to the Chinese and the international community. Qin Xiu had already planned for the worst-case scenario. He had told the Ministry of Foreign Affairs everything last night after Yi Qian left. If things really came to this, he hoped that he would sacrifice himself and not implicate Yi Qian and the Special Forces soldiers who served the country. The minister was silent for a long time. Finally, he said in a heavy tone, "We are all waiting for you to come back." How dangerous was it? There might be endless danger here. Rulila's troops were all fierce soldiers, and there were also some residents in the mountains who supported him. Therefore, even if he was forced to step down by the New Deal military group, the troops in his hands did not decrease by much. For example, in the previous rebellion, he only sent out a regiment of troops. The loss of a regiment of troops did not affect Rualila at all. It was like a small demon causing trouble, it did not affect him at all. The only impact was the military support of the national power. J5 and the Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Snow Eagle who was driving the other car both answered V8 at the same time. "Please tell the ambassador that no matter how many groups of people they send out, we will leave safely. They would return to their country the same way they came, not one less." Chapter 2299. Qin Xiu discreetly glanced at the rearview mirror in the middle of the car and saw the unfamiliar cars behind them that were not afraid of being discovered. He smiled and nodded. Yes, we will all leave safely. K7, who was driving the car, had a sinister look in his eyes. He said coldly, there are two groups of people, be careful. I'm going to take a detour now, follow closely. Taking a detour meant that he was going to race. The driver of the K7 stepped on the accelerator and started the engine. Boom, boom, boom. The car left the crowd on the main street like an arrow and turned into a side road. V8 stepped on the accelerator at the same time and chased after them at the same speed. Snow Eagle, who was proficient in the local language of the neighboring country, did a wide drift and swept the rear of the car, scaring the arrogant cars that were following them and causing them to rush towards the greenbelt on the side of the street. The driver in the car was too shocked and sat in the car for a long time without coming back to his senses. His companions in the other cars asked him hurriedly through the walkie-talkie. When he came back to his senses, the driver still had a dazed look in his eyes as he replied, I'm fine. The other cars did not have time to stop and check. They stepped on the accelerator and chased after them. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were all very good at driving. Although the car was driving very fast, it was very stable. Qin Xiu laughed and said, I feel like I'm sitting in a cradle, I'm sleepy now. If he could say something like that, it meant that he trusted V8 and Yi Qian very much. He was indeed tired. When Yi Qian and the others went to rest in the wee hours of the morning, he had been talking to the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who was also his mentor, without any rest. In the morning, he had been arguing with the two ambassadors from the neighboring country. As he swayed, he really did feel sleepy. He did not mean to say that he wanted to sleep. Yi Qian saw this and laughed, it's still daytime now, you should rest well. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to sleep at night. This was because they would use the night to meet up with G3 and the others who had completed the assassination mission and then fly back to China. Although Qin Xiu was young, he had also experienced a lot of bloodshed. Hearing this, he nodded. Okay, I'll sleep for a while. After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to rest for a short while. V8 at the front wanted to whistle. This ambassador, there was nothing to say. He was very much to his liking. Soon, J5 and Snow Eagle were able to shake off the two waves of vehicles. V8 and K7 were the first to shake off their pursuers and enter the road leading to the other side of the city. Unlike China, which had sky eyes installed in every corner of the city, V8 and K7, who were familiar with the city, avoided the surveillance cameras on the main road and maintained contact with the vehicles behind them, telling their comrades where to go. They needed to reach a safe place on the other side of the city. The sirens of police cars could be heard from the main road, reminding Yi Qian and the others that the government of Lingua had already notified the police to look for them. It was also indirectly telling everyone that the group of people who had just chased after them were from the new government. Only the new government could adjust the police and lock down the entire city. The lockdown of the entire city didn't affect Yi Qian and the others much. According to the original plan, they didn't leave the city during the day. The Snowfield Brigade, who were used to fighting at night, preferred to operate at night. Moreover, there was still no news from G3, so Yi Qian and the others weren't in a hurry to leave. As long as they left the venue and the territory controlled by the new government's army, they had enough power to deal with Lingua without being discovered. The entire city has been locked down. We'll reach the safe place in about 1.5 hours. Roger, Roger. There are police cars heading out. Be careful, brothers. Chapter 2300. The three cars were separated by a certain distance, but they maintained contact with each other at all times. The driving cars were like fish swimming at the bottom of the sea, easily avoiding the pursuit along the way. Qin Xiu, who had entered a half-asleep state, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yi Qian in front of him. Why don't you rest first? I can still endure it for a while. The route back to China was arranged by the military, and Qin Xiu didn't ask. Now that they said she could rest, he thought about how Yi Qian didn't have much rest either, so he wanted her to sleep first. Because when night came, it was even more impossible for her to rest. Yi Qian, who was still in good spirits, was about to shake her head when the driver, V8, said, Yi Qian, you can rest first too. We might need to take turns driving from now on, so you need to maintain enough energy. Yi Qian didn't have much rest last night, but she did take a nap in the car during the journey from China's border to Lin Nation. V8 was the one who didn't have a good rest. She wasn't the only one who needed to conserve energy. V8 did the same. She didn't feel sleepy at all, because she was all excited by Qin Xiu's brilliant negotiations. She asked V8, "I'm not sleepy now. Why don't you rest and I'll drive?" Qin Xiu smiled and reminded her, "You need to be good at driving. Can you handle it?" He had never seen Yi Qian drive before, so he had some doubts about it. The road conditions in Lin Nation are not as good as in China. I'm sure everyone knows about my return trip. Although it's misleading, the armed forces of Lin Nation shouldn't be underestimated. Since they have their eyes on me, they won't give up and will track me to the end. Yi Qian, our journey back to China won't be smooth sailing. Also, are you familiar with the road conditions? He was worried that Yi Qian wouldn't be able to handle the driver's duties if something happened because she wasn't familiar with the road conditions. He couldn't be blamed for being worried. The situation was grim, and it was better to be cautious. Not being familiar with the road conditions was indeed a problem. Yi Qian laughed. She was so focused on letting V8 rest that she forgot that she wasn't familiar with the road conditions. Now that they were not on the main road, even if she wanted to take care of the V8, there was nothing she could do. V8 really wanted to see Yi Qian's driving skills. He had worked with her many times, but he had never seen it before. According to Q King, he was also a master and his standard was quite high. It was obvious that he had trained hard. There was a training ground in the southern province that specialized in sending motorized soldiers to Zongnanhari. They had everything from motorcycles to trucks. Because these motorized soldiers were driving for national leaders and foreign guests, the training was quite harsh. Not many people could endure it. If Qing Neo walked out of this training ground, then her driving skills were not ordinary. As for the fact that he wasn't familiar with the road conditions, it wasn't difficult and could be easily solved. He wanted to meet Yi Qian's V8. He steered the V8 steadily with one hand and maintained the same speed. He agreed to Yi Qian's suggestion. You can drive even if you're not familiar with the roads. We're taking the city's auxiliary roads now. Come over here first, I'll draw a driving route for you. It wasn't difficult for V8 to not be familiar with the road conditions. He just had to draw a road map. With Yi Qian's ability, he could understand it. Qin Xiu drew a driving route the moment he heard him. His gaze shifted slightly. He believed Yi Qian based on this Special Forces soldier's tone and demeanor. Could he assume that this Special Forces soldier was actually acquainted with Yi Qian? Qin Xiu didn't ask. Instead, he stared at Yi Qian, who had a light smile on her face as she answered the Special Forces soldier. A confident girl was indeed very charming. Just like her at this moment, her eyes were sparkling. It was as if there was a ball of fire in her eyes. If he stared at her for a little longer, he felt like he would be burned to ashes by that ball of fire. Chapter 2301. Okay, I'll come over now. When you're done, you can rest at ease like the ambassador. I promise you won't get lost. Yi Qian was still worried that Qin Xiu would be worried about him, so he specifically said to him, "Since I dared to take over driving, I definitely have my own confidence. You can rest at ease." He was confident enough, calm enough, and the expression in his eyes was enough to attract attention. Qin Xiu's smile deepened, and the color in his dark eyes deepened. He said with interest, "When I heard you say you were going to drive, I was so sleepy that I flew away. Now, I want to see how good your driving skills are." If he wanted to get closer to her, he needed to understand her better. Since he had the chance now, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Qin Xiu and Xie Jinyuan were undoubtedly the same type of people. They were both very quiet and powerful people who knew everything in the palm of their hands. They didn't make a move easily and liked to plan before making a move. They would slowly encroach on the opponent's territory until the opponent had nowhere else to retreat to. Only then would they appear and take down the opponent in one fell swoop. Although Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, he was still a little inexperienced in front of the two of them. He had a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts, but he couldn't instantly see what Qin Xiu, who could chat and laugh with other countries on diplomatic occasions and fight for the interests of the country, was thinking. She couldn't see through him in time, and Qin Xiu, an excellent diplomat, couldn't let her see through him either. The V8 and Yi Qian didn't even need to stop the car when they swapped positions. The car was still moving, so the two of them quickly and smoothly completed the swap. It wasn't rare for a SWAT member to swap positions to protect himself, but Yi Qian was only a military school student. For him to be in such a position and be able to work so well with the SWAT member, this surprised Qin Xiu. There wasn't the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. One look, one movement, and he knew what the other was thinking. Qin Xiu was even more certain that the SWAT member and Yi Qian actually knew each other, but for some reason, they couldn't publicly know each other. Yi Qian was just a military school student, but he actually knew a special forces soldier. Qin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. His interest in Yi Qian did not diminish. "We'll let Yi Qian drive now. Brothers, stay close to her. She looks like a pro too." The V8 who was sitting at the back did not forget to inform his brothers in the other two cars. J5 raised his eyebrows. "Is that so? Then I really want to see it for myself." There was no doubt, only trust. This was Shui Ying's first time working with Yi Qian, and they had only exchanged glances with each other this time. When he heard that it was Yi Qian's turn to drive, his interest was piqued. "I'd like to see it too." They all believed him and did not question him at all. They did not even ask him if he was familiar with the roads. Qin Xiu was already certain that Yi Qian was a special forces soldier and came from the same unit as these special forces soldiers, a military school student entering the special forces in advance. It was definitely a special case. Qin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly when he thought about the first time he met Yi Qian. It was at a Chinese hotel in Pakistan. The leader had summoned Yi Qian and had a cordial conversation with her. At that time, the leader was accompanied by SWAT members. Facing the leader and a group of murderous special forces soldiers, Yi Qian was not afraid at all. She faced them calmly. At that time, Qin Xiu couldn't help but notice her from the side. Now that he thought about it, as a high school student, Yi Qian must be extraordinary to be able to accompany the leader on an overseas visit. Furthermore, based on the company this time and the calmness she showed last night, he was afraid that the Yi Qian he saw was not the real Yi Qian. Chapter 2302. No, it couldn't be said that it wasn't the real Yi Qian. It should be said that the Yi Qian he saw was only the Yi Qian that people could see on the surface. It seemed that it wasn't easy for him to pursue Yi Qian. Without understanding her, he couldn't cater to her tastes and communicate with her according to her ideas. After returning to China, he couldn't see her every year or so. If he had the time, he should visit the National University of Science and Technology. Only by meeting and communicating could he understand her and get closer to her. Yi Qian didn't know that Qin Xiu was trying to figure her out. He gripped the steering wheel smoothly and drove forward at the same speed as the V8. About 10 minutes later, the V8 had drawn out the rest of the driving route and marked out the number of meters they would need to turn onto which road. With a detailed road map, it was easy to remember and understand the distance they needed to take another road. Yi Qian memorized it in a few glances and sped up. J5 and Snow Eagle who were chasing behind saw this and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Damn, that's fast. At this time, with the Chinese side conducting a drill at the border, all the armed forces in Lin Kingdom knew that the Chinese ambassador had arrived overnight to negotiate with the People's Government, the old government, and the National Alliance. Due to the old government's arrogant attitude, they didn't arrive on time. The Chinese ambassador who arrived 10 minutes early to show his sincerity was greatly disappointed and left without waiting for the old government's negotiator. When the armed forces in the north of Lin Kingdom found out about this, the higher-ups were furious. When the old government was fighting with the new government, artillery fire spread to the north and a mortar was fired into China's territory. When the Chinese ambassador arrived overnight to negotiate, the old government deliberately broke their promise and caused the negotiation to fail. It was obvious that the old government had no sincerity in negotiating. Behind their lack of sincerity was that they didn't want to solve the actual problem and let the artillery fire continue to spread to the north. The war between the old and the new government was between the two governments. But what did it mean when they fired into China's territory and didn't want to negotiate? It meant that they had made up their minds to start a conflict in the north and deliberately let the artillery fire into China's territory. What was their reason for doing this? They wanted China to remain silent. So silent that they didn't stand up even when the old government and the new government's artillery fire occupied the north and accidentally entered China's territory. This was their shameless and self-righteous scheme. In the end, the Chinese side displayed an unprecedented display of strength and directly sent their troops to the border for an exercise. Furthermore, the border was less than 30 kilometers away from the Northland's armed forces. Once the artillery fire of the new and old governments landed on China's territory again, and if it accidentally landed on the Northlands during China's military exercise, the senior leaders of the Northland's armed forces in the emergency meeting had solemn expressions. The upper echelons of the Northland armed forces had a heated discussion about the Chinese military exercise. Obviously, the reason why the Chinese suddenly started the exercise is to remind us to be careful of the conspiracy of the old and new government. The old regime is trying to provoke a fight between our armed forces and the Chinese. Once the two sides exchange fire, the new and old governments in the northern lands will take advantage of the situation and attack the northern land. Both the new and old governments have a common goal, which is to realize the full democratization of our country. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that the new and old governments have reached an agreement that is unfavorable to the Northlands. They want to divide the Northlands. Chapter 2303. They must not be allowed to do this. The military group fears the American hegemonism and wants to achieve democratization through hegemony. They want to divide and eliminate all of our armed forces. This is a conspiracy against the people of the North. We cannot remain silent. The upper echelons of the armed forces of the North gathered together and started a new round of intense discussion about the war between the old and new governments. Soon, they came to a conclusion. The old and new governments had reached a conspiracy agreement against the North. The Chinese maneuver was a reminder to the North. With a clear result, the armed forces of the North naturally could not sit still and wait for death. While secretly deploying, they told the old government, new government, and allied forces that they already knew about the conspiracy of the three parties. What? How did they know? Who leaked the news? Who? The leader of the new government jumped up from his office chair. His expression was very bad, so gloomy that the official who reported the news lowered his head. Investigate this thoroughly. Who is the one who leaked the information? You must find this person and sentence him to death. Only a few people knew that the Chinese ambassador was coming. How did everyone know about it now? The official did not dare to look directly at the leader. He lowered his head and replied, "I'm afraid that even the armed forces of the North already know that the Chinese ambassador has arrived in our country. We are a little passive now." It was not a little passive, but rather quite passive. It was equivalent to letting the armed forces of the North know that the armed forces of the North could no longer stand by and do nothing. They would definitely deploy and resist. Rulila. Rulila. Damn it. The leader of the new government slammed his hand on the desk and gritted his teeth. Pass down the order. Wipe out the old government and capture Rulila alive. Don't let a single one of them go. Also, how is the situation with the Chinese ambassador? It has been an hour. Why is he not here yet? The Chinese ambassador. The official lowered his head even more. The vehicles we sent out have all been abandoned. We are now looking for them through the city's surveillance. We will report to you immediately if there is any news. The leader of the new government, who was already in a mess, gritted his teeth and said sinisterly, "No matter what, don't let him leave our country. Don't let him fall into the hands of that lunatic Rulila." The military group had finally obtained the support of a Western country and had the opportunity to democratize the country. In the end, the old government Rulila was full of himself and caused the situation today to be passive. The official replied, "Yes." He immediately contacted the commander-in-chief of the New Deal military group and asked him to come to the leader's office to discuss the next step. At this time, the government had already forgotten what they had said about the Chinese side at the time. They had completely forgotten that they had also thought that the Chinese side would endure and give in like before, turning big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. In the end, the Chinese side acted out of character and didn't give them any chance to negotiate at all. They showed an unprecedented strength, which instantly made the neighboring countries panic. At this moment, they could only immediately adjust their strategy and stop testing China's bottom line to avoid being attacked from the front and back, causing the collapse of the new policy and allowing the old regime to regain control of state affairs. The new government quickly called for an emergency meeting. Commander Rulila of the old government was also furious, and a broken wooden chair fell apart. The dark-skinned and average-sized Commander Rulila stared at the generals below him like an eagle. His gaze swept across them one by one, like a sharp knife at the back of everyone's neck. As his anger grew, the knife would rise and fall at any time, causing everyone to feel afraid. Chapter 2304. The Chinese ambassador only had a few people with him, and you let him escape. Useless. All useless. Commander Rizla thought about how the armed forces of the various nations, as well as the armed forces of the Northland that he wanted, all knew that the Chinese ambassador had entered the country. Commander Rizla, who had always been oppressed by the new government, was so angry that he unholstered his gun. He slammed the gun on the table. The Chinese ambassador must not fall into the hands of the new government and the armed forces of the Northland. We must find him first. After we find him, what if he doesn't cooperate? It's not up to him whether he cooperates or not. Commander Rizla was in a state of madness. He had been oppressed by the new government for too long. If he did not fight back, he might be killed by the new government. So, he had to find the Chinese ambassador first. Not cooperating? He would make him cooperate obediently. When the people below heard this, they looked at each other. Looking at the gloomy Commander Rizla and the gun on the table, someone wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed the words in his mouth. It's not up to the Chinese ambassador whether he cooperates or not. Do you dare to kill the Chinese ambassador? He did not dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that if he said it, Commander Rizla would have such a crazy idea. No matter how benevolent and righteous China was and how they usually gave in for international peace, if they killed the ambassador they sent over, China would definitely fight back. Even the international community would denounce Commander Rizla. At that time, not to mention regaining control of the country, even his life would be in danger. It was unlikely that they would do that. No matter how crazy they were, they would not kill an ambassador. The officer who wanted to remind Commander Rizla secretly thought that he was lucky. This subordinate had overestimated Rizla. With the armed forces of the Northland as the main force, they directly attacked the new government and the old government at the same time. Rizla was like a mad dog that would bite anyone he caught. In his words, no matter who it was, as long as they were targeted by him, he would bite off a piece of meat at any cost. Yi Qian and the others became one of the targets of Rizla's crazy revenge. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of car engines came from all directions. The sound came from afar and approached at a speed that would make one's face change color in shock. Just by hearing the sound, Yi Qian knew that these cars did not come with good intentions. As the vehicles converged into an intersection, the J5 found that something was wrong and immediately shouted, "It's another wave of people." In the car, Yi Qian, who was holding the steering wheel, observed the situation in the rearview mirror. There were at least 10 cars surrounding them. "Qin Xiu, I'm sorry, but you can't have a good rest. Let's see if we can take a break after this." Yi Qian, who had stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, said to Qin Xiu, who was sitting in the back, dressed neatly as if he was going to attend a banquet, with a smile, "Everyone wants to see how good your driving skills are. See, the opportunity is here." The atmosphere was tense, but she could still smile and joke around. It was obvious that she had a strong mentality. Qin Xiu, who was also tough, curved her thin lips slightly. Her smile was like water and mist, as indifferent as a mirror. Even if she heard the rumbling sound of the car being chased nearby, she was not surprised at all. He said, "I look forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing the other side of you. I like knowing more about you." The V8 also responded in the same way. According to the route, the next intersection was a right turn. Yi Qian, who was holding the steering wheel, smiled brighter than the sun because of Qin Shuo's words. How can I let you down? Chapter 2305. In the first big drift, the car made a sharp right turn, and the two people in the car leaned to the right. When they turned to the right, they swung back to the left. It was as if the two of them had lost their balance. Even though they had their seatbelts on, they were still swung so hard that their shoulders slammed into the car door. Before the V8 even sat up, he gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. That drift was beautiful, perfect. Without slowing down, a 90-degree turn, without slowing down the brakes, and with the accelerator pressed hard to complete the entire maneuver. That was not something that could be done just by being careful and daring. It required superb skill. Yi Qian had practiced this type of 90-degree turn countless times at the Southern Province Automobile Troop Training Base. Not only were there 90-degree turns, but there were also 180-degree turns. She had practiced all of them, and her results were amazing. That kind of training was when she practiced with her own people. Now, she was fighting with the enemy. It was a completely different feeling. There was no sense of danger in the former, but in the latter, she had to fight to the death. When they turned to the right, there were 3 cars in front of the intersection. The car in front of the intersection was the first to notice the Chinese car rushing over. It immediately called for the other 2 cars to drive over. The cars on the left and right of the intersection turned out to be patrols. After receiving the call, they turned one after the other, stepped on the accelerator, and sped over at the speed of an arrow. Yi Qian, charge forward. I'll bring up the rear. Shui Ying, lure the cars on the left. The J5 in the middle shouted. Charge out of the intersection, I'll break through on the west side. These cars came with the intention of perishing together. They attacked from the front, back, left, and right in an attempt to get rid of Yi Qian and her car in one fell swoop. Yi Qian replied calmly, I'll be in front. Attack from the left and right. Take care of the left and right sides, then break through on the west side. The west side was the right side of the intersection. Okay. I'll follow up and provide support. Shui Ying, clear the cars behind. The J5 saw that Yi Qian's voice did not change at all. She maintained her stability. He did not need to look to know that her skills were quite good. The beautiful 90-degree turn just now could be seen clearly. The first 2 waves of cars that the V8 team had shaken off could only be considered blocking and forcing them to stop. However, the dozen or so cars that appeared now were all recklessly rampaging around. It was obvious that these people were here to get rid of Qin Shuo. Knowing that the Chinese ambassador was sitting in the car, he still dared to be so arrogant. Qin Shuo knew that he was sent by the former government. Boom, boom, boom. The cars coming from 3 different directions at the intersection were getting closer and closer. Yi Qian, who had his V8 gun ready, gently pressed the automatic window control button. As the cars coming closer and closer, Yi Qian controlled the steering wheel with one hand and shouted in a low voice, fire, bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out at the same time. The wheels of the 2 cars coming from the left and right exploded. The loud sound of the tires exploding was louder than the sound of the bullets. The 2 cars that were moving at high speed became unmanned. They were completely out of control. The cars crashed and the people died as they moved in an S shape to the side of the road. The people in the car were obviously not as skilled as the members of the Shuiyu team. The car sped out uncontrollably, and the pupils of the 2 men behind the wheel constricted violently, revealing a look of despair. They knew what mission they were on, but they did not think that they would die, because they thought that the person who died must be the Chinese ambassador. Chapter 2306. Whoosh. Yi Qian retracted his pistol and turned the steering wheel nimbly and quickly, avoiding the 2 uncontrollable cars in an S shape. The rubber on the wheels flew off in an instant, and the exposed hubs screeched as they rubbed against the ground, creating countless sparks. When the 3 cars passed by, Yi Qian could almost see the despair in the driver's eyes. Despair? Heh, not only should I make you feel despair, I should make you feel fear. Beautiful. V8 said excitedly, beautifully done, Yi Qian, too beautiful. Not only could she control the steering wheel at such high speeds, she could also shoot accurately. Too beautiful. Almost perfect. Qin Xiu, whose eyes flashed with a strange light, exhaled softly. Yi Jian, who was in the middle of a battle, exuded a charm that deeply amazed him, and her superb driving skills made him feel even more amazed. Yi Qian, you're just a freshman military school student, but you have the ability to subdue the special forces. Your personal charm is enough to amaze the world. The car in front of them was even easier to deal with. The J5 that came to support them directly fired a bullet at the accelerator. Bang! The explosion was accompanied by a rising fireball. Yi Jian turned the steering wheel, and the wheels made a terrible screeching sound as they turned to the left. Behind the car was a raging fire. It was estimated that the car would be burned to a metal frame in less than 5 minutes, and the people inside would be reduced to ashes. There were more than 10 cars surrounding Yi Qian, and 2 more cars rushed out from the alleys as soon as he broke through. Yi Qian, 4 cars come to surround us. I'll take care of 2, you and V8 blow the tires and take care of the other 2. J5's cold voice came from the communicator. Don't give them a chance to go back alive. V, protect the ambassador. Don't worry, they won't be able to return. V8's lips curved coldly, revealing a wolf-like ferocity. Vroom vroom vroom, I'm going to charge out, sit tight. Yi Qian knew that as long as they could get rid of the 2 vehicles that were crazily surrounding them, they would be able to launch a full assault. Because the 2 vehicles were driving in a straight line, the narrow road made it impossible for the 3 vehicles to converge. Therefore, before the other party could open fire, not only would they have to finish firing, they would also have to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. They planned to open fire. Yi Qian, get out of the way. V8 gritted his teeth and fired continuously with his submachine gun when he saw that the 2 vehicles were acting strangely. There was no need for Yi Qian to shoot again. The car that was shot at by the V8 dodged to the side and crashed into their own car. The 2 cars collided, and the car that was hit was instantly flipped upside down. The 2 cars stuck to each other, and sparks flew everywhere as they headed towards Yi Qian and the others. Sit tight. Hold him properly. Qin Xiu and V8 only heard Yi Qian say 4 words before the car suddenly drove up a small slope on the side of the road. Then, the car didn't drive on 4 wheels, but 2 wheels on each side. Squeak squeak squeak, the chassis of the 2-wheeled car almost brushed past the 2 vehicles that were charging towards them. After charging for tens of meters, Yi Qian turned the steering wheel to the side again, and with a thud, 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 the 2-wheeled car returned to its normal 4-wheel driving mode. After the car was stabilized, V8 and Qin Xiu bounced a few times from the impact. Their expressions were like a string of ellipses. Behind them, Shui Ying, who had watched the entire process, said in a low voice, "That works too. This isn't an ordinary feat, it's so much better than the male soldiers." Chapter 2307. In the end, not a single one of the dozen or so cars was left intact. They were either burnt to a crisp, or their headlights were compressed and couldn't start at all. There were also a few cars that were lying on their backs with their drivers covered in blood. No one knew if they were dead or alive. The burning cars were still on fire. When the fuel tanks were about to explode due to the high temperature, the ground trembled with the sound of explosions. Countless bang-bang. Sounds of the fuel tanks exploding came from behind. Shui Ying, who was the last to leave, looked back through the rearview mirror. It was his first time working with Yi Qian, and he finally understood why J5 said that. Yi Qian, you can't underestimate her just because she's a female soldier. You can't underestimate her just because she's a female soldier. Female soldier Yi Qian, she's even stronger than male soldiers. Anyone who thinks she's just an ordinary female soldier is making a big mistake. J5 wiped the sweat off his forehead. As expected of Qing Neo, she was full of surprises. There were no pursuers behind the cars for the time being. The comrades in the 3 cars reported to each other that they were safe. J5 specifically asked if Qin Xiu was okay. The ambassador had raced before, but he probably hadn't raced like this before. Qing Neo's last move was really not something an ordinary person could do. He had been in the Snowfield Brigade for a few years, and to be honest, he hadn't done this before. Qin Xiu knew what he meant by okay. He pressed his stomach and didn't try to be brave. He smiled and said honestly, "My stomach is churning. My brain is extremely stimulated. My brain is secreting dopamine directly. My whole body and mind are experiencing a feast of stimuli. A feast of visual stimuli, a feast of sensory stimuli." They were all excited by Yi Qian's extraordinary driving skills. He hadn't felt excited about anything outside of work for a long time. Today, because of Yi Qian's existence, because of her driving skills, he was so excited that his heart was still beating faster. He had met her and met love. J5 was afraid that Qin Xiu would get hurt. Seeing that he wasn't bleeding and only felt nauseous, he felt much more at ease. Yi Qian really shocked us this time. We didn't expect her driving skills to be so good that she could even do stunts. It's good that the ambassador is fine. With Yi Qian by your side, we feel more at ease. With her by his side, he felt much more at ease. Qin Xiu raised his eyes, and undetectable emotions flashed through his gentle and smiling eyes. He smiled slowly and said, "Indeed, I not only saw her driving skills, but also her shooting skills. Yi Qian's excellence is beyond my imagination." Her excellence was beyond everyone's imagination. Even V8 and J5, who had worked with Yi Qian several times, thought so. Yi Qian, who was already driving steadily, couldn't help but laugh when she heard their praises. "Aren't you afraid that I'll become arrogant if you keep praising me like this? Even if you want to be arrogant, you have to have what it takes. No matter how arrogant you are, no one will think that you're arrogant. Who would dare to look down on you?" V8's words were echoed again. Yi Qian simply changed the topic. "Ambassador, we disturbed your rest earlier. Now that we've shaken them off, why don't you close your eyes? It'll take about 45 minutes for us to get to the next location." She changed the topic. J5 and the others didn't continue the conversation. As a special forces soldier, they weren't afraid of having too many skills, but they were afraid of not having any skills. They were all concerned about Qin Xiu's health and told him to close his eyes and rest. Qin Xiu saw that Yi Qian's ears were red, and he knew that she was a little embarrassed by the praise. He nodded without much sleepiness. "All right, I'll take the time to rest." She could even be shy. How cute. Chapter 2308. K7 didn't join them. According to the plan last night, K7 would support them secretly and wouldn't appear casually. K7, who had already arrived somewhere, looked at the time. It had been more than an hour and 36 minutes since he separated from his comrades. It should be soon. K7, who was hiding in the corner of the city, was thin and expressionless. After looking at the time, his eyes fell on a place a little distance away from him. He seemed to have thought of something. His face, which was always expressionless, dimmed a little. Not long ago, he passed by the location of the black smoke. His eyes flashed with worry. He sat quietly in the car, his eyes locked on the location of the black smoke. He was still patiently waiting for his comrades to arrive. The thick black smoke didn't disperse for a while. The huge commotion scared the nearby residents. They hid in their homes and shivered. There were gunshots, explosions. These were the sounds they were most afraid of. No one dared to leave their homes. Even if they were scared to the point of hiding in the closet, no one would leave their homes. Home was always safer than the outside. More than a dozen cars surrounded the Chinese ambassador. None of the cars returned. Half of them were even injured. When the news reached the New Deal side, they were naturally very happy. Seeing Rualila in trouble, they were naturally happy. But the happiness was short-lived. Soon, they felt pity because the Chinese ambassador got away safely and didn't steal anything from Rualila. Although the Chinese only sent an ambassador and a few escorts, more than a dozen cars couldn't stop the Chinese ambassador. Their strength is terrifying. That's right. We always thought that the Chinese ambassador was young and easy to communicate with. But in the end, the Chinese ambassador was even more powerful than our diplomats. And the group of staff protecting the Chinese ambassador is even more frightening. From the beginning, we shouldn't have underestimated the Chinese. Now that the Chinese suddenly showed a strong attitude, we can see the growth of their national power and military power. Because of the growth of their national power and military power, they have today's dominance over us. A backward country gradually becoming stronger is not a good thing for our neighboring countries. Our country should also speed up its development. I hope that with the help of the American hegemonic countries, we can democratize our country and become a big country in South Asia. While the New Deal was reflecting on himself, he firmly believed that they must maintain a good relationship with the American hegemonic countries and become a big country in South Asia. Ru Lila, on the other hand, was furious. He did not expect that none of the more than 10 vehicles he had sent out had returned. They were even tricked by the Chinese ambassador's vehicles until they were destroyed. A bunch of trash. A bunch of trash. How dare you call me to report the failure of the mission? Far away from the city, Ru Lila was so angry that his eyes were red. Continue to send people to find him. If a car doesn't work, send me a motorcycle. If you discover the Chinese ambassador's vehicle, just drive it away. Spear. Shoot. Attack. The crazy Ru Lila had the same idea as the New Deal, which was to sow discord between the Chinese side and the neighboring country's New Deal, so that the New Deal would not be able to explain to the Chinese side because of the death of the Chinese ambassador. The subordinate who received the order was stunned for a moment. Shooting directly. Wasn't this completely opposing the Chinese side? Was this appropriate? Are you questioning me? Ru Lila, who had already been pushed to the brink of insanity by the new government, the Allied army, and the Northland forces, glared at his subordinate and said in a sinister voice, "Who gave you the courage to question me?" New Policies. Chapter 2309. How dare they question Ru Lila's decision? No matter what, their leader, Commander Ru Lila, was always right. Because of the existence of people like Ru Lila, the war in Lin had never stopped. Although there was a ceasefire agreement with the armed forces of various ethnic groups, Ru Lila's rebellion broke the situation and made the ethnic forces who were not satisfied with the new policy move. For the new policy, both the old government and the armed forces of the Northland were forces they wanted to eliminate. When the Northland opened fire on the old government, the new policy's military group immediately opened fire on the old government. At this time, the civil war in Lin had reached its climax. The new government, Klitschin, and the old government, Ru Lila, were engaged in a fierce gunfight. Qin Xiu, who originally only wanted to help Yi Jian out of trouble, fell asleep in the midst of the gunfight. He didn't care about the progress of what happened outside. He was sleepy because there were special forces soldiers in the car and Yi Jian was beside him. Even if the car bumped a few times, he didn't wake up. After some time, he heard Yi Qian gently nudging him. "Qin Xiu, let's get out of the car and rest first." They had arrived at their destination. They could get out of the car and rest. Qin Xiu opened his eyes. His brain had already walked out of the chaos and he was completely awake. "We've arrived." He had just woken up and his voice was low and slightly lazy. "Not yet. The whole city is locked down and there is no way to leave. We will leave after dark." Yi Qian was the only one in the car. She unbuckled her seat belt and explained, "The others will leave first. We will leave when they come back." The 3 cars could not be used anymore. After leaving the cars, they would leave on their motorcycles and head to their final destination. Commander Ru Lila learned that the Chinese car was abandoned in a remote road in the woods. He, who was attacked by the new policy, the Alliance, and the armed forces of the Northland, began to retaliate like a madman. "The Chinese ambassador's car has been found. Where is he? Where is everyone?" When the civil war began, the leader did not even have time to go home. He, who was always paying attention to the situation, received the latest news and his face lit up with joy. "How is it? Is everything solved?" Ru Lila was crazy, completely crazy. He might do something even crazier. He was a madman. There was nothing he did not dare to do. Since he was crazy, he might as well go crazy for once. He would give the Chinese side a warning. "You want to be strong? Let's see who will lower their heads first." However, the new government had underestimated Ru Lila's madness. He, who had been hiding in the Northlands all this while, faced the new government and the Northlands armed forces and launched a terrifying counterattack that seemed to want everyone to die with him. The ethnic armed forces that supported him also began to take action. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Gunfights broke out in 4 densely populated areas of Lin country. The originally bustling streets were deserted during the day, and all the civilians hid in their homes, not daring to go out. Chaos broke out in the country, the transportation hub was disrupted, and all the ports leading to China were closed. The street was empty, as if it had been ransacked. Half an hour ago, there was no one on the street, not even the beggars dared to stay. For their own safety, they all hid. The civilians of neighboring countries who were affected by the war could only flee to temporarily safe cities and villages. Then, the crazy Rulilla extended the cannons to the point that even the forest had a sound that stopped the clouds and shook the earth. Wherever the war spread, the gunshots did not stop, and the thick smell of gunpowder filled the air. J5, who had abandoned the motorcycles, brought Yi Qian and the others to a motorcycle repair shop in the slums of the city. The shop was not big, but there was a 2-story wooden house at the back. Not many people came out, and J5 brought Yi Qian and the others to the wooden house at the back. Chapter 23:10. J5 was very familiar with the place. The unattended repair shop seemed to have been emptied due to the war, leaving only piles of scrap metal. There were also various scattered parts stained with black engine oil in the corner. Even the air was filled with the oily smell of engine oil, which was worse than the smell of gunpowder. From the outside of the repair shop to the inside, no one else went out except for the few of them. J5 was so familiar with the place that it was as if he owned the shop himself. They passed through a triangular canopy made of raindrops, passed through a small house made of wooden planks, went around a stone wall, and pushed open a self-welded iron door. Finally, they arrived at the 2nd floor of the small wooden house that they could see from the outside. This place and the place they passed through were like 2 different worlds. The outside was dilapidated and messy, but here, an unknown tree with thick branches supported a peaceful green space in the backyard. The front yard was messy, while the backyard was quiet. It was clear that the owner of the repair shop was very particular about life. Climbing up the wooden ladder to the 2nd floor of the small wooden house, J5 pushed open the door to the 2nd room and smiled at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you can rest in this room. We will stay next door. It is very safe here. You can take a nap and get some rest. Yi Qian looked into the room. The furnishings were very simple. There was only 1 bed, 2 bedside tables, and a coat rack. However, it was very clean. Even the floor was so bright that it reflected light. It is so clean. I should take a shower to get rid of the dust. V8 leaned forward and looked into the room. He could not be more satisfied with the temporary place to rest. Yi Qian was about to take off her shoes when she heard him say that. She sneered. Then I will have to take a shower first. There is a private bathroom inside. J5 said as he pulled V8, who was about to take off his shoes. Yi Qian is going back to her room to rest. Why are you taking off your shoes and following me in? Caught off guard, V8 staggered. He was at a loss. I am resting. Why else would I go in? Shui Ying had already taken the initiative to open the door next door. He stuck his head out and said to V8, I'm going to take a nap. You guys can continue chatting. K7, who was the last to arrive, was the same as before. As soon as he exited the combat zone, he pushed open the door and walked into the first room. He needed to catch up on his sleep. J5 patted V8's back and said, This is Yi Jian's room. You're a man. What are you trying to do by going in? With his comrade's reminder, V8 immediately realized how stupid he was. She slapped herself hard on the forehead and hurriedly explained to Yi Qian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought everyone was resting in the same room, so I didn't think too much about it. Sorry. I'm sorry. He really did not think too much about it. Usually when he was on a mission with his comrades, he would not consider who was sleeping in the same room. He had forgotten that even though Yi Qian was his comrade, they were of different genders. Yi Qian saw the embarrassment on his face. Her eyes moved slightly and she vaguely guessed what was going on. She pursed her lips and smiled. I can understand. You forgot that we are of different genders, right? V8 was a little embarrassed after his thoughts were seen through. He smiled awkwardly. Yes, I really forgot. It was mainly because in the battle just now, Ching Neo's ferocity made it easy for people to forget that she was actually a female soldier. She was more like a male soldier than a male soldier. Chapter 23:11. Qin Xiu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but cough lightly to hide the smile on his face. It was obvious that Yi Qian had a good relationship with this group of Special Forces soldiers. Only comrades who had fought side by side could have such a harmonious camaraderie. J5 raised his hand to cover his forehead as he felt a headache coming on when his comrade admitted that he really thought of Yi Qian as a male soldier. He said to V8 helplessly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Rest with the ambassador for now. I'll go down and look for someone." He then said to Yi Qian, "Sometimes he's not very bright and sometimes makes stupid mistakes. You have to be more forgiving. If you really can't take it anymore, find a chance to settle old and new grudges together and teach him a lesson." V8 agreed, Of course. Next time if I do anything wrong, don't hold back. Just tell me." He just made a stupid mistake earlier and didn't think too much about it. Qin Xiu, on the other hand, understood V8's behavior earlier. It was just a habitual reaction. It meant that Yi Qian wasn't a female soldier in his heart, but a true comrade who had fought side by side with him. Yi Qian didn't feel offended. Just as Captain Xia said, on the battlefield, it didn't matter if you were a male or female soldier. Gender didn't matter. Soon, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Shui Ying went back to his room alone for the time being, while V8 accompanied Qin Xiu to the next room to rest. J5 had something to do, so he didn't let his comrade accompany him. He went downstairs alone. Knowing that there was still a fierce battle ahead, they went back to their rooms and took the time to recover their energy to prepare for the upcoming battle. J5 said it was safe enough to sleep here. Yi Qian went into the room and immediately laid down on the bed without taking a shower. Although the repair shop was located in the slums and the outside was dilapidated, the room was clean and tidy. Even the bedding had a faint fragrance of soap. The temperature in the city was pleasant, neither hot nor cold. The temperature in the wooden house was also very comfortable. Yi Qian, lying on the bed, smelled the faint fragrance of soap and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Even Qin Xiu, who had taken a nap in the car, fell asleep immediately after taking a shower. In terms of combat ability, he was worlds apart from them. Now that his home ground was over, he had to work hard to not be a burden to the Special Forces. No matter how he spent the night, he had to keep up with them. Yi Qian and the others arrived safely at their destination. Ru Lila, who had nowhere to vent his anger, took out his pistol and fired randomly at the window of his office. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of dozens of bullets rang out. The subordinate who came to report the matter was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. When the guards outside heard the gunshots coming from the commander's office, they broke through the door almost at the same time and aimed their guns at the subordinate. There were less than 10 people in the Chinese cars. What about you? Even if you didn't send 100 people, at least 50. The cars were destroyed and the people were gone. In the end, you don't even know where the Chinese ambassador is now. I sent you out to solve the problem, not to create more problems for me. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't find the Chinese ambassador tonight, you can kill yourself. Ru Lila smashed the empty pistol directly into the office. He smashed it so hard that the pistol bounced up and fell to the ground. The black hole happened to be right in the forehead of the subordinate, who was so scared that he lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. The subordinate, whose back was covered with layers of cold sweat, didn't say anything. He turned around and his knees went weak and he almost fell. Chapter 23:12. The guards who rushed in also hurriedly retreated. No one dared to make their commander angry at this time. Clichin, the leader of the New Deal, frowned when he finally received news of the Chinese ambassador. It's one thing for the 10 cars Ru Lila sent out to surround the Chinese ambassador, but now even the people we sent out don't know where the Chinese ambassador went. So many people surrounded the Chinese ambassador, who had less than 10 people with him, but they were all annihilated. Although the result sounded unbelievable, he felt a little better when he thought about how the people who died were sent by Ru Lila. Now, even the people sent by the new government couldn't find the Chinese ambassador. What kind of people were the people around the Chinese ambassador? How powerful were they? Since when were the people sent by the Chinese side so powerful? They were so powerful that he couldn't sit still. We also find it unbelievable. After all, the people sent by Rulila weren't elites. It's normal for them to fail. However, the people we sent out were the elites of the military group, and even they lost track of them. Leader Klitschin, the people around the Chinese ambassador are more powerful than we thought. The situation of the new government official was much better than that of Rulila's subordinate. Although he was also reporting bad news, Klitschin, the leader of the new government of the neighboring country, would not pull out his gun and shoot. He secretly wiped the fine hair on his forehead and said softly, "General Wu Weinu is very angry." He ordered his men to block the sentry posts outside the city. No one is allowed to leave. In the city, the war between the old government and the new government was not over. The whole city was locked down, and even the civilians couldn't leave. They could only stay at home. Only this city was locked down, and no one was allowed to leave. The other cities did not implement this. The civilians who were afraid of war fled with their families, not daring to stay in their homes that were destroyed by artillery fire. The new government and the old government knew that the Chinese ambassador had not left the city, but so what? They didn't know where the Chinese ambassador was hiding. For the neighboring country, this was definitely a disgraceful thing. The Chinese ambassador was in their country, in the city, but they didn't know where he was. It was too embarrassing. Klitschin also felt embarrassed, but this matter was handled by General Wu Weinu. He couldn't interfere too much in case General Wu Weinu misunderstood that he was questioning the ability of the military group. But what if the Chinese ambassador left and returned to China? There was a Chinese saying, "There is no turning back." They had already made up their minds and did not regret the decision they had made. If the Chinese ambassador discovered their intentions and told the Chinese leaders, the diplomatic relations between the neighboring countries and China were not so friendly. "We will follow your arrangements, General Wu Weinu. The new government will continue to cooperate fully." Klitschin thanked General Wu Weinu, who was close to the Western nation. The new policies and the military were inseparable, and they absolutely could not clash. Since they were both working for a common goal, it was natural to maintain the relationship between both sides. The old government and the new government did not give up on searching for the Chinese ambassador. They fired and sent people to search for him. Yi Qian, who had been sleeping on the bed, was woken up by the gunshot. She leaped up from the bed and quickly rushed to the window. Her slender fingers gently lifted a corner of the heavy curtains. The entire city was in chaos. Even their slums, which were located at the edge of the city and not far from the suburbs, were affected. Chapter 23:13. There was a knock on the door. Yi Qian gently put down the curtains and walked to the door. She heard J5 say in a low voice, "Open the door, it's us." The door opened and J5, K7, Shui Ying, Qin Xiu, and V8 walked in one after another. All five of them had serious expressions and their eyes were dark. It was obvious that they were not optimistic about the current situation. Everyone underestimated Rulila's madness. He has already started a civil war on a large scale. The entire neighboring country has fallen into a civil war on a larger scale than 1994. Sitting down, Qin Xiu's elegant and handsome face was dark and gloomy. Even the habitual gentle smile at the corner of his mouth had disappeared. He might have known that he would be defeated, and before he died, he dragged the new policies of the neighboring country down with him. "Our current situation is the worst that I had imagined." His gaze slowly swept across the faces of the special forces in front of him and slowly stopped on Yi Qian's face. He stared at her deeply. "I actually had a call with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the early morning. Rulila's existence is a threat to our country. He dared to instigate a rebellion because he has the support of the Western hegemonic countries. He has enough ammunition and military support behind him. Therefore, he must be eliminated. He must not be allowed to contact any of the neighboring countries' armed forces, especially the new policy. The new policy has always wanted to gain the support of the Western hegemonic countries. If the Western hegemonic countries want the new policy and the old policy to work together, The combined forces of both sides will further democratize the entire country. This is not necessarily a good thing for our country. V8 seemed to have thought of something and nodded in understanding. What you said to Yi Qian in the car before was actually a warning to us in advance, right? In the car, he told Yi Qian that the other half of his responsibility was to see the new policy and the old policy crossfire again. In fact, it was not a last-minute decision made during the negotiation, but a joint decision made with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the early morning. V8 was completely convinced by the courage and insight of the diplomat in front of him, who was no less than a soldier. With Qin Xiu's explanation, J5, Shuiying, and K7 didn't look as worried anymore. J5 even smiled and said, "As long as our country has a plan, we'll be fine. Right now, we just need to leave this place safely and gather with our other comrades." Qin Xiu had never asked about the military's arrangements. He didn't know where the other special forces soldiers were or what they were doing. Out of curiosity, he didn't ask. Just like how the special forces protecting him did not ask about his arrangements with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, these were all secrets of their respective professions. Outside the room, there was a series of thuds. It sounded like something was hitting the wooden floor. It came from afar until it finally stopped outside the room. The J5 in the room said in a low voice, "It's the sound of the shop owner. It should be the things we asked for." Just as he finished speaking, the owner of the motorcycle repair shop hissed, "Everything you need is here. Come down and have a look." After the innkeeper finished speaking, he left without waiting for a response. When Yi Qian heard this, he understood that the innkeeper was also a person who could not walk. There seemed to be a lot of people who could not walk in Linju, both men and women. J5 walked away. V8 smiled and said, "He's pretty good. No wonder we took such a long detour to find him." He was referring to the shop owner. After leaving for a while, J5 came back. "Everything is here. Come down and have a look. Ambassador, come down and have a look." This was an inconspicuous motorcycle repair shop. The outside was as run down as a house in the slums. However, when they walked in, they realized that it was a completely different world. Chapter 23:14. J5 led Yi Jian downstairs to the basement of the small building. After passing through a dim underground passage, she turned right and saw a snow-white light in front of her. It gave her the illusion that she was at the entrance to heaven from hell. Compared to the darkness of the building, the light in the basement where the guns were placed was so white that it was somewhat blinding. Yi Jian saw the owner of the shop. He was a middle-aged man whose right leg was broken and his pants were tied in a knot. He was slovenly dressed. Although the middle-aged man was disabled, he had a pair of eagle-like eyes. His gaze gave off an inexplicable sense of eeriness. 6 submachine guns, 6 pistols, each with 3 magazines. "You compare the numbers yourselves. Come out and tell me. The gun testing room is next door. There aren't many bullets. Try your guns sparingly." The owner with damaged vocal cords spoke slowly and limped away with his cane. When he passed by Yi Jian, he suddenly turned back to look at her. Yi Jian noticed his gaze and immediately turned back to look at him. He did not expect to be caught by Yi Qian the moment he turned back. After a short pause, he looked into Yi Qian's eyes. His eagle-like eyes flashed with a strange light. "You are very beautiful." He did not offend or flirt with Yi Qian. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he was reminiscing about something. He sounded a little sad. Yi Qian did not know how to answer for a moment. Finally, he nodded slightly. "Thank you." He has a daughter. When she was 10 years old, she was burned to ashes by artillery fire. J5 handed an American-made submachine gun to Yi Jian. Before his daughter died in the explosion, he had about 4,000 soldiers under his command. After his daughter was killed, he disbanded the 4,000 soldiers and went to seek revenge on Ru Lila alone. Unfortunately, he didn't get his revenge. Instead, he lost a leg. After recovering from his injury, he became the biggest arms dealer in this area. He's a man of his word. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Qin Xiu here to stay. The man didn't seem to understand English. When he saw Yi Qian take the gun, he nodded very lightly as if to show his appreciation. Yi Qian did not look at him again. He lifted the gun with both hands to check if it was okay. As he lifted his hand, the silver wire wrapped around his wrist flashed a silver light under the snow-white light. Behind him, the man who had not left said, "You better not show the silver wire in your hand to us and the Sun Island." Yi Qian, who didn't understand the language of the neighboring country, realized that the man who hadn't left was talking to him. He looked at the J5 who had been communicating with him in the neighboring country's language. J5 was looking at the silver wire in Yi Qian's hand. He always thought that it was Yi Qian's favorite silver jewelry. He didn't expect that. It was actually a self-defense weapon. Seeing Yi Qian's questioning look, J5 pointed to the silver wire on her wrist. He said that you'd better not show the silver wire on your wrist easily when you arrive at the neighboring countries and the Japanese island. Yi Qian was shocked. He turned around and looked at the man with his dark, clear eyes. "You know where it came from?" J5 translated. The man nodded. His dark lips, which had been smoking all year round, moved slowly. "I know. It's very powerful. It's very good that you have it." This time, he didn't speak the neighboring country's language. He replied in broken Chinese, pausing every word. "Here, it's best not to show it. It's not good." The Silver Wire Summer team had investigated its origin before, but they didn't find anything. A few years later, they didn't expect that an unremarkable arms dealer would recognize it at a glance. Yi Qian was shocked, but at the same time, he became vigilant. Chapter 23:15. "You're going back to China. You, come with me," the man said in a hoarse voice as he limped out of the basement with his crutches. When he suddenly said back to China, J5's expression did not change. Yi Qian and the others' expressions turned cold. V8 even raised the gun in his hand. J5 pressed down on V8's hand and stared at the man's back as he slowly walked away. He said to Yi Qian, "He doesn't mean any harm. Yi Qian, go with him and see what's going on. His name is Kuan Dan. You can call him by his name." Anyone who knew Kuan Dan knew that not only was Kuan Dan good at keeping secrets, but he also never chatted with the customers who came to him. If the customers wanted guns and ammunition, he would provide them. The guns were good and the money was clear. He would continue to live in this motorcycle repair shop that few people would come to. Yi Qian did not trust the man, but he trusted J5. He nodded and stepped forward to catch up with the man who had a strange expression and behavior. "Let's go test the guns first." J5 waited for Yi Qian to pass through the dim underground passage before he said to V8 and the others, "Hurry up. I'll go take a look. I'm a bit worried." V8's thick eyebrows furrowed. "You test the guns with them. Trust me, brother. Yi Qian will be fine." J5 smiled and patted his comrade's shoulder. "I can guess why Kuan Dan said Yi Qian is very beautiful. Yi Qian's eyes are a bit like his daughter's. I've seen his daughter's picture." Qin Xiu was also very worried. Someone who could provide firearms, even if one of his legs was disabled, was still a dangerous person. "Ambassador, let's test the guns first. Don't worry, I promise that Yi Qian will be fine." J5 had already seen Yi Qian walk out of the basement just now. Even an excellent diplomat like them subconsciously took a small step forward, intending to follow him. He smiled and said, "Although he's a dangerous person, he can guarantee the safety of all the customers who come here to take guns." Shui Ying had already finished checking the numbers. They took the pile of lethal weapons and entered the gun testing room. It was a very professional shooting room. Qin Xiu put on his earmuffs, held the gun in a very standard posture, and fired a bullet. Not bad, there was a bullet hole in the target. Qin Xiu turned back to look at his side. He had a faint smile on his face. He had held the gun and tried it out, but these Special Forces soldiers had checked the inside and out of the gun before they started shooting. Bang 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 bang, the few of them finished shooting at the same time. The sound of the gunshots was so loud that he could hear it even with his earmuffs. After the pistol test, the few of them picked up the microguns at the same time. His movements were so neat that it was as if he had practiced it thousands of times and could maintain the same movement without any communication. Bang 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 bang. Compared to his serious shooting, the Special Forces soldiers' shooting was much more casual. When they picked up their guns, They didn't even see how they aimed before the bullets were fired. This was the difference between him and them. As the saying went, every field has its own specialization. Outside, Yi Qian saw Kuan Dan use an iron hook to hook open a manhole cover. He turned his head and pointed down. Without saying anything, he went down first. Yi Qian pursed his lips, took a light breath, and slowly followed him down. Under the manhole cover was a simple ladder welded with steel bars. Although Kuan Dan only had one leg, his arm strength was quite impressive. He used one leg to climb up the ladder. The seemingly inconspicuous motorcycle repair shop was full of surprises. Under the manhole cover was a complicated underground air raid shelter that was warm in winter and cool in summer. Kuan Dan lived here and had everything he needed. Yi Qian walked in and stood at the exit. He didn't walk in immediately. Chapter 23:16. J5 said that Kuan Dan meant no harm, but since he knew about Silverthread's background, it was better to be cautious. Sit. Kuan Dan pointed at a leather sofa that was neither new nor old. He walked into another bomb shelter as if he didn't see Yi Qian standing at the exit. When he came out, he had a common black plastic bag in his hand. He said to Yi Qian, "It's not easy for you guys to escape. The leaders of Rulilla, New Deal, military group, and a few ethnic armed forces are looking for you." Kuan Dan's Mandarin was not fluent, and his vocal cords were damaged. When he spoke, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. It took him twice as long to finish a sentence compared to a normal person. Yi Qian was a very vigilant person. When he suddenly said these words, a fierce look flashed across her eyes. She looked at Kuan Dan quietly and pursed her lips slightly. She remained silent and did not respond to what he said. "You're so beautiful." Kuan Dan, who was looking into Yi Qian's eyes, suddenly said this. His voice was hoarse and slightly sorrowful. He had been looking into Yi Qian's eyes the whole time. It was as if he was trying to recall another person's face through Yi Qian's eyes. Could it be that she looked like an old friend of his? Yi Qian couldn't figure out what he was thinking. She lowered her eyes slightly and replied with a faint smile, "Thank you for your compliment." "You're welcome. What I said was the truth. Qian, your eyes are the most beautiful." Kuan Dan put his walking stick aside and opened the black plastic bag with both hands. He took out a stack of photos and slowly selected them before handing them to Yi Qian. "Look at them. They're all people who want to look for you guys." "I know." Yi Qian was shocked when she took a look at the photos. These people were all faces that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had asked her to remember when she was in China. And now, Kuan Dan said that these people were looking for them. How did he know? Yi Qian concealed the sharpness in her eyes and asked politely without showing it on her face, "Mr. Kuan Dan, how did you know that these people were looking for us?" Yi Qian didn't want to admit their identities at first, but Kuan Dan was clearly aware of their identities and had deliberately reminded him. Yi Qian didn't sense any malice from the beginning to the end. He asked, "Other than knowing that they're looking for us, what else do you know?" "Many of them don't want you to leave. Klitschin, the new government, does not want to. He wants to stop you and let Ruliella suffer." Although Kuan Dan spoke intermittently, the amount of information that was revealed was enough to make Yi Qian's heart sink. He looked at Kuan Dan with a cold and sharp gaze. Just now, Qin Xiu only mentioned that Rulilla would attack crazily, but he didn't mention anything about the new policies. And now, Kundon was telling him that the new policy was actually so despicable. They took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and frame Rulilla. The temperature in Yi Qian's eyes dropped rapidly. They were so cold that they were like a ball of snow that never melted. He exuded a chilling aura. "Mr. Kuan Dan, how do you know so much?" "I'm a businessman. I have a lot of information. Someone sold me. I know when the news comes out," Kuan Dan said calmly. "I'm telling you that it's very difficult to leave. It's even more difficult to leave alive. You can listen to my arrangements. It'll be easier." The entire city was locked down. All vehicles were banned. Even motorcycles were not allowed to pass. It was very, very difficult to leave alive under such circumstances. Chapter 23:17. Yi Qian was a little tempted, but she didn't trust Kuan Dan. However, She didn't mind listening to his arrangements first. She asked politely, "Mr. Kuan-dan, can you tell me about your arrangements now?" Then she would go back and discuss it with her comrades to see if it was feasible. Kuan-dan was experienced and could naturally see Yi Qian's concerns. He didn't feel much about it. He only felt that the girl's eyes, especially when they were fierce, resembled his daughter begging him to take her out to play. Her watery eyes were like burning stars when she wasn't satisfied. Just like the Chinese girl in front of him, bright, sparkling, and exceptionally beautiful. Kuan-dan, who had deep memories in his eyes, didn't bicker with Yi Qian. He couldn't bear to bicker with those lively and beautiful eyes. If his daughter was still alive, she would be almost 20 years old. Map, motorcycles. Leave. Go this way. It's safe. He took out a waterproof map from a black plastic bag. There were many routes marked on it with a red fountain pen. This was a map that Kuan-dan often used. It was also the route that his side used to transport firearms. Yi Qian, who didn't know why Kuan-dan was helping them, narrowed his eyes when he saw the map. Kuan-dan was an arms dealer. J5 only had a business relationship with him. Why would he risk his life to help them? He was from Lin, and they were the Chinese that Lin's new policies wanted to eliminate. Yi Jian felt a little uneasy about accepting his help. She also felt very uneasy. Kuan-dan only looked into Yi Qian's eyes. As for what she was thinking, he didn't consider it at all. He also didn't think that what he was doing now was equivalent to going against the new policies. Yi Qian didn't understand, but Kuan-dan knew very well why he was helping this group of Chinese people. He knew very well. There are 4 checkpoints in the city. You guys, from here. He pointed at the map with a finger covered in black grease. He immediately looked up and stared unblinkingly into Yi Qian's eyes. On the mountain, there are secret routes for illegal immigration and drug trafficking. It's much safer than other places. You guys, get on your motorcycles and rush out. He pointed out a secret route for Yi Qian. It was a secret route used by drug and arms dealers. Finally, he told Yi Qian where he could enter Chinese territory. Yi Qian felt that the map in her hand was a little heavy. She pursed her lips and said softly, "Thank you. You're welcome. This is my daughter. Look." Kuan-dan took out a picture from his pocket. His hands were dirty, and there was grease between his fingers, but the picture in his pocket was clean like a new one. Actually, this was a photo from 10 years ago. The date was very clear at the bottom right corner of the photo. Yi Qian looked at the little girl in the photo. She looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she was holding a big cotton candy in her hand. She gave the camera an innocent and sweet smile. "Your eyes are very similar, my daughter, very similar. Looking at your eyes, I finally remember what my daughter's eyes look like." He spoke in broken Chinese with a strange accent, but it didn't stop Yi Qian from hearing the sadness in his voice. An arms dealer right in front of her with tears in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Qian finally understood why he kept looking at her eyes. It turned out that it was all because he thought her eyes looked like the little girl in the photo. Even though she couldn't tell how her eyes looked like his daughter's, Yi Qian said softly, "Yes, they do look very similar." Chapter 23:18. It's very bright, like a star. It's beautiful. Kuan-dan carefully took back the photo. In his heart, Xiao Xiao's photo was the most expensive, beautiful, and priceless treasure in the world. No other treasure could be compared to this photo. Because this photo was the only photo of his daughter, and it was worth protecting with his life. Kuan-dan put away the photos of the other people on the table and only looked at Yi Qian's eyes. He coughed softly and said, "People of the Meng clan don't like fighting and xenophobia, but it's safe. You can go there, very good, but be careful." Yi Qian was very grateful that Kuan-dan's eyes looked like his daughter's and gave her a precious kindness. She couldn't take the map away, so she took a pen and spread out a piece of white paper. Yi Qian drew the route and the villages that Kuan-dan mentioned. Actually, she didn't know if this route would lead them to the rendezvous point with G3, but it was better than nothing. If the plan changed, they could go back to China according to Kuan-dan's route. It took Yi Qian more than 10 minutes to finish writing. She checked it carefully again and then walked out of the bomb shelter with Kundon, who was waiting patiently for her. Qin Xiu and the others had been waiting in the basement for about 15 minutes. They were relieved when they saw Yi Qian return. Qin Xiu walked to her and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "No, he showed me a few photos to remind me to be careful. They are all faces that I remember in China." Yi Qian quietly looked at Kundon, who was finishing the deal with J5. She lowered her eyes and whispered to Qin Xiu, "He's really good. He even showed me a map that could lead us to our country and asked us to leave by motorcycle. I'll discuss it with them when I get back to my room and see if it's feasible." J5 was surprised and said to Kundon in the language of the neighboring country, "Motorcycle? I didn't order a motorcycle in my list." He was checking the list with Kundon, but there were 3 motorcycles in Kundon's list. But he didn't order one. He still had to bring the gun back to China to use. It was not worth it to buy a motorcycle and then abandon it after one trip in the neighboring country. There were a lot of motorcycles that had been thrown to the side during the battle. When the time came, all they had to do was to steal a few of them. Just like today, after abandoning the car, the motorcycles they were riding on were picked up from the side of the street. Many motorcycles were abandoned outside. It didn't matter if they had the keys or not. It was not a problem for the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade. Now that he had it, there was no need for him to resort to underhanded methods. Kuan Dan replied. Perhaps she had mentioned Yi Qian. J5 turned to look at Yi Qian, who was talking to Qin Xiu, and said to Kuan Dan solemnly, "Thank you very much." Because of Yi Qian, Kundon promised to give them 3 motorcycles with full gas for free to help them leave. "Is it because my friend and your daughter have similar eyes?" J5 asked with a sigh. In return, he nodded without hesitation. That pair of eagle-like eyes flashed with a very bright light. "You also think, her eyes, look like my daughter's?" "That's right, her eyes are exactly the same as my daughter's." Switching to the language of her own country, although Kuan Dan spoke slowly, she was much more fluent. "If my daughter was still here, she would be almost the same. Thank you very much for your generosity." J5 thanked him again. Kuan Dan was a strange person. He had a lot of resources in his hands, but he never took the initiative to help others. The buyer paid, and he supplied the goods. No one knew each other when they walked out of this place. Chapter 23:19. But today, because of Yi Qian, he had made an exception. Not only did he provide them with motorcycles, but he also provided them with a secret route for the arms and drugs trade. For them, this was exactly what they needed. When they came out of the basement, they heard sporadic gunshots nearby, but the gunshots in the center of the city were still intense. When they returned to Yi Qian's room, J5 asked Yi Qian to take out the road map that he had prepared earlier. He then took out the city map for reference. The map was drawn on white paper that was neither waterproof nor fireproof, so Yi Qian was extra careful when he took it out. He was afraid that he would tear it. "Start from the auto repair shop and walk along the west side of the city. This way, we can avoid the old government and the new government." J5's finger gently traced the road map that Yi Qian had drawn, then he looked at the city map and said solemnly, "The route that Kuan Dan gave us is a secret route for the arms and drugs trade. It's much safer than the route that I had prepared earlier. The route that he pointed out is the same as the one that we left the city in, so it's much faster to leave the city. The way back to China is also very short. If we don't need to meet up with our comrades, the route that he pointed out is indeed a good way to get back to China. Unfortunately, we can't choose to go back to China." In the end, they needed to meet up with their comrades, not go back to China directly. Therefore, they could only use half of the route that Kuan Dan had pointed out. The rest of the route remained the same. It's much more convenient to have motorcycles. If everything goes well, we will arrive at the Shan village around 2 o'clock in the morning. The village is semi-sealed. Together with several nearby villages, there is an armed force of about 100 people. We need to bypass them and enter the mountain. It will take us about 3 hours to reach the helicopter landing point. The airport in the neighboring country had been closed, and the traffic in the city had been paralyzed. Driving a car was much better than riding a motorcycle. After replanning the route, J5 smiled at Yi Qian and said, Kuan-dan only provides weapons, but never transportation. Thanks to Yi Qian, he provided us with 3 motorcycles, so we don't have to go outside to get one. Yi Qian looked at the sky above the city, which was gradually being covered by darkness. The sporadic gunshots were much louder than during the day, and the sound waves when the bullets were fired were much wider. Wouldn't it make more noise when they drove motorcycles at night? At that time, wouldn't he become the center of attention? She voiced out her concerns. Night is also a good time for an ambush. After a period of rest, the battle at night will come at any time. This is our chance to leave, J5 explained with a smile. If the battle hasn't started, we can't leave for the time being. Yi Qian understood. She only thought that since the gunshots outside were getting softer and softer, it would be even quieter at night. She did not think that night was a better time to fight than day. This meant that Kuan-dan was trustworthy. Yi Qian did not trust Kundon, but she trusted her comrades. There was one more important thing that he had to tell them: a shameful conspiracy about the New Deal. Kundon told me that the New Deal wants to take the opportunity to get rid of us and frame Ruolila. Qin Xiu, do you want to contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Tell the country about the shameless schemes of the New Deal? Yi Qian knew what kind of reaction his comrades would have after he said those words. After he finished speaking, he watched quietly. Her comrades were like her. Their eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent, and their gazes were as sharp as knives. But they controlled their emotions very well and turned to look at Qin Xiu. Chapter 23:20. It was up to their diplomats to decide whether or not they needed to inform the country immediately. Qin Xiu wasn't very angry. He accepted it calmly and said, General Wu Weinu of the neighboring country's military group has a deep grudge with Ruolila. Even if the new Klichin wants to do something, he has to consider the influence of the international community and doesn't dare to take action. General Wu Weinu can do it. He has people and power. He can also use this opportunity to ruin Ruolila's reputation. He won't let go of such an opportunity. I previously guessed that he would use this opportunity to take action, but I still denied it. Now it seems that Ruolila isn't the only crazy one. Wu Weinu is also one of them. It had been the case since ancient times that foreign countries didn't kill their ambassadors. It was even more so now. Other than those terrorists who dared to do it, as a country, they absolutely couldn't kill another country's ambassador. They would be reviled by the whole world. Some countries might even break off diplomatic relations with the neighboring country. However, the neighboring country's situation was different. There was a civil war. If the Chinese ambassador died, they could only express regret and apologies. They didn't want that either. J5 laughed coldly. We will make them pay for their shamelessness. He then asked Qin Xiu, do we need to inform the country? Yes. If something really happens to me, our country can respond immediately. Facing death, Qin Xiu smiled calmly and said, whether I die or not, the neighboring country will pay for their conspiracy. Qin Xiu was referring to the foreign trade between the two countries. J5 was referring to the actions of G3. V8, K7, and Shuiying didn't say anything, but the murderous intent in their eyes was as cold as an arrow. As a hot-blooded soldier, they absolutely couldn't stand the neighboring country's shameless conspiracy that didn't care about the Chinese country. Our country is weak and has no status. Our country has kept a low profile for so long, it's time for us to slowly raise our heads. Qin Xiu said softly. That elegant and handsome face revealed a cold sharpness that changed the entire temperament of a cultured person, becoming very strong. It's time to slowly raise its head. His words touched the hearts of the hot-blooded soldiers. They clenched their fists and loosened them. It will be fine. Everything will be fine. They had grown up in this era and served this era. They had witnessed the burdens of China when it was weak, and at the same time, they had witnessed the majesty of China when it was strong. There was a song that went like this: the great Chinese side will invite congratulations from all sides. They were looking forward to this day. As the sky gradually darkened, the sporadic gunshots outside seemed to have stopped. The few of them gathered in a room and quietly waited for night to come. The day of war was very difficult for the civilians to endure. Listening to the gunshots and screams, they felt that every hour that passed was like an entire day. But to the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade, they weren't afraid of gunfire. To them, time was just a matter of taking turns to be on guard for an hour. In the blink of an eye, it would be dark. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at an inland river not far from the slums, several soldiers in military uniforms were commanding the civilians living by the river to pull out 2 motorcycles from the river with manpower and tractors. The military group expanded the search area and found 2 civilians using a tractor to tie a rope, trying to throw out a motorcycle that had fallen into the river. At the side of the road, there was also a motorcycle that had been salvaged. At this time, not many civilians had the courage to walk outside. In order to save their lives, they all hid here and didn't walk outside. The actions of these 2 people attracted the attention of the soldiers from the neighboring country who were searching. Chapter 23-21. After interrogating them with guns, they found out that the 2 men had gone to the river a few hours ago to collect the net. They found that the net was entangled by something heavy and could not be pulled up no matter how hard they tried. The other man saw that the sky was getting darker and darker, so he jumped into the river to see what was going on. When he touched the water, he was so happy that he immediately swam ashore. In the neighboring country, not everyone could own a motorcycle. At the very least, one needed to have a certain amount of money to own a motorcycle. However, there were actually 2 motorcycles in their fishing net. They salvaged one and were about to salvage the second one, when they were surrounded by armed soldiers. They did not even need to be tortured. They just needed to be asked and they confessed honestly. There were not only 2 motorcycles, but 3 in total. 3 motorcycles. It's very likely that they were left behind by the Chinese ambassador's people. The Chinese side sent 5 staff members to accompany the ambassador. Including the Chinese ambassador, there are 6 people in total. 3 motorcycles are just right. General Wu Weinu, the highest authority of the neighboring country's military group, held a large cigar in his hand. His voice was cold and fierce as he slowly passed down the order. Surround the area. Don't alarm them. Search slowly. We will find them tonight. General Wu Weinu was addicted to smoking. He smoked 4 or 5 cigars a day. His stubby fingers and middle fingers were smoky yellow from the smoke. Even his fingernails were smoky yellow. He was not tall and had a typical short stature. However, he had the ruthlessness of a soldier, which was intimidating. With his orders, Klitschon, the leader of the new government, even sat more lazily. The string in his heart was loosened, and the heavy stone pressing down on him was gone. He naturally felt more relaxed. The sky was very dark. It was so dark that it was as thick as ink. There was not even a single star in the sky. The city with the power cut was completely shrouded in darkness. Everywhere was dark. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. There was a sense of despair everywhere. A young son was afraid of the dark. He hid in the arms of an adult and cried. Tears still hung on his eyelashes as he fell asleep. Children fell asleep without knowing anything, but adults did not dare. They kept their eyes wide open and guarded their homes, afraid that someone would come in with a gun and hurt their family. After dinner, Yi Qian and the others were doing the final inspection of their equipment. Kuan Dan stood on the 2nd floor of the wooden house, his hawk-like eyes quietly watching the guests who were preparing to leave. Those who could find him for firearms were people who knew his rules. Just like these few people from the Chinese side, he knew their identities the moment they walked into his repair shop. The Chinese were here to get the firearms and needed to leave immediately. Other than one of them who had an elegant temperament, the rest of them walked in and exuded a fierce aura. He knew they were all soldiers. Coupled with the news from the old regime, the new regime, and the Allied army, he did not need to think too much to know the identities of these people. Now, they had to leave. The girl whose eyes were the most similar to her daughter also needed to leave. Kundon's purplish lips were pressed tightly together. Leaning on his walking stick, he slowly turned around and left. War made people despair and turned them into abominable demons. V8 pulled open the seat cushion and was about to insert the bullet when 2 submachine guns came into view in the dim flashlight. V8 raised his head and looked in the direction of the 2nd floor in surprise. What he saw was Kundon's back as he left. "Brother, look under the cushion," he whispered to J5 and Shui Ying, who were inspecting their equipment. "I have 2 more submachine guns under this car." Yi Qian was sorting the magazines one by one. When he heard this, he stood up with 2 magazines in his hands. He heard Shui Ying whisper, "I have some here too. There are also 2 pistols under the fuel tank." Chapter 23-22. There were 2 submachine guns and 2 pistols under the cushions of the 3 modified motorcycles. These were the extra guns that Kundon had given them. Yi Qian picked up the submachine gun that Kundon had given them. It was an Uzi 9mm submachine gun. When the stock was unfolded, it was only 460mm long. When the stock was folded to the right, it was only 250mm long. It had a muzzle velocity of 350 meters per second and a firing rate of 1,250 rounds per minute. That was equivalent to 21 rounds per second. This type of submachine gun was most suitable for sitting on a motorcycle and firing directly. It was light and fast, and could fire in an instant. It was a grade higher than the German submachine gun that J5 had ordered. Yi Qian put the submachine gun back on the cushion and turned to J5. "I'll go and thank Kundon." "Of course, Kundon. He made an exception for us again." J5 nodded slightly. If Yi Qian hadn't taken the initiative to mention it, he would have done the same. Kundon is a loner, but many people are willing to work with him. He has a good character and abides by some unspoken rules. You don't have to feel burdened. This was to tell Yi Qian that Kundon was a trustworthy arms dealer. Qin Xiu, who couldn't get involved in the inspection of the guns, said in a low voice, "I'll go with you." "Okay." Yi Qian handed the 2 magazines in his hand to J5 and quickly walked up to the 2nd floor with Qin Xiu. Kundon thought that she had a pair of eyes similar to his daughter's. The extra weapons were exactly what they needed, so she should say thank you. Kundon was a little surprised that Yi Qian came, but it was obvious that he was very happy to see Yi Qian. After he heard what Yi Qian said, he got up from his chair with the help of his crutches and limped over to Yi Qian. This somewhat famous arms dealer only looked into Yi Qian's eyes. After a while, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Can I touch your eyes?" He looked at Yi Qian expectantly. Even when he asked carefully, afraid that Yi Qian would reject him. A slightly famous arms dealer like Kuan Dan could be very forceful when it came to what he wanted. However, when it came to Yi Qian, who had a pair of eyes that resembled his daughter's, this arms dealer who was known as the Fierce Bandit was just a father who missed his daughter dearly. He let go of his identity and forgot that he was just an ordinary father. Yi Qian didn't refuse. She knew that she couldn't bear to refuse when tears welled up in his eagle-like eyes. Because she understood Kuan Dan's feelings too well. He had lost his daughter, and she had lost her mother and father. When she was young, she saw Sun Dongqing, who resembled her mother. Even though Sun Dongqing hated her and scolded her, she missed her mother and still approached her again and again. Yi Qian did not know what kind of person Kuan Dan was, nor did he know what he had been through. At this moment, he only knew that the person standing in front of him was just an ordinary father. She nodded gently and said, "Okay." Kuan Dan, who was standing in front of her, was so excited that his purple lips were trembling. The fingers that covered her eyes were rough and filled with the smell of engine oil. His fingers were trembling violently, but he didn't stop for long. After a short caress, Kuan Dan retracted his hand. Yi Qian, who had her eyes closed, could still hear him sigh heavily. "Thank you." When she reached the door, she heard Kuan Dan's choked voice behind her. Yi Qian didn't turn around. When he opened his eyes and turned his back to her, Yi Qian knew that this arms dealer didn't want others to see his weakness. Chapter 23-23. It didn't take long. 5 minutes later, Yi Qian and Qin Xiu came down together. They nodded slightly to their comrades waiting for them, expressing their gratitude to Kundon. J5 and the others had already finished their pre-battle preparations. When they saw Yi Qian coming down, they asked her if she wanted to be the rider or the shooter. Yi Qian's flying skills during the day had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of her. J5 had already taken it for granted that Yi Qian would definitely know how to ride a motorcycle. Either is fine, but I don't have actual combat experience, Yi Qian replied with a smile. She could ride a car or a motorcycle. During her training, Captain Xia had reminded her that there were not only field battles on land, but also urban battles. Motorcycles were one of the city's transportation tools. As a special forces soldier, she had to learn how to ride one. She never objected to his suggestions. She had also learned how to ride a motorcycle when she was learning how to drive a car. You will be the shooter before the breakout. You will be the rider after the breakout, J5 calmly arranged. This time, Qin Xiu naturally couldn't be with Yi Qian. He was in the same car as V8. J5 and K7 were the riders. Yi Qian and Shui Ying would break through and bring up the rear. As the sky darkened, the vicinity of the repair shop became exceptionally quiet. It was as quiet as death. There was no sound at all. The slums on the west side of the city weren't the focal point of the war. The occasional sporadic gunshots didn't affect anything. However, the overly quiet outside was so quiet that it made people feel anxious. The atmosphere around the inland river 5 kilometers away from the slums was even more tense. The armed military of the neighboring country had already searched the area thoroughly. They didn't even let go of the fishermen's homes who lived by the river. In the end, they didn't find the person they were looking for. At this time, 3 hours had passed since the motorcycle was found, but there was no progress at all. When Klitschin heard that there was no progress from the military, he was furious but helpless. At 7:30 p.m., Ru Lila ordered all the armed forces of the old regime to launch the largest attack. The neighboring country soldiers sent by the military to search the inland river left as quickly as possible. They were no longer blocking the river. Klitschin immediately sent the police to take over the search. They no longer searched along the inland river, but expanded the search area. When Kuan Dan received the news that the military had suddenly sealed off the inland river, he knew that something bad was going to happen. He hurried out of his room with his crutches. His footsteps sounded urgent, and Yi Qian and the others, who were waiting downstairs, could not help but look up. J5 and Shui Ying's expressions changed drastically upon hearing Kundon's words. Yi Qian didn't know what he said, but the sudden change in her comrade's expressions made her heart sink. Before he could ask, Shui Ying said in a low voice, 3 hours ago, the military of the neighboring country found the motorcycles we threw into the inland river. They started a search in the vicinity of the inland river and just withdrew their troops. Once the military left, the police who sealed off the news expanded their search area. We are only 5 kilometers away from the inland river. The police could come at any time. As soon as Shui Ying finished speaking, the old regime fired the first shot at the new regime. With a boom, it was like a raging flood rushing out of a dam and wreaking havoc in the entire city. Yi Qian, who had a slightly gloomy expression, gradually smiled when she heard the sound of the gunfire. The military left in a hurry because the old regime had already opened fire. The police came too late. She looked at her comrades with a smile. We should go. That's right. We should go. J5, who had finished communicating with Kuan Dan, turned his head and smiled at his comrades. The police came too late. Chapter 23-24. For the Snowfield Brigade members, who were good at fighting at night, it didn't matter even if the police came. Before leaving, Yi Qian bowed slightly to Kundon, who had helped them a lot, to show his gratitude. Kuan Dan smiled. He seemed to see his own daughter smiling at him. The night battle in the city was even scarier than during the day. The dense gunshots and the rumbling of gunfire shook every corner of the city, making all the residents tremble. For the civilians, the gunfire that broke the peace made them feel even more hopeless. They wanted to escape, but the military forbade them from leaving. If they didn't escape, the gunfire would start at their doorstep, and their lives would be in danger. They had no choice but to stay at home and listen to the terrifying gunfire and gunfire. The entire city was shrouded in despair. Even the air became extremely suffocating. It was as if there was despair everywhere. Yi Qian and the others didn't stay any longer. Since the war had begun, it was time for them to leave. At that moment, the Lingua police had parked their motorcycles outside the slums and set up barriers at several exits, preventing anyone from entering or leaving the slums. We should have searched this area earlier. Maybe we've already found him. Keep your voice down. Even Klitschin can't question General Wu Weinu's decisions. How many lives do you have to say such things? I'm not the only one who thinks so. A few of the squad leaders think so too. They should just fight their own battles. Why are they interfering with the city's affairs? A Lingua police officer complained. There are gunshots and gunfire everywhere. We have to come out at night to look for him. What if? Shut up. The police officer who was working with him interrupted his colleague. If he didn't interrupt him, he would have said something unpleasant. The police's search was much louder than the military's. They were all on motorcycles, and the alarms on their motorcycles had never been turned off. The woo-woo-woo sound had already alerted the residents of the slums and broken the peace there. The police came late, and not all exits were blocked. With Kundon's help, Yi Qian and the others rode their motorcycles around the narrow and complicated slums. Linguo's transportation was already backward, and the slums were located on the west side of the city. Needless to say, the traffic was even worse. The roads were so narrow that even a car couldn't pass through. Not only was there the smell of gunpowder in the air, but there was also a foul stench. Garbage and excrement could be seen everywhere. The low bungalows, the messy world, and the passing of motorcycles made these people, who had been tortured by poverty, shudder with fear. They were afraid that the motorcycles would rush into their homes in the next second. The stench got thicker and thicker. The K7 at the front opened up a narrow path and saw a small black river. The stench came from this small river. Kuan Dan told them to go from here, so they rushed to the east of the slums. From the east, they reached the wide road into the city. If not for Kuan Dan's guidance, they would not have known that there was such a shortcut. Sit tight, Yi Qian. The K7 said in a low voice. He felt Yi Qian's arms around his waist. He sped up and the motorcycles rose into the air. With a loud boom, they rushed toward the other side of the small river. Yi Qian, who was sitting at the back, saw the situation on the road through his helmet. It was similar to the road they had just passed. It was narrow and uneven. On both sides of the road, there were bungalows with low roofs made of grass and tarps. If they were not careful, they could crash into one of the bungalows. Chapter 23-25. The motorcycle landed steadily. When the rear wheel touched the ground, Yi Qian bounced up and fell back down. The motorcycle didn't stop for even half a second, it continued to rush down. Yi Jian had already let go of K7's waist. She turned around and looked behind her. She saw J5's motorcycle flying over the river and landing steadily on the other side of the river. He caught up with her in the blink of an eye. Kuan Dan's motorcycles were all modified, so they were as fast as racing cars. K7's motorcycle sped up to its maximum speed. With a whoosh sound, the motorcycle rushed out dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Before the civilians who heard the noise could react, the motorcycle left a trail of exhaust and disappeared. It didn't take long for them to escape from the slums. When they reached a wide road, the police who entered the slums already knew that 3 motorcycles were heading towards the slums in the east. Motorcycles found, 3 motorcycles found. 3 motorcycles found, heading towards the slums in the east. Block all routes in the east, block all routes in the east. The police from the neighboring country didn't find any trace of the 3 motorcycles, and they didn't know who was driving them. However, they were certain that the people who escaped from the slums were their targets. But after all, it was a battle between the old regime and the new regime. The police didn't dare to chase after the motorcycles with their sirens blaring as usual. After the new regime's General Klitschin and Wu Weinu found out, they only had one request: don't let the Chinese ambassador leave the city. The police on the west side of the city were mobilized. The east side of the city was filled with war. The new regime and the old regime were fighting to the death. Yi Qian and his men were fighting to the death with the neighboring country's police. With the cover of the artillery fire, the sound of the motorcycles was quickly drowned out by the sound of the war. It only brought a slight ripple to the night. Boom, boom, boom. Countless motorcycles chased after the 3 motorcycles that disappeared in front of their eyes. They were too fast, so fast that they didn't dare to chase after them. Yi Qian and K7 were the vanguard. V8 was protecting Qin Xiu in the middle. J5 and Snow Eagle were covering the back. The three motorcycles were like dragons, turning corners and rushing into another road. They didn't want to take the initiative to fight with the neighboring country's police. They wanted to find a way to get rid of the motorcycles that were chasing after them. But if they couldn't avoid them, then they would open fire. Can you confirm which outpost they plan to leave the city? Confirm and guard this outpost to the death. Klitschen's face darkened. He stood in front of the huge city map hanging on the wall and stared at the area where the Chinese ambassador appeared. Beside him was the police officer in charge of this operation. Hearing this, the officer said with some difficulty, "We can't confirm it for now. Now that the old government of Rulila has launched a crazy attack, several of the city's outposts have been affected by the war. We can't confirm which outpost they will rush out from. Also," the police officer paused for a moment, then said, "Also, we suspect that the Chinese ambassador has received help from some people in the slums. Do you want to get help?" Once these civilians were enraged and colluded with the old regime, it would only make the situation of the new regime even more difficult. Chapter 23-26. After all, the civilians were his own country's citizens. In the midst of a civil war, the new government Klitschen was still afraid. Even if he wanted to clean up the slums, now was not the time. Moreover, his ultimate goal was to prevent the Chinese ambassador from returning to China to frame Rulila. It was better not to complicate matters. Tell the pursuing officers to not worry about anything. In the end, Klitschen clearly told the police the purpose of the new government. The order was passed down. Even if Yi Qian did not want to fight with the neighboring country's police, it was impossible. Fighting could not be done blindly. It also required planning. The three motorcycles turned into a market filled with the smell of rotten fruit. Yi Qian and K7 were in the front. V8 and Qin Xiu were in the middle. J5 and Snow Eagle were in the back. Looking at this situation, I guess the entire city's police force has been mobilized. The entire city's police force has been mobilized to catch the six of us. V8 said coldly. There was an obvious coldness in his eyes. I really don't care about this place. Ungrateful things. J5's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Qin Xiu and said in a low voice, "Be careful with your word." Brother. It was fine as long as everyone knew. Why say it out loud? There was still a diplomat beside him. Qin Xiu understood as well. However, as a diplomat, it was not appropriate for him to say too much. No matter the situation, a diplomat had to be cautious and not easily criticize another country. Now that they have discovered that we are three motorcycles, the ambassador will be escorted away by Yi Qian. The four of us will lead the pursuers away. What do you think? J5 suggested. He was the leader of the operation team and played a decisive role in the entire journey. I will be responsible for leading them away. V8 will be responsible for escorting the ambassador. Yi Qian gave his opinion. V8 is familiar with the city. He can quickly find the route that Kuan Dan has planned for us. As for me, although I know the route, I am still half a beat slower than V8. I suggest that V8 secretly escort the ambassador. Also, if possible, lead the police force to the war zone. I believe Rulila will be happy to make the new government suffer heavy losses. The checkpoint we are going to is almost half of the city. We will have to pass through a few places with concentrated firepower. She suggested faintly, her light voice filled with bloodshed. Since they were so shameless, why should they think for the other party? In the end, a civil war would endanger the neighboring countries, not the Chinese. K7, who rarely spoke, agreed. I agree. I believe it will be very interesting. Yi Qian's suggestion struck a chord with his comrades. J5 raised his eyebrows. Sure, but we have to be careful ourselves. He was well aware of Yi Qian's combat ability. J5, who also wanted to teach the police a lesson, nodded in agreement. Then he turned to Qin Xiu and asked, "Ambassador, what do you suggest? If not, then it's settled." Qin Xiu glanced at Yi Qian discreetly. He would listen to the arrangements made by the special forces. I don't have any suggestions, just follow the arrangements. Since he did not object to it, the matter was settled. V8 would then shoulder the heavy responsibility of secretly escorting Qin Xiu away. Before leaving, Yi Qian smiled at Qin Xiu. Then she left on the motorcycle without looking back. It was as if what she was about to face was not danger, but a journey that would allow her to indulge herself. Qin Xiu sighed softly. He wanted Yi Qian to stay, but he could not bring himself to say it. Ambassador, don't worry. Yi Qian is very capable. V8 heard his sigh and laughed. She will definitely come to meet us and return to China together. Chapter 23-27. Qin Xiu, who was hiding in the dark, pursed his lips. This was the first time he asked about Yi Qian. You guys are close with Yi Qian, right? Are you guys in the same unit? He couldn't easily tell anyone about Yi Qian. V8 smiled. Not really. The last time we went to Pakistan, wasn't the ambassador there too? We also met Yi Qian that time. It's even more impossible to be in the same unit. She's also a military school student. But why do I feel like the ambassador is closer to Yi Qian? The change of topic was equivalent to telling Qin Xiu that he didn't want to talk about Yi Qian anymore. Qin Xiu stopped asking and replied with a faint smile, I met her once when she was in her second year of high school. She had a bad sense of direction and had to trouble her to lead the way. We can't say we're close, just that we've met before. They weren't close, and the number of times they met was less than 5 times, but he was actually moved. So that's why. V8 understood. The sound of the motorcycles outside became fainter and fainter until only the sound of gunfire could be heard. V8, who knew that they had left, turned his head. As he spoke, he seemed to be biting something in his mouth. It's about time. V8 quickly left with Qin Xiu. Yi Qian's group went from 2 motorcycles to 4. 2 of the motorcycles were stolen from the motorcycle shop. The 4 of them moved left and right, suddenly turning and suddenly moving. First, they lured the police far away from Qin Xiu's hiding place. It's about time. K7, who was driving alongside her, made an OK sign. The 2 of them suddenly turned left and disappeared from the headlights of the motorcycles chasing them. Snow Eagle and J5 continued to move forward, luring away another wave. The scene of a motorcycle chase was quite spectacular. When the police saw that their targets had split into 2 groups, they immediately adjusted their tactics and split into 2 groups to chase after them. What they didn't know was that as the police split into 2 groups, the nightmare that everyone couldn't forget began. Yi Qian and K7, who turned left, circled behind the first group of police. They stopped and directly aimed their submachine guns at the motorcycles chasing after J5 and Snow Eagle. Shoot, shoot. Everyone shoot. Quick, quick. Behind, behind. Turn around and shoot. Turn around and shoot. Even though they were suddenly ambushed, the neighboring police who were chasing after J5 were still able to maintain their composure and quickly sent out a portion of the police to deal with the rear. Yi Qian and K7 did not want to face them head-on. No matter how good a dash was, it would not be able to fight against so many guns. After the 2 finished the first wave of shots, they quickly drove to the left and right and rushed past the sidewalk. The police from the neighboring country turned around and chased after them. Unexpectedly, the Chinese suddenly rushed up the left and right sidewalks and rushed straight at them. In addition, a wave of brothers had already been sacrificed. The 2 Chinese motorcycles rushing straight at them made them a little flustered. One of the motorcycles reacted quickly and turned around, wanting to give chase. Unexpectedly, before the police officer beside him could react, he suddenly turned around and knocked down the motorcycles beside him. There were a lot of people, a lot of cars, and a narrow road. As long as one motorcycle messed up, the whole place would be in chaos. Before the Lingua police could react, Yi Qian and K7, who had rushed over from the side, opened fire again with their pistols. The 2 of them attacked the Lingua police from both sides, leaving no blind spots. While driving, they couldn't complete a dash, so the 2 of them shot at a single target with their pistols. How could the Lingua police be compared to the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces? They were shooting blindly, hitting wherever they hit. On the other hand, Yi Qian and K7 were shooting with a purpose. When they saw a target, they would immediately shoot. Often, the overturned motorcycles would also be hit by the police officers who were chasing after them. Chapter 23-28. Get down, get down, get down. Someone yelled and quickly abandoned his motorcycle to launch a counterattack. The sound of bullets, the sound of motorcycles crashing into each other, and the light from the burning fuel illuminated the scene after a fierce battle. A police motorcycle sped into the midst of their own people, and they only had time to shout, "Get out of the way." Then, after a scream, multiple motorcycles crashed into each other. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The sound of bullets suddenly became more intense, and the police started to fire from both sides. Some of the police had already turned around and were preparing to chase after Yi Qian and K7. However, with Yi Qian and K7 firing, they had no choice but to abandon their motorcycle and launch a counterattack. Shooting was a competition of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. There was only one chance, and if they seized the opportunity, even if there were only 2 people, they could quickly subdue the enemy. The sound of gunfire caused the police who were chasing after Yi Qian and K7 to rush over. Yi Qian and K7 did not give these people a chance to retaliate. They stopped shooting and drove away. Chase after them. Chase after them. Don't let any of them go. Don't let any of them go. The tragedy of the scene angered the local police. They left some of them to save the injured, and the rest immediately chased after them. There was no other way to deal with heartless people other than to be ruthless. Since Yi Qian and K7 wanted to teach the local police a lesson, they would not let them go so easily. J5 and Snow Eagle had already lured a group of people into the crossfire, and Yi Qian and K7 would take care of the rest. Motorcycles were smaller than cars, and they were more agile. It was Yi Qian's first time riding a motorcycle, and she was not unfamiliar with it at all. She brought out her usual training skills and controlled the motorcycle in an S-shaped trajectory to avoid getting shot. When she turned a corner, she suddenly threw her motorcycle into the center of the road, rolled to the side, and jumped off easily. Then, K7 drove Kuan Dan's modified motorcycle over. When he passed by Yi Qian, he reached out his hand. Yi Qian reacted quickly and grabbed his hand. As the motorcycle sped forward, she was as light as a swallow. She easily straddled the back seat of the motorcycle. With the helmet on, she leaned toward K7's ear. The helmet touched the helmet, and her cold voice drifted into the wind. Once the last wave is dealt with, the mission will be completed. The pursuers behind them had caught up. Yi Qian, who no longer needed to drive, turned around and aimed at the motorcycle she had abandoned in the middle of the road with both hands. 1, 2, 3. The police officers from Linguo, who were hot on her heels, were closing in on the motorcycle in the middle of the road. Yi Qian silently chanted the number 4 in her heart, which sounded like the word death, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the air, and the air was squeezed into an invisible sharp shape by the bullet. Wherever the bullet passed, it left behind a scorching heat. Finally, it hit the full fuel tank of the motorcycle. Boom! The fuel tank exploded, and a raging fire surged up. Dark clouds of smoke rose and spread rapidly. The motorcycle with the fuel tank exploded, and its parts flew everywhere. The few policemen at the front were engulfed by the fire before they could even scream. Out of the way! Retreat! The incident only happened for a second. The policemen from Linguo saw their comrades being engulfed by the fire with their own eyes. They didn't even have time to scream before they died. The policemen who witnessed everything screamed at the top of their lungs, but it was too late. The motorcycle behind them didn't brake in time, and it crashed into the back of the motorcycle in front of them with a loud crash. Chapter 23-29. Bang! 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 The repeated collisions flipped countless motorcycles over. Some of the motorcycles even had their rear and front wheels separated and fell apart. Open fire! Open fire! Don't let them leave alive. The police officers from the neighboring country were completely enraged as they screamed. They might not know who they were chasing, but they knew that these people were under the orders of Klitschin, the leader of the new government. They were a group of dangerous people who would destroy the peace and stability of the neighboring country. They had to be eliminated. They only knew that these people had to be eliminated. Some of the police officers drove their motorcycles around the fire and rushed over. Yi Qian's submachine gun never moved. In the midst of the fire, she aimed the gun at the fuel tanks of the 3 motorcycles. Some of the survivors were still struggling, trying to pull their right leg out from under the car. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with anger. She pressed her lips together and fired without hesitation. This time, it was not 1 bullet, but 3. With Yi Qian's shooting skills, the 3 bullets seemed to have been fired at the same time. There was only a 1-second gap between when the bullets hit the fuel tank. The explosion was louder than before, and the fire was more intense. The smoke spread and the scene was filled with billowing smoke. Yi Qian and K7 had already driven away. The tragedy of the scene had nothing to do with them. This was war. It was either you die or I die. There was no mercy, only shooting. On the other side, V8 left without a hitch. Wearing a helmet, he and Qin Xiu were like those troublemakers in Beijing racing in the middle of the night. They drove the motorcycle at top speed and headed towards the sentry post ahead. Qin Xiu, who was sitting behind V8, was very calm. The motorcycles drifted and swerved, but the elegant and handsome face under the helmet was calm. Back in the day, he used to race too. A group of friends rode imported modified motorcycles and whistled. There were a few girls behind them who thought they were amazing and drove their motorcycles across the viaduct. At that time, he also thought that it was very exciting. He was so arrogant that it was as if he could destroy the entire world. What really woke him up was the 2 people who were racing with him. One day, they went out on a rainy night looking for excitement. Their minds were in a mess, and they actually played with their cars in the heavy rain. As a result, the 2 cars hit the bridge one after the other, and they fell off the bridge with their cars. He went to take a look and saw a pile of charred scrap metal. As for his 2 friends, there was nothing left of them. At the age of 17, he suddenly realized that his life was so insignificant in the face of excitement. Who knew when he would die? From then on, he, who had entered the rebellious period, returned to the right path and continued to be a genius who was praised by others. He continued to live in the golden cage that had locked up his youth during the rebellious period. He also understood that the so-called golden silk cage was just an excuse for the weak to think that they were trapped and could not walk out of a free space. He also wanted to understand how many people envied him for having a golden cage, and how much they wanted to live in a golden cage like him. The existence of the golden silk cage was not to trap your youth and lock up your freedom. The existence of the golden silk cage was to tell you that before you were truly strong, before you truly stood at the top of the pyramid, you could only be trapped forever. Because you had never thought of using your strength to open the enviable golden silk cage. Qin Xiu, who had used his strength to open the golden silk cage, turned around and looked behind him. He could not see Yi Qian's figure, only darkness. Chapter 23:30. 10 minutes later, V8 and Qin Xiu arrived at the rendezvous point less than 2 kilometers away from the sentry post. This was also Kundon's place, a bungalow where motorcycle wheels were stored. In the room filled with the smell of tires, the sound of gunfire whistled past their ears. This was the sentry post they had to rush out of. It was also the place where the new and old policies clashed. Yi Qian and K7 arrived half an hour later. The moment she knocked on the door, Qin Xiu, who was resting on the wheel, actually got up before V8 and rushed to the welded metal door. Qin Xiu, Yi Qian heard the commotion inside and called out softly. Then, the metal handle was pulled and the metal door creaked open. Qin Xiu saw the slender figure he was worried about standing in front of him. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Yi Qian came over first, followed by K7 pushing the motorcycle. While waiting for J5 and the others to come over, Yi Qian told V8 about the situation on their side. When V8 heard V8's fists clapping, his wolf-like eyes shone with a fierce light. They want to play dirty, so we'll play along. Let's see who can outplay who. From the looks of it, it was clear that our side had a slight advantage. As a diplomat, Qin Xiu had been smiling ever since Yi Qian mentioned her battle with the police. Yi Qian, a military academy student from our country, used her hot-bloodedness, courage, and strength to fiercely retaliate against a neighboring country's disrespect to our country. She used her strength to protect our country's dignity. She represented the countless cadets of our country who were still studying. From her, he saw the future, he saw hope. It was because of a cadet like her that no matter how many difficulties there were, no matter how high the mountain, it would not be able to stop our dream of becoming a powerful country. The two Special Forces soldiers standing next to her used their own paths and beliefs to tell Yi Qian, this future military leader, that everything he did was his responsibility as a soldier. Good job, Yi Qian. Your school is proud to have a military academy student like you. We are also proud of you. V8 looked at Yi Qian with sparkling eyes and extended his fist. You're the best military academy student I've ever seen. It's my honor to fight with you. It's also my honor. K7, who had finished refueling the motorcycle, walked over. It turned out that the 2 punches had turned into 3 punches and congratulated each other for escaping death once again. Qin Xiu didn't join them. He knew that he couldn't join them at this moment. He understood the glory they shouldered as soldiers, and he also knew the responsibility they shouldered. Although he was also a diplomat who fought for his country, their fighting styles were too different. He needed to restrain that kind of bloodthirst. Even if he couldn't join, he would still be satisfied just by watching. Tonight, he knew that the distance between him and Yi Qian had increased, and their understanding of each other had deepened. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to know more about her, much more, understand everything about her, understand everything about her. He thought about it deeply and anxiously hoped, and prayed even more deeply that the other half of the girl he liked hadn't appeared by her side yet. Soon, J5 and Snow Eagle arrived. They pushed their motorcycles through the city. The moment they took off their helmets, they both let out a long sigh of relief. They took a deep breath of the smoke-filled air and looked at each other in the dark with smiles on their faces. The way comrades in the Snowfield Brigade greeted each other was with a few high fives. Everything was conveyed without words. Chapter 2331. J5 didn't mention how they dealt with the other half of the police force. Instead, he smiled and asked Qin Xiu, "How are you feeling? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "I'm fine." Qin Xiu, who had been holding the helmet in his hand, replied with a smile. With the cover of the darkness, his gaze fell on Yi Qian, who was standing side by side with the Special Forces. The bungalow wasn't bright. It was so dark that he couldn't even see her silhouette clearly. But for some reason, he felt that she was smiling at him just now. Yi Qian did smile at Qin Xiu. Not only at him, but also at his comrades. She lingered on. Hearing this, she pursed her lips and smiled. Looks like our ambassador can be both civil and military. She didn't even ask how Qin Xiu was doing. Luckily, J5 came in and asked. "That's true. I raced not long after I joined the army. I was arrogant when I sat on it, but when I got off, my legs were shaking and I vomited. I didn't expect the ambassador to be so calm after racing for more than an hour." Amazing. V8 revealed his embarrassing incident when he first joined the Snowfield Brigade. Seeing that Qin Xiu didn't react at all, he was even more impressed. Qin Xiu sneered. "I had a rebellious period for 2 years. I went against my family and raced for 2 years. My craziness was almost the same as today." He didn't want to talk about his youthful and frivolous past. Now that he was here, he suddenly wanted to talk about it. It used to be a disgraceful memory. Now, it seems like I'm really glad that I had 2 years of racing experience. His laughter was soft. He didn't dare to be too loud. Although there were gunshots, he was still worried that someone would hear. Shui Ying, who was in charge of guarding with a submachine gun, couldn't help but chuckle. This young ambassador was very approachable. He didn't have the arrogance of a young person. He was only gentle and quiet. K7 had already filled up the last motorcycle. He tightened the cap of the fuel tank and said calmly, "Fill it all up. We can guarantee that we'll reach our destination." Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. She touched the silver wire wrapped around her wrist that was usually used as an accessory. She thought of Kundon. Without his help tonight, it would have been much more difficult for the 6 of them to leave the city. At the very least, it would not have taken them only 2 hours to leave the city. A beam of dim light shone on the dark bungalow. J5 spread the map on the dusty ground, and the light shone on the A4-sized map. The others, including Qin Xiu, knelt on one knee and squatted to check the map. "We're here now." J5's finger tapped on a spot on the map as his voice reached everyone's ears. "We're 3 kilometers away from here. The first checkpoint is the checkpoint of the Lingua military group." He raised his head and looked at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, your shooting speed is faster than any of us. You and Old K will still be in charge of the assault. Kill all the sentries at the 2 checkpoints." "All right. No problem." Yi Qian and K7 spoke at the same time. The 2 of them smiled at each other and extended their fists. There was V8 in between them. The 2 of them lightly bumped fists and smiled as they retracted their fists. Qin Xiu saw the tacit understanding between her and the special forces. His handsome and gentle eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Her relationship with them was so good that it made him envious. Yi Qian noticed that someone was looking at him. He raised his eyes slightly and saw Qin Xiu looking at him with a smile. Yi Qian smiled back. Under the faint light, his eyebrows curved like the crescent moon. The 2 of them looked at each other for a short while. Yi Qian was the first to look away and look at the map. Chapter 2332. Qin Xiu, who felt a ripple in his heart, also lowered his head. He had to memorize it. Even though the map was useless to him, at least he knew where Yi Qian would go to complete the mission. In the words of the special forces, complete the mission. According to Kuan Dan's information, there shouldn't be too many soldiers here. Around 2 platoons. Yi Qian, you and Old K will clear out the outposts. The 2 of us will support you. J5 pointed at Shui Ying, then we'll charge out together. 2 normal platoons had around 60 people. Each outpost had around 3 people, so 2 outposts had 6 people. Yi Qian was responsible for 1 outpost, and K7 was responsible for the other. 2 of them had to complete the mission, and 1 of them had to be the assaulter and open up a path of blood. I'll be the assaulter, and K7 will cover the rear. Yi Qian volunteered to be the assaulter. Her firing speed was indeed faster than her comrades, so she was the most suitable person to complete the mission. Other than Qin Xiu, everyone had seen how fast Yi Qian could fire. When someone else took out one, she was already ready to take out the 3rd. No one could beat her speed. J5, Shui Ying, and the others quickly looked at each other and agreed with Yi Qian's suggestion. She was indeed the most suitable person to be the assaulter. The final plan was, Yi Qian cleared out the 2nd outpost, then went straight up the mountain. K7 cleared out the 1st outpost, and then J5 charged up the mountain on his bike. He would be the first to get a feel of the situation and attract the enemy soldiers. Yi Qian would cover for J5 and clear out the first wave of enemy soldiers. Then, K7 and Shui Ying would charge up the mountain on their motorcycles, and V8 would cover Qin Xiu as they rushed into the mountain. Yi Qian successfully infiltrated the enemy's rear and used all his firepower to suppress the soldiers stationed in the neighboring country. K7 provided support while Shui Ying covered V8 and Qin Xiu to rush out of the bloody path. Finally, J5 assisted Yi Qian and K7 to rush out. They had to ensure that there were no problems in every part of the battle. For example, if the 2nd sentry post in Yi Qian was not cleared out before the K7, then the J5 would be shot dead by the 2nd sentry post. As a result, Yi Qian, who was in charge of the assault, had to complete every part of the mission ahead of time. Only then could he ensure that his comrades behind him could continue fighting. Their communications with the neighboring countries had been cut off, and they did not have any communication equipment. They could only rely on their tacit understanding to fight. Qin Xiu pursed his lips. He couldn't understand why Yi Qian was always at the forefront and doing the most dangerous things. He didn't ask. He wasn't a direct combatant, so he couldn't discuss the battle. Even if he had questions, he could ask them after they rushed out. After the battle deployment was completed, V8 would protect Qin Xiu. He would rush out after his comrades had cleared out a bloody path. The J5 rolled up the map and placed the butt of his submachine gun on the ground. He looked up and coldly glanced at his comrades. Since the military group and the new government are using firepower to besiege us, we don't have to be polite. Let's kill as many people as we can without wasting our time. After the battle, they can only blame the casualties on Rulilla. It has nothing to do with us. This is called giving them a taste of their own medicine. It's the same for everyone. It's fair. Casualties were inevitable in war. Since the new and old governments were in a crossfire, the number of casualties on each side would naturally be counted on the other side. Even if Wu Weinu and Klitschin knew who killed their men, they could not announce it to the world. They could only suffer in silence and suffer in silence. Chapter 2333. You want to play conspiracy theory? Then let's play an eye for an eye. After all, the Chinese people's conspiracy theory was the essence of thousands of years of history. If they didn't return it properly, they would be letting down their predecessors who had been buried in the long river of history. It's not easy to come out on this trip. We can't let the other party be too disappointed, right? J5, who stood up with his gun, reached out and pulled Qin Xiu up. He smiled and said, "Ambassador, what do you think? Everything will be according to your arrangements." Qin Xiu smiled. He didn't have any opinions. As soon as he finished speaking, the faint smiles on everyone's faces disappeared. They relaxed for a moment and went back into battle mode. Qin Xiu saw the Special Forces soldiers protecting him stand up one by one. Their aura suddenly changed. It was very cold, exuding a sense of chilliness. Yi Qian was no exception. She had the same aura as the Special Forces soldiers. Yi Qian, who had entered battle mode, had a strong murderous aura hidden in the depths of her dark eyes. Her thin eyes were the last barrier that blocked the murderous aura in her eyes. It was as if with a slight blink of her eyes, the murderous aura would surge out. "Old V, give Yi Qian the submachine gun under your seat cushion. I'll take Yi Qian up the mountain first. Old K, you two bring up the rear." J5 tightened his riding gloves and switched the submachine gun under his motorcycle with V8s. When he was dealing with Snow Eagle and the neighboring police, he had used up a lot of ammo. He needed to replenish his ammo with his comrades. V8 nimbly opened the seat cushion of his motorcycle and took out a folded submachine gun. He threw it to Yi Qian. "Take it, brother. I don't care about anything else. I just want to take the ambassador and charge straight ahead. I'll leave the charge to you, Yi Qian." Yi Qian was the vanguard of the charge out of the city, while K7 brought up the rear. It was still the same. The difference was that Yi Qian and J5 were on the same motorcycle, while K7 and Snow Eagle were on the same motorcycle. "Okay, no problem." Yi Qian took the submachine gun and smiled calmly. "I promise I'll complete the mission. Okay, we'll check our equipment in the last 3 minutes. If there's no problem, we'll leave immediately." J5 gave the final order. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were preparing for battle. Yi Jian slung the fully loaded shotgun on her back and smiled at them. Her smile was faint, like a blooming flower. She looked delicate but was actually strong. "Okay, you three drive well. K7 and I will cooperate well. Good luck." After finishing their pre-battle preparations, they high-fived each other and encouraged each other. This was also a form of pre-battle tacit understanding. The closed iron door opened, and a cannonball exploded. There was a burst of fire in the dark sky. Qin Xiu subconsciously looked in Yi Jian's direction. He saw Yi Qian look up at the fiery sky. In his eyes, the fiery sky turned into a blood-red color. He also saw the fearlessness of a soldier who was not afraid to sacrifice himself. Qin Xiu, whose heart was trembling, slowly looked away. He lowered his eyes and used his eyelids to hide the undercurrent in his eyes. Yi Qian, who was in full combat mode, was even more dazzling than during the day. She was like a bright star that fell into his arms. He gently and quietly placed her in his heart. From then on, because of her existence, his world lit up. Vroom, 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 the sound of motorcycles rang out. V8 took Yi Qian out of the room and headed towards the road that was created by the illegal immigrants. The 3 motorcycles were like arrows that were released from a bow. There was no turning back. Even though they knew there was danger ahead, they still charged forward. No matter if they sacrificed themselves or got hurt, they would not change their decision. Chapter 23:34. The speed of the motorcycle was so fast that the person sitting at the back had no choice but to hug the driver tightly. Qin Xiu turned slightly to look at the speeding motorcycle in front of him. He saw the slender figure behind the motorcycle tightly hugging the driver's waist with one hand. His eyes darkened slightly. His eyes dimmed not because Yi Qian was holding on to the Special Forces soldier's waist, but because she was in great danger. Even though he wasn't a soldier, he knew that the position of an assaulter was dangerous. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 500 meters. Yi Qian and the others rushed into the mountain and made a big turn. From their vantage point, they could see the crossfire between the 2 sides. The crossfire between the 2 sides was fierce. The concentrated gunfire covered up the sound of the 3 motorcycles. The J5 at the front didn't turn on the motorcycle's headlights. Instead, he turned on the modified blue lights. They were close to the enemy soldiers and wouldn't be easily spotted. The 3 motorcycles turned on the uneven mountain road. They couldn't stop in the middle. They had to rush all the way to the bottom of the mountain before they could stop. It was 5 kilometers from the bottom of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. It was 4 kilometers to break through the defensive line. Yi Qian and K7 had to fight their way out of this 4-kilometer defensive line. With the cover of gunfire and artillery fire, the motorcycles roared like pebbles thrown into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. The soldiers guarding the mountain only heard the gunfire and artillery fire, but they didn't hear the motorcycles at all. The J5 led Yi Qian to the entrance of the mountain. The others hid temporarily. Yi Qian and K7 continued forward. "Be careful, Qing Neo," he said softly to Yi Qian, who was leaving. "I'll come to your aid soon." "Okay." Yi Qian nodded. She naturally believed that her comrade would come to her aid soon. K7 had already gotten off the motorcycle. The 2 of them sneaked into the mountain under the cover of the night. Even though they had the help of Kundon, they still had to investigate carefully in order to pass through the next step. They would only be calm when they had a plan. V8 looked at his comrade's back as he left. His lips tightened. If he could, he wanted to join the battle directly and help his comrade avoid danger. But he couldn't go with them. He had to ride the motorcycle with the ambassador and wait to break out. Motorcycles were the next main means of transportation, so they couldn't be casually thrown away like in the city. After breaking out of the encirclement, there were still 4 kilometers of mountain roads before they could rush to the road that connected to another city. They had to go all the way north to a town called Nanyu. Only when they reached there could they abandon the car and leave. There was no way to sneak out of the city. It was a long journey, and they needed a vehicle. If there are heavy weapons on the mountain, the left side of the col is the best place to hide. K7 lay prone in the bushes and looked up coldly. They were very close to the first sentry post. The first outpost was right in front of them. This was K7's mission. Yi Qian lowered his head and said softly, "This is a smuggling route. According to Kuan Dan, heavy weapons do not exist." "You really believe what he says?" K7 was a bit surprised. He could understand why J5 trusted Kuan Dan, but why would Qing Neo trust him as well? Yi Qian nodded. She did trust Kuan Dan. She trusted Kuan Dan instinctively. He said there are no heavy weapons. I believe him. Kuan Dan had told them the safest route. The new government basically didn't care about it because this smuggling route was protected by both the military and the national armed forces. The new government couldn't do anything about it even if they wanted to. Chapter 23:35. The path to riches could only be guarded and not destroyed by heavy weapons. Even Ru Lila had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, his road to wealth would be cut off. This was the rule of the drug and arms trade. You could not destroy someone's path to riches, or you would be asking for death. This was also why he could ride a motorcycle up the mountain without worrying about being shot by heavy weapons. K7 was silent for a few seconds and said, "I don't trust Kuan Dan, but I trust you and J5. On the battlefield, Only the comrades who fought side by side with you could be trusted. Yi Qian smiled at him. She trusted Kuan Dan, but she was not willing to risk the lives of her comrades. She trusted Kuan Dan more than she trusted herself. The wind was getting stronger. Yi Qian looked up at the sky that was as dark as ink. There was not even a single star in the sky. It was so dark that it felt like the sky was about to collapse. There was a sense of suffocation. The rain was coming. They had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Yi Qian smiled softly. After we pass the city's outpost, we will be in the country at this time tomorrow night. I will go over first. I will take care of the second outpost in 15 minutes. Be careful. K7 nodded and watched Yi Qian's figure disappear into the forest. The gunshots outside the mountain were so loud that not even the insects in the mountain were chirping. Yi Qian walked through the forest quietly. Without the help of night vision goggles, she used the light from the cannons to reach the second outpost. Assassinations were the only way to clear the outpost. Yi Qian's method of assassination was the same as the Snowfield Brigade's method of assassination. Both methods involved covering the mouth and slitting the throat. Even if two outposts could see each other when they turned around, the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces could take care of them silently. The wind blew through the leaves, and the rustling sound was heard. Yi Qian lightly pressed down on a few leaves. She was like a leopard hiding in the dark. Her dark eyes emitted a cold light as she looked around quietly. There were 4 outposts on her side. One of them was further away from the other 3. It was a distant outpost. She cleared them one by one. The few leaves that were pressed down gently swayed a few times, and the person hiding behind the leaves had already disappeared without a trace. In the wind, a faint smell of blood drifted over. The 3 sentries at the front felt that there was something wrong with the outpost. The 3 of them made a hand signal. One of them held a gun and walked forward slowly, while the other 2 followed from the left and right. Yi Qian could not understand the language of the neighboring countries. They questioned the outpost, who had his whole body pressed against the tree, about what he was doing. The sentry's posture was very strange. He stood straight, but his body was pressed against the tree, as if he had dozed off after sentry duty. Without night vision equipment, they could only vaguely see that the 3 people in front of them did not dare to continue forward. Instead, they shouted in a low voice. Since they did not receive any response from the outpost, the 3 of them became vigilant and quickly scanned their surroundings with their guns. The sentinel walking in front slowly approached. The 2 sentinels behind him had their backs against each other, their guns aimed outside as they slowly moved forward. Behind the dense foliage, a black shadow flitted past. At the same time, a silver light flashed past in the dark night. It was cold, clear, and disappeared in an instant. Then, the sentinel on the left, who was following closely behind, suddenly clutched his neck tightly. He only had time to make a low, monotonous sound before his whole body fell to the ground. The sentinel who was back to back with him turned his head in shock. Suddenly, he felt as if something had fallen from the top of his head. Before he could turn his head to look up, he felt a cold and sharp pain on his neck. The sentinel opened his mouth weakly. He wanted to raise his hand to touch his neck, but the gun in his other hand fell with a bang. He fell to the ground with his hand half raised. Chapter 2336. With 3 people in a triangular search, it was undoubtedly difficult to finish them off without alerting anyone else. Yi Qian made good use of the terrain and quickly adopted the most useful and effective combat method. She climbed up the tree and strangled one to death with a silver wire. Then she hung upside down and used the dagger in her hand to finish off the 3rd one. As for the 4th one, it was even easier to deal with. Yi Jian, who was hanging upside down from the golden hook, exerted strength in her waist. Before the other party could raise his gun and shoot upwards, she swung herself directly towards the other party like a swing. Yi Qian was light and agile. Back then, Principal Chen had sent her to the 100,000 forests in the southern part of the western province for 3 months of training. During these 3 months, she had undergone comprehensive forest combat training. Climbing, crawling, jumping, rolling, everything was done. In Principal Chen's words, when you enter the mountains, not only do you have to be like a leopard, but you also have to be like a monkey. Hanging upside down and swinging forward using the strength of her waist were also part of her 3 months of training. At the beginning, she fell and bled, and her hands and feet were bruised. By the end, she could easily control her body. Only she knew how hard it was. While swinging, Yi Qian saw that the enemy had finished loading the gun. Her eyes were filled with hostility as she grabbed the enemy's gun with both hands and spun it forcefully. Using the enemy's gun as a support, she landed firmly on the ground. At the same time, she threw the gun away and lifted her right leg to kick the enemy's lower abdomen, where the diaphragm was. The diaphragm was the most sensitive part of the abdominal pain nerves. Using all her strength, the enemy sentry was in so much pain that his face turned pale and his entire body constricted. He held his abdomen with one hand while his right hand reached for the gun at his waist. Yi Qian didn't give him a chance. She grabbed onto a tree branch and swung forward. While in the air, she kicked the enemy's weapon out of his hand. Her left foot stepped on the enemy's arm first, then she twisted her foot and bent her knee to the enemy's jaw. With her right hand, she attacked from the side with the dagger and stabbed it into the enemy's neck. Yi Qian had been too hasty and used too much force, so the dagger was stuck in his throat. When he pulled it out, he had no choice but to twist it around a bit. In the night breeze, the smell of blood grew stronger. Yi Qian, whose pants were stained with blood, had no time to deal with the 4 sentinels. She needed to take care of as many targets as possible to ensure that her comrades could attack. Kuan Dan had only said that there were about 2 normal platoons, but no one knew exactly how many people there were. Someone came down from the hill. Yi Qian, who was hiding behind a tree, could tell from the sound of the footsteps that there were 3 people in total. It was the patrol team. Yi Qian tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. Fighting alone, she took a deep breath of the smoky air and slowly exhaled. 3 figures walked past her. Now is the time. Her hands were as fast as lightning. One of her hands covered the mouth of the last sentry, while the other used a dagger to slit the sentry's throat. The entire process was too fast, and a sentinel had been taken care of in just a few seconds. Yi Qian's movements were swift and nimble. The 4 sentinels were 1 meter apart from each other. She had taken care of the last sentinel without alerting the 3 in front of her. Even so, Yi Qian's palms were slightly sweaty. It was her first time being so close to so many people trying to assassinate her. She stepped on a withered branch, and there was a crisp cracking sound. The 3rd sentry sensed something was wrong and instinctively turned around to take a look. Chapter 23:37. To Yi Qian's relief, these people didn't have night vision equipment. The man said something in the language of the neighboring country, and Yi Qian couldn't answer. Her eyes dimmed, and the sound of water came from behind the tree. When the man heard this, he slung his rifle over his shoulder and said something to the 2 people in front of him. After the sound of water, there was also the sound of water. Yi Qian's mouth twitched. She had faked the sound to relieve herself, but this was really done. The sentinel comfortably shuddered as he lowered his head to fasten his belt. Someone used their elbow to clamp down on his neck. A crisp sound of bone breaking came from his neck, and his head tilted to one side at a strange angle. Who's there? The sentinel at the front realized something was wrong. At the same time, he turned on the searchlight on his helmet. In the snow-white light, he saw a figure running towards him. He didn't even have the chance to raise his gun, let alone open fire. Yi Qian was too far away from the sentinel. She didn't want to shoot, so she treated the mountain as flat ground and ran towards him. When she saw that he was about to raise his gun, she shouted softly. She rushed in front of the sentinel and grabbed the butt of the gun with one hand. Her fingers moved nimbly, and she unloaded the magazine and smashed it into the center of the sentinel's head. Within 15 minutes, Yi Qian had taken care of 7 people. It was already very fast, but for them, who needed to break out of the encirclement, it was too slow. They only had half an hour to break out of the encirclement. Snow Eagle, who was baiting the enemy, started the motorcycle. The K7 had already eliminated the first sentry, and now they needed to rush up the mountain to support Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who had vaguely heard the motorcycle, got up and ran towards the side of the road. She needed to intercept the first alerted neighboring country soldiers. A light flashed through the forest. It was the light of the motorcycle's headlights. Yi Qian was lying in ambush by the side of the road, and she fired at the first wave of alarmed neighboring country soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of concentrated bullets came. The first few neighboring country soldiers who rushed down didn't even have the chance to raise their guns. They fell to the ground. The sound of motorcycles and gunshots alerted the soldiers guarding the smuggling road. This time, they didn't make the same mistake as before and rushed down to check. Instead, they opened fire directly. Yi Qian, who had fired the first shot, had already moved to her combat position. When she heard the footsteps, she fired almost at the same time as the soldiers from the neighboring country. The Xiaowei could fire at a rate of 1,250 rounds per minute, which meant that it could fire 21 rounds per second. Yi Qian's side was able to wipe out their enemies in an instant. Get down, get down. The soldiers of the neighboring country who found that they were ambushed roared, picked up the rifles in their hands, and fired directly at the opening point. More than 10 rifles fired blindly. Even Yi Qian was suppressed to the point that his entire body was pressed against the ground. Even his face was pressed against the ground, and he did not dare to raise his head at all. The bullets hit the ground, hitting pieces of dirt one after another, and then smashing them into pieces. The bullets hit the rocks, and sparks flew everywhere as the rocks shattered with a bang. After a while, the motionless Yi Qian was covered with a thick layer of soil. Yi Qian did not move. She allowed the bullets to fly past her head. Her backup had not arrived yet, so she needed to wait calmly. K7 and Snow Eagle had already rushed up. They were Yi Qian's backup. Later, they would coordinate with Yi Qian and rush to the highest point, leaving K7 to finish the shooting from the rear. Motorcycle, motorcycle. Straight ahead, fire, fire. Chapter 2338. There were indeed only 2 platoons of soldiers stationed in the mountains. When the K7 came up, more than half of the firepower that had been focused on Yi Qian was directed at the motorcycle. The modified motorcycle was extremely fast. With a sweep of the snow-white headlights, the K7 saw several soldiers from the neighboring country hiding behind the trees. Shuiying cooperated well. He stepped on the accelerator to the maximum and crossed the crossfire before the soldiers could shoot. He instantly rushed to the rear of the soldiers from the neighboring country. The motorcycle made a turn, and the K7 rolled off the motorcycle. He opened fire and supported Yi Qian from behind. After receiving support, Yi Qian could finally take a breather. She didn't move carelessly. Instead, she stuck close to the slope and rolled toward the side of the road. A normal person wouldn't be able to complete a roll on a slope. Once they rolled, they would definitely roll down. Yi Qian didn't. She only completed the roll by grabbing onto the rocks, roots, and shrubs on the ground to ensure that she didn't fall down. Roll, hide, sweep. After a series of actions, Yi Qian's submachine gun was extremely stable as she attacked from the side. There were only 3 bullets left in the first magazine. Yi Qian had already found a new magazine. When the last bullet left the muzzle, she finished the action of changing the magazine. The interval between the first bullet fired from the new magazine and the last bullet fired from the old magazine was only a few seconds. It was as if she had fired continuously. No one could tell that she had changed the magazine. Yi Qian rolled and climbed. Her hands and face were bleeding from the shrubbery. Her eyes were filled with malice as she suppressed all the firepower on the mountain. Screams came from the mountain. It was the screams of someone who had been shot. Over here, quick, someone's here. Shouts came from the mountain. No one could calm down. They were on the high ground, but they were suppressed by the firepower from below. In an instant, several people were sacrificed. The K7 supporting Yi Qian found another platoon's firepower. He crouched down and hid, then he opened fire from the enemy's back. Bang, bang, bang. Concentrated gunfire swept across. There was a mist of blood in front of them. V8, who had yet to make a move, clenched his jaw tightly. Even his spine was stretched into a straight line. There were at least 50 to 60 people in the 2 platoons. 50 to 60 people. The only ones who could really fight were Yi Qian and K7. J5 and Snow Eagle had to drive their vehicles to break out of the encirclement. It was impossible for them to lend a helping hand. Qin Xiu, whose eyes were cold, slowly clenched his fists. At this moment, he regretted not practicing his spear skills. Otherwise, he could have been a support. Let's wait a little longer. We'll rush in as soon as the higher-ups give us the order. The senses of the special forces were very sharp. V8 sensed the change in Qin Xiu's aura and quickly said softly, "It won't take too long. They'll settle it soon." In this battle, other than the camouflage provided by Kundon, they didn't even have night vision goggles. It was undoubtedly risky to fight without knowing how much firepower the enemy had. Fortunately, there were a lot of camouflage in the jungle, which slightly reduced the danger. V8 told Qin Xiu to relax, but in reality, his heart had been stretched taut. During the exercise, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had specifically gone through combat training without any weapons on them. But in the end, they would take the enemy's weapons for themselves and complete the mission. What weapons did the neighboring countries have for themselves? Even night vision goggles would be enough. Where would there be night vision goggles? K7 opened fire. The stationed soldiers of the neighboring countries immediately concentrated their fire. Snow Eagle drove his motorcycle down. He needed to cover V8 and take K7 with him. Chapter 2339. J5 couldn't make a move. He needed to wait for V8 to catch up so that he could grab Yi Qian and break out of the encirclement. The soldier at the highest point of the sentry post thought the motorcycle was heading straight for them when he heard it. He reflexively turned on the searchlight and wanted to finish shooting. He didn't know what a stupid thing he had done. As soon as the searchlight shone, Yi Qian, who had crept up from the side of the road, shot at the sentry post. K7 broke the pole that was holding the searchlight. The searchlight that lost its support fell down. The shaky searchlight swept toward the camp of the soldiers. K7 put out the searchlight with a shot. Yi Qian, who could see the corner of the searchlight, finished shooting immediately. Everything happened too fast. The two platoons of soldiers split into 4 waves. One wave was aimed at Yi Qian's original position, one wave was aimed at K7, one wave was aimed at Shui Ying, and the last wave was aimed at Yi Qian's current position. Half of the soldiers had been wiped out, so they didn't have enough firepower. Now that they were split into 4 waves, they were shot down by Yi Qian and K7 with their submachine guns. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Qian and K7 used the guns in their hands to open a bloody path for their comrades. The firepower on top of the hill decreased significantly. It wasn't until K7 fired into the air that V8 knew he could bring Qin Xiu to break out of the encirclement. "Ambassador, sit tight, we're going to charge." He started the motorcycle and pushed it to the maximum speed. With a roar, he brought Qin Xiu out of the last sentry post in the city. With Yi Qian and K7 firing from the front and back, the 2 platoons of soldiers suffered heavy losses. In the end, they had no way to fight back. Someone once said that a special ops soldier could take out a platoon or even a battalion in secret. Infiltration, sneak attacks, luring the enemy, and so on were all seen in this battle. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed to leave as soon as possible, Yi Qian and K7 would have directly infiltrated and killed the 2 platoons one by one. Now that they had broken out of the encirclement in such a direct battle, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the neighboring country's military group, letting them know that 2 platoons were also so weak. Shui Ying heard the sound of the V8's motorcycle. He pedaled with both feet and grabbed the motorcycle with both hands. He turned the motorcycle around and rushed up the mountain again. He still needed to pick up the K7 and leave. In front of him, J5 started his motorcycle when Shui Ying rushed down the mountain. He, who had been hiding all this time, started his motorcycle and rushed up the mountain. The mountain road was bumpy, so he could not reach out to help Yi Qian. Moreover, it was uphill, so he could only slow down slightly to let Yi Qian catch up. Yi Qian did not let J5 help him. The motorcycle whizzed past her. She grabbed J5's arm and used the momentum of the motorcycle to jump over him. In the blink of an eye, she was already sitting on the back of J5. Then, V8 carried Qin Xiu and rushed up the mountain. Shui Ying carried K7 and rushed up the mountain. They rushed out of the city's last line of defense. At the same time, the military received the location sent back by J5. Through the location, the military knew that they had brought the ambassador out of the encirclement and were heading towards the rendezvous point. The wind in the mountain blew gently and blew away the smell of gunpowder, but it could not blow away the thick smell of blood. In the end, there were less than 5 survivors from the 2 platoons. One of them had his shoulder pierced through, revealing the white bone underneath. Chapter 2340. Sitting in his office, Klitschin rubbed his temples as he listened to the police report. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He hadn't had a good rest for the whole day. His chest heaved with anger. Since the old government suddenly rebelled, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Today, the strength of the Chinese ambassador made everyone feel pressured and humiliated. He and General Wu Weinu both wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the ambassador who had humiliated them and then shift the blame to Ruolila. News came one after another, but in the end, they told him that the Chinese ambassador had escaped. 500 police officers were sent out. Some were dead, some were injured. In the end, only a dozen police officers could stand in front of him, detonating the fuel tank, leading them to the crossfire between the old and new governments, and being shot by their own people and the old government. More than 100 police officers were instantly killed. And what about the Chinese ambassador? There was no news of his life or death. The Chinese side had begun to pressure them to find the missing ambassador as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would send troops into the neighboring countries to look for him. Now that there was civil strife, how could they allow the Chinese to send troops in? He was so anxious that he didn't know how many strands of hair had turned white. But what he didn't know was that there was more news that shocked and angered him. An official reporting the situation knocked on the door. Before Klitschin could answer, he pushed the door open and came in. What? He escaped the city. The Chinese ambassador escaped the city. Klitschin was shocked after hearing the report. What's the situation with General Wu Weinu? He didn't know how heavy the military's losses were. The official, sweating profusely, quickly replied, General Wu Weinu is furious. The 2 platoons stationed on the mountain were almost completely wiped out. Only 5 people survived. 2 platoons were wiped out. Only 5 people survived. Klitschin, who was shocked, pressed his hands on the desk. He slowly sat back in his chair. What kind of people did the Chinese side send out? What kind of people did they send out? The people sent by Ruolila were wiped out, the people sent by the new government were wiped out, and now General Wu Weinu's 2 platoons were wiped out. Who were these people? How? How could they be so terrifying? Sitting back in his chair, Klitschin's back was covered in cold sweat. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, Does General Wu Weinu have any arrangements? After sacrificing so many people and letting the Chinese ambassador return, where would the face of their neighboring countries go? It was simply a great humiliation. They sent an elite platoon. There's no news yet, but the old government has also discovered the Chinese ambassador. The reporting official did not dare to speak loudly. Including the Chinese ambassador, there were only 6 of them. In the end, the 6 of them managed to wipe out hundreds of people. Even as he sat there, he felt a chill run down his spine. There was only one thought that flashed through his mind: the Chinese side is not to be trifled with. Their calculations were wrong. Although General Wu Weinu is very angry with the participation of the old regime, if the Chinese ambassador accidentally dies, we can directly explain to the Chinese that this is Ruolila's bad deed. Neighboring countries' new policies and military groups will definitely eliminate Ruolila to give China an explanation. This was the best way to push all the blame onto Ruolila. Klitschin felt a little better when he learned that the military group had sent another elite platoon to hunt him down. The elite platoon was the special forces of the military group. Chapter 2341. With the help of the special forces, even if the Chinese ambassador escaped from the city, it would be difficult for him to escape from the hands of the special forces of the neighboring country. Klitschin trusted the special forces of his country very much. Klitschin took a sip of cold water to moisten his throat and smiled. General Wu Weinu is a truly great general. Everything he does is for the sake of democratizing our country. No matter what happened to the Chinese ambassador tonight, all the consequences would be borne by the madman Ru Lila. Qin Xiu knew very well what the new policy was, and so did the Chinese side. G3, who had completed the mission, received the order to quickly provide support without delay. Damn it! Dirty tricks. After learning about the new policy and the military group's plan, G3 cursed in a low voice. He said in a tense voice, "In that case, let's play a trick too. Being kind to others is being cruel to ourselves. Major General, we can't be cruel to ourselves. If a tiger doesn't show its power, it will be treated as a sick cat. Bah. Either we don't play or we play big. Let's see who can win." Blowing up the oil depot was not a small matter. The Major General pondered for a few seconds before replying. The oil depot is located in the north. The forest in the north of the neighboring country is connected to our country's forest. Once it is detonated, there will be a forest fire. Even if I agree with your idea, the military is unlikely to agree. The news from the diplomat made the military very angry. Now that Yi Qian had already broken out with our ambassador and taught the neighboring country a lesson, if they only blew up the oil depot now, the loss would outweigh the gain if the fire spread to our country's forest. They would have to send troops to put out the fire. G3 laughed coldly. His gravel voice was like a sharpened knife, revealing a sharpness that seeped into his bones. Don't worry. Their oil depot is buried very deep. Even if a fire rushes up, the soil above will suppress the fire. There's also a small reservoir above. They set up the oil depot here, so it's obvious that they have made sufficient fire prevention preparations. The oil depot is not big and there isn't much oil stored. If we blow it up here, at most the neighboring country's military group will be angry, but they won't feel bad. Also, our face hurts from the heavy rain. Even if there is an open fire, the rain will extinguish it. Major General Liu was concerned about whether his country's forests would be affected. Since it was feasible, Major General Liu said in a low voice, "Give me 5 minutes to inform the higher-ups first." The small oil depot was located in the forest near the Northland Armed Forces. From here, it could be seen that the neighboring country's military forces were secretly preparing to attack the Northland. The northern lands were of great importance to China, and China did not wish for the northern lands to fall. The Major General spread out the map and sent it to the higher-ups of the Army Department at the same time. Soon, G3 received the latest order and said to his comrades, Come, brothers. Let's help the Northland Armed Forces. Burn them all." After completing the decapitation mission, they arrived at the oil depot of the neighboring nation's military group. This was their logistics oil depot. If there was an explosion, the oil depot in the Northlands would basically be finished. Wiring, blow them all up. G3's tone was harsh, and his eyes were filled with hostility as he stared ahead. He said ruthlessly, "They are heartless, so don't blame us for being unjust. Since they want to play with us, I'll grant them their wish. Daring to play dirty tricks? Then let's play bigger." Half an hour later, the underground logistics oil depot of the neighboring country's military group in the depths of a mountain suddenly exploded. Raging flames soared into the sky, and a huge fireball soared up. It was like the power of an atomic bomb explosion, and a mushroom cloud appeared. Chapter 2342. When G3 and the others finally came out, they were covered with nearly 10 centimeters of dust. "You are all a bunch of useless trash. Useless trash. Even the logistics oil depot was found by Ru Lila. How did you all stand guard?" General Wu Weinu, who was part of the neighboring country's military group, was furious. This was a general who was quite unfriendly to China. His thoughts were completely inclined to the hegemonic countries. He believed that only by following the hegemonic countries could the neighboring country become the largest country in South Asia. Now that there was a fire in his backyard, he, who wanted to sit firmly on the hook, was furious. A small hidden logistics oil depot in the military was found and detonated in the most violent way. If the logistics were not guaranteed, how could they take down the North? Tonight, hit hard and chop off Ru Lila's head. Chop his body into pieces. Wu Weinu thought it was Ru Lila's fault and gave the final order. Concentrate all the artillery fire to annihilate. Looking at the furious General Wu Weinu, someone asked nervously, "Then, the elite platoon you sent out, are they still chasing the Chinese ambassador?" "Chase my ass. The rear was in chaos, what was there to chase?" General Wu Weinu, who took back the order, was obviously unwilling. From day to night, the new government and the military group, plus the people sent by Rulila, still let the Chinese ambassador escape. It was really infuriating. However, it was not appropriate to continue chasing. They needed to put all their energy on Rulila and wipe out all his forces in one fell swoop. There was a sudden explosion in a mountainous area of the neighboring country. Even China felt the tremors. Rulila, who was in a mountain village near the north, heard the news and laughed like a trapped beast. Good, good, good. Well done. This was the last voice Rulila left for his subordinates. Wu Weinu and the allies concentrated all their firepower and launched the biggest fire attack. Soon, both sides received the latest report. The two commissioners sent by the Western hegemonic country were strangled with a shower curtain in the bathroom. Both sides were shocked. Both of them were killed in the same way. This was a warning to the neighboring country. It was not a personal warning to the neighboring country, but a country using this method to warn the neighboring country. Which country was it? The answer was obvious, but where was the evidence? There was none. Clichin and General Wu Weinu were so angry that their faces turned green. They had guessed that the deaths of the two commissioners were probably assassinated by the Chinese side. But what was the use of guessing? "General, do you think the explosion of the oil depot?" A senior official from the Lin military group raised his suspicions. Could it also have something to do with China? As soon as he raised his suspicions, he was immediately rejected. That's impossible. China has always been neutral and has never taken the initiative to do anything that would harm other countries. I don't think China would be involved. It's not impossible. Look at how strong the Chinese side's attitude is this time. They swept away their previous concessions and suddenly launched an attack, making our side's situation much more difficult in an instant. The sudden launch of the drill caught them off guard. Although the Chinese side is suddenly strong this time, there is a reason for it. Now that their exercise has begun, and our flames of war are no longer concentrated in the north, the Chinese side will not bomb our oil depot again. The way I see it, the Northland Armed Forces and Rulila are both possible candidates. Outside, the sound of the heavy downpour made people feel inexplicably annoyed. Chapter 2343. General Wu Weinu's face darkened as he listened to their words. In the end, he slammed the table impatiently and shouted, "No matter who it is, we must shoot down Rulila tonight. Pass down the order, fire fiercely, don't let Rulila live past tonight." A logistics oil depot was gone just like that, and they didn't even know who blew it up. Would they be embarrassed if word got out? No matter who it was, they would only think that it was Rulila's doing. The battle started at 7 at night and lasted until 2 in the morning. The gunshots at various crossfire points suddenly became louder. Yi Qian, who had shaken off their pursuers, had already abandoned their vehicles. They arrived at Nanyang within 2 hours in the heavy rain and sent the latest location back to China. It was 3:40 in the morning, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. The sky was still as dark as ink. G3, who received the latest location from J5, sped up. 20 kilometers away from us, quick. Keep up. G3, who was carrying a rifle, wiped the rain off his face and waved his hand. He sped up and walked into the dense forest. There were many poisonous insects in the forests of neighboring countries, and there were also drought leeches that would quietly stick to people and suck their blood. When they passed through the forest, they could shake out countless unknown insects with a shake of their bodies. Yi Qian, who was soaked all over, had a drought leech stuck to the back of his neck. It was sucking until it hurt. He raised his hand and touched it. He didn't know when, but the leech had already sucked until it was round. Yi Jian, who had just walked out of a hail of bullets, couldn't help but shudder. Yi Jian, who had just walked out of the rain of bullets, couldn't help but feel goosebumps. Drought leeches were longer and bigger than water leeches, and the suction cups were tighter. It might not be possible to pull it off by hand. She said to K7 beside her, "Help me, dry leech." "You got hit." Where? K7 stopped and turned on the flashlight in his hand. In the rainy night, he saw a black thing stuck to the back of Yi Qian's neck. Yi Qian pulled out the dagger, and the sharp blade touched his skin. He could feel the cold touch. He could feel K7 using the blade to pry open the suction cup at the front of the leech, and then the suction cup at the other end. It sucked blood until the bloated thing fell off. K7 raised its leg and stomped on the ground. Then, it raised its leg and stomped on the ground to bury the black leech and the crimson blood. The rain washed away the leech, and there was not a single trace left behind. Yi Qian was not the only one who was stained. Along the way, almost everyone was stained. There were stains on their arms, legs, and even on Shui Ying's face. The rain was too heavy, which made it difficult for them to walk in the forest. They grabbed the leaves with one hand and slid down slowly on the thick withered leaves. If they were not careful, they would fall on their buttocks and their tailbones would hurt so much that their facial features would be twisted. The air in the forest was not fresh. Walking in the valley, other than the smell of rotting trees, there was also the smell of burning smoke in the wind. It was 4:30 p.m. Although the rain did not stop, there was finally a thin line of smoke in the sky. Yi Qian, who had braved the rain and climbed up the mountain, saw thick smoke billowing in the mountains to the north. There was the smell of burning oil in the wind. They looked at each other, and there was an answer in each other's eyes. There was the smell of burning oil in the wind, and the heavy rain could not suppress the smoke. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like an oil depot explosion. It was possible that the underground oil depot had exploded. The collapse of the soil around the oil depot would cover the fire, and the thick black smoke would rise into the sky. That was why they couldn't see the fire. Chapter 2344. J5's gaze flickered slightly, and a dark glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. From the direction, why did it look a little like the route G3 and the others would take to complete the mission? Could it be G3 and the others doing? Since they were still in the neighboring country, they could not confirm if their pursuers were still behind them. After a short rest, they immediately set off. According to their original plan, they should have arrived at the rendezvous point by now. After rushing out of the city and being circled by their pursuers, they were already an hour late. There's a sound. Yi Qian, who was going down the mountain, whispered. He pulled Qin Xiu and quickly hid behind a tree, using the dense foliage to hide their figures. J5 and the others were already hiding behind a tree. They held their breaths as they listened to the faint rustling sounds at the foot of the mountain. When they tried to listen more carefully, the rustling sounds they heard earlier had disappeared. It seemed like the people walking had also discovered them and immediately stopped to hide. Damn, don't tell me we've encountered the local armed forces. The T6 combatant, who was wearing a military uniform of an unknown country and had paint smeared on his face, whispered to Z7. At the same time, he gripped his rifle tightly, ready to fire in the next second. Z7 Han Zheng shook his head and stared coldly ahead. The people above did not move. It was obvious they had also discovered them and were in a silent standoff. This kind of standoff was very time-consuming, and they could not afford to waste time. Yi Qian and the others felt that they could not afford to waste time either, so J5 spoke in the neighboring country's language. He had just spoken when a loud shout came from below. Damn! I was so scared my heart almost jumped out of my chest. It was the T6 combatant's voice. Those on top of the mountain rushed down the mountain, while those at the foot of the mountain rushed up the mountain. The tense standoff was immediately broken. Several figures flitted past the trees like cheetahs to welcome their victorious comrades. I was so scared I had a heart attack. I thought we'd encountered the local armed forces and was wondering if we should fight them. In the end, you made a sound. The gun in my hand almost slipped out of my hand. The excited T6 combatant did not pay attention to his image. He rushed up and roared, his voice full of joy. Yi Qian is behind me. There's also the ambassador. Kid, pay attention to your image. J5 hurriedly reminded his comrade in case he said something even more rude. It couldn't be helped, sometimes soldiers could be very rude in private. Even their team leader, Q King, who was an elegant man, would swear in front of her. Yi Qian was there too. The T6 combatant immediately said, "Whoosh." His relationship with Njusin was still ongoing, so he could not afford to leave a bad impression on Yi Qian. In the heavy rain, the comrades in arms bumped fists and palms against palms. Yi Jian, who had a smile that was brighter than the rising sun, greeted the 7 members of G3 one by one. The sudden reunion made all the comrades so happy that they couldn't suppress their smiles. After greeting each other, the 2 groups of people stood in their respective positions and gave their comrades a military salute for their triumphant return. "Once again, we've met again, and once again, we've completed our mission. You will always be the comrades that I trust the most in my heart, the comrades that I'm most proud of." News of the meeting between the 2 parties quickly spread back to the country. The higher-ups in the military who knew about it all heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, everything was safe and sound. Then the next thing to do was to condemn the neighboring country. At 8 a.m., everyone arrived at the border between the 2 countries. A helicopter was already waiting for the hero's return. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the helicopter's propellers rotated at high speed, crushing the surrounding vegetation. When the helicopter took off and left, some of the vegetation was even snapped by the wind. Chapter 23:45. It didn't matter if he apologized or not. The little fox that he was so worried about was coming back soon. Reporting. The soldier's loud voice came from outside the door. Xie Jinyuan turned off the television and opened the door with his long legs. His little fox had arrived at the Border Defense Company's helicopter airport. Xie Jinyuan didn't need the soldier to lead the way. He strode towards the Border Defense Company's airport. On behalf of the military, he was going to welcome the brave Special Forces soldiers back to their country safely. After the helicopter landed, Qin Xiu was the first to come down, followed by Yi Qian, followed by the male soldiers. And the ones who welcomed them back were the soldiers who would always be their strong backing. The deputy commander of the Yun province military region who sent them off stood at the front of the rows of pine trees. When all the heroes came down, he shouted in a deep voice, "Salute!" Swoosh! In the heavy rain, hundreds of soldiers in combat uniforms raised their hands and saluted at the same time. They saluted quickly and fiercely. Their standard salutes brushed against the wind and rain, bringing with them the fierce and unyielding military might of the soldiers who would never give up. Yi Qian, J5, G3, and more than 10 other Special Forces soldiers faced the grand welcome. They stood at attention and saluted. They used their return to tell the country that they had completed their mission. The whole scene was grand and passionate, making people's eyes turn red. Xie Jinyuan stood not far away and looked at his beloved girl. He looked at his lover who fought side by side with him. He looked at her towering figure standing in the sun. His tightly pressed lips finally lifted into a smile. That was his pride, a pride that he would protect with his life. His girl had grown up. She was no longer a delicate little girl, no longer a little girl who trembled and was afraid of her first target. His girl had become an indomitable and fearless soldier. She used her gun to defend the country's dignity and used bullets to tell those people why China dared to be strong. He accompanied her through the wind and rain and witnessed her metamorphosis again and again. Finally, she broke out of her cocoon and became the most dazzling star. Yi Qian, who had shaken hands with the deputy commander, seemed to feel something. Her gaze passed through the rows of soldiers and landed in the distance. She saw the most familiar figure, tall and slender, as proud as a mountain. Their gazes were separated and even passed by the soldiers. In the crowd, in the mountains and rivers, no matter where you are, my gaze will always find you. Because standing there, you are the target that I will never give up on. Yi Qian, whose face was covered with fine scars, smiled. Her lips curved and her eyes revealed the sweetest, most beautiful, and most gentle smile. Every time she returned, she would always see the figure that he was waiting.